Welcome to today's special school board meeting. The special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. To ensure a safe and productive environment, please note the clearly marked emergency exits. Do not block exit doors, and all attendees must be seated except for media. Once the room reaches capacity, attendees will be directed to the overflow area. If the fire alarm sounds, exit the room calmly, continue outside the building, and remain there until authorities give clearance to return. Thank you for your cooperation. All please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I wanted to take a moment, given the conflict that is going on in the Middle East, to ask everyone to keep our service members serving all across the globe in your thoughts and prayers. Thank you. As we begin, we reaffirm our vision, 100% proficiency for all students. As an A-rated district, we remain committed to sustaining this achievement and supporting every student to reach their highest potential. Our theme this year is Believe, Empower, Achieve, One Broward. Today's special school board meeting will operate in accordance with School Board Policy 1020, and the board will review the items as advertised and presented by the superintendent. The superintendent released a revised agenda with certain changes for this meeting and published it on the school district's website. The chair finds, pursuant to Section 120.525 Florida statutes, that good cause exists for such changes and accepts the revised agenda. May I have a motion and a second to close the agenda?
Second.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Mrs. Al-Hadaf. All in favor of closing the agenda, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The agenda is now closed. May I have a motion and a second on item 1, employment agreement, chief auditor?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Mrs. Al-Hadaf. It is moved and seconded to move item 1 to the floor. Is there any public comment on this item?
No comment.
All right. Before we go to board discussion, I just wanted to introduce the item and provide the board an overview of the negotiations and my approach to that. So we sat down with Mr. Magley last week. We were able to kind of flesh out all of the terms of the agreement. First and foremost, like the vacation sick leave, salary adjustments, consistent with 12-month administrative employees, insurance, things like that. At the end, we got to the salary piece, and before the negotiation, staff did provide me with a market analysis. I believe that is attached to the item, and that everyone has access to that. And it looked at chief auditors throughout the state and their salaries. And Mr. Magley also brought his own market analysis where he looked at not necessarily school district auditors, but auditors for other government agencies, as well as some of the salaries of the superintendent's cabinet, not the entire cabinet, but some members of the cabinet. Given the experience that Mr. Magley brought to the table, and given Mr. Rhodes's salary when he was hired and when he left the district, I felt that a good first offer would be $175,000, given that Mr. Rhodes is making $200,850 a year. Mr. Magley countered with $235,000. I countered that with $190,000, and he countered that with $225,000. I gave him a final offer of what Mr. Rhodes was making, $200,850, and he made it very clear that he would not go lower than $225,000 in that negotiation. I, as one board member, didn't feel comfortable increasing the salary for that position by $25,000. It amounts to about a 12% raise on that position. But I also didn't feel like it was my place to just walk away from the negotiations altogether. So I said we would bring it to the board, and hopefully we could come to an agreement today. And if we are unable to come to an agreement today, I also placed an item on the agenda to task assign or hire an interim chief auditor in case we need to continue negotiations or in case we need to open up the application. So that's where I landed, and I look forward to hearing from my colleagues. I have Ms. Hickson on the list to speak.
Thank you, and I have a couple of questions, I guess, for staff first before before I make a motion. Can you tell us what Mr. Magley was making, what his salary is before he moves to chief auditor?
Mr. Magley's current salary is $152,000.
Okay, and how long he worked for the district before? So how long was that time that he worked for the district?
I would have to go back to his previous resume, but he's been with us since October 2025,
Okay,
most recently.
Well, ask Mr. Meg. 15 years you were with the district in the auditor, and what was your role there?
Can you use your mic, please?
It's a thing for us, sorry. I had a number of different responsibilities, and through the path that I worked up as an auditor all the way up into working in a role out of class in supervising the property and inventory function that is still in existence today, that warranted a job study when I moved to the construction audits section for Mr. Riley several years ago, still doing the property and inventory. And then toward the end of it, I was working on operational audits with Mr. Riley in those other capacities as well. And eventually I went to that prior to leaving the district.
Okay, and what was the leadership title that you had in those?
Manager of each section.
Okay, thank you for that.
I'm sorry, but it was a director when I went to construction, but they changed it to manager.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. So I would like to make a motion. I would like to move that we change the salary on page. Go to the right page, sorry. Compensation.
I know.
On page 4 of 16, where it says salary 2.07.1 from $225,000 for the first year to $185,000, with a caveat that within a year of the first anniversary, coming back with the contract to look at increasing that.
Second. So motion made by Ms. Hickson, seconded by me. Public comment on the motion?
No comments.
Mr. Magley?
Yes, Madam Chair. First of all, I would like to thank you and Ms. Jacques Adams for the process as it was. I know during that, I did not bring counsel with me at that time. I came in with market analysis, both my own, and then was given that during that period to review. So when we went into negotiation at that time, and I know you said that I clearly stated that we were stuck and done on 225, I wanted before the whole board to say that what I was doing based on the request was to justify why I thought the role warranted $225,000 in salary. There was a number of reasons, both internal, external, and based on my experience in that role of what a chief auditor or someone in that capacity locally would get. In my analysis, and again, it was based on discussions, was I looked at the immediate proximity to our office and the people and what they were doing and what they were making. And I knew that some of those were on the way high side of that, and those people deserve that. They have vast experience, some of which turned out to be a mentor of mine here, as you know. But I wanted to say that during that process and in answering that and not having been familiar with it all, when you folks went out and came back, I did anticipate a counter. I want to say that here, that perhaps you were going to bring me the counter. And so I'm open to a discussion on that for sure, because that's what I anticipated. And plus, the things that have gone on over the last few weeks and being able to gauge what is going to happen and what the board's intent was on some of these things. And I know everybody has the tremendous pressures that are put on you with the financial constraints for both staffing and resources. I fully recognize. I also know that during this period that's coming, as I expressed to you, I'd like to share with the rest of the board, these are the times when people are dissatisfied and frustrated with that, not just all of us sitting up here, but the staff. And it opens up vulnerabilities. Maybe it's their minds are on other things that are out there. There's some justifications for why things might be happening, and the presence is even more important right now. So I just wanted to say that, and particularly about the part, and I probably should have spoke before, Ms. Dixon, but I didn't want to interrupt, but I wanted to go ahead and say that before we proceed.
Thank you. Comment on the motion, Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. And, I just kind of want to explain why I put out that number. So I did a little research also to see about auditors and stuff in different counties and what that looked like. And it was interesting to me why Palm Beach was so high, but when I looked into that deeper, they're not just a chief auditor, they're actually an inspector general. The requirements, the job description, the duties that they do are more extensive than that of a chief auditor. So that's why Palm Beach County pays so much higher. So I think it was really important for us to share that. As you know, this is not personal, right? It is really just about where we are in terms of financial places. And I just, in good conscience, cannot give a huge increase to a position when we can't give our employees any kind of raise this year. We have tried, and there's just no way. And the people who touch our students more directly, we can give them zero. And I just, in good conscience, can't do that. So my research showed a different number for Miami-Dade. So, but I see different numbers. You have a number. Our staff has a number. I found a different number, so I don't know exactly what the number in Miami-Dade is. But that's why I wanted to put in there the 185, but within a year to be able to bring the contract back and look at increasing that if we're in a different financial position, because it is a very important position. But I just, right now, in this financial situation we find ourselves in, and going to be cutting our org chart, and these numbers that we have as comparison may change in the next month or so. I just don't feel comfortable at the 225, and I'm comfortable starting at the 185. So thank you.
Any other comments on the motion? Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a couple of questions. I know that it appears Mr. Rhodes' final salary was $200,850. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and Dr. Lozano, when Mr. Rhodes started this position, what was his salary?
In this current position, he was started at $200,850.
Okay, so he maintained this salary over his time being in this position.
Correct.
Okay, so how does, Dr. Lozano, how does the scope of Mr. Magley's experience compare to Mr. Rhodes? If you were to look at both resumes, could you provide us with a summary as to how you would compare their overall experiences for the position?
So they followed pretty parallel pathways in terms of titles throughout their career. I would say the difference is Mr. Rhodes gained that chief experience here in Broward County in his current tenure before he left yesterday, whereas Mr. Magley has no prior chief experience at all.
Okay, but for Mr. Rhodes, before he had the chief experience, his starting was $200,850, correct?
He did serve as the interim general counsel for us prior to serving as our chief auditor.
And that was for how long?
we'll pull that up for you right now.
Okay, so while you're looking at that, Dr. Lozano, under key observations, it says for Broward County, $200,850 is 10% below the Florida medium. Is that correct?
Good morning, Engine Titer. Yes, sir.
Okay, so currently it would appear that Miami-Dade County aligns more closely with Florida medium according to the key observations. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the
It
Florida.
does, but the incumbent chief auditor has been there since May 2021. So
Correct.
we're looking at 5 years of service as a chief in that position.
Correct, but if we're looking at the medium as a means of looking at average or over this entire state, which is what's here, then the Florida education medium would be $223,500. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so this is if we look at the entire state of what a chief auditor makes, the medium, which is a means of looking at average, it would be 223,000, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I did notice that you use the medium as far as the determining what the overall salary in Florida is. Did you use any other measure of average to determine what the salary would be? Because I know medium is one way of doing it. Did you look at any other ways of determining the average?
So we looked at government agencies within the state of Florida, not just school districts, and we also looked at large governmental entities across the United States. And some, as indicated on the summary, some positions are contracted positions that are negotiated, so we took that into account, while others are just salary set. So looking at across all of the different entities, but then focusing specifically on school districts, we provided in the summary that was in the board item the minimal, mid, and max, but to give a comprehensive analysis of where the average lands, we settled on the median.
Okay, so do you have the mean average?
I don't, but I can work on getting that.
Okay, so I would also like, are you able to get what the mean average is in a short period of time or no?
Yes.
Okay. The other question that I have, well, Dr. Lozano, did you have the answer to the question I had prior?
Just give me a few seconds.
Okay. So with Broward County, with the $200,850 being 10% below the Florida medium, I am curious to know how does that compare to the Florida mean, and then I'll be able to then make a decision. So, Madam Chair, while they're looking at that, I don't know if any other board member want to speak, but I'd like you to come back to me if you don't mind.
Dr. Zeman?
Thanks, Chair. I want to acknowledge the difficulty of doing this in public. So it's not what any of us would like to do, to sit in your chair, but it's kind of the process that we have. But I just want to acknowledge that there may be some discomfort today as we all talk. Chair, I'm curious about your initial offer. You may have some information that I don't, or maybe other board members do, but when you were thinking about your initial two offers, why did you start at a rate, or what was the evidence maybe that you had that would suggest that the incoming chief auditor should be offered less than what the outgoing chief auditor was making? Sorry.
Well, I took a few things into account. One, that I would probably receive a counter from the current chief auditor, but also given the financial constraints that we are in, and also the fact that Mr. Magley did not have experience as a chief auditor, so it wasn't several things that came into play when I made those initial offers.
And to my knowledge, if I heard earlier, the former chief auditor had 5 years as a chief, and he earned his way up to $200,850.
No.
Right?
I think that was what Dr. Lozano said about the Miami-Dade chief auditor.
Okay.
That individual has served as chief auditor for 5 years.
How long did
Mr.
Mr.
Rhodes did
Rhodes-
not have any chief experience either.
I'm sorry, but he was hired and then I think did 3 years, and after 3 years was earning $200,850. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what was his higher salary when he came in with no experience? What did we pay him?
It was $200,850 as well.
Oh, he
Yes.
never got a salary adjustment.
Correct.
Wow. Maybe he foreshadowed the financial difficulty we were going to get into. Who knows? And Mr. Magley, if you don't mind, may I ask you a question? How many years of professional experience do you have total? 25. So from the time from getting out of college, being certified, I couldn't tell that from your resume.
I see. That's mainly hits on my governmental experience that started here, the 15 years, 10 years at the other place, and then back. So more than 25 years in this sector, this area and region, and in schools and municipalities.
Terrific. And I'd just be curious, the basis for your counter offers to the chair, could you maybe just give us a paragraph about why I mean, I understand about the comps, right? So we can look at these jobs or those jobs and we can come up with a number.
Sure.
I find this market analysis to be kind of thin. Every other market analysis I've ever seen has credentials, it has years of experience, and it puts you on a trend line. And it says with 25 years experience without a CPA, this is what a chief auditor would be expected to earn. Those kind of rifle shots rather than a shotgun shot is incredibly helpful because it gives you the basis for understanding. And I hope in the future when we do this or when the superintendent does it with anybody, that we do a better job of the actual analysis so that we know what someone with your years of experience, your credentials in this job, starting out without chief experience, here's a number. And we didn't get that this time, and I hope we get it next time. But could you just give us a paragraph on why you thought, maybe beyond the comps, why you think the numbers you came up with are more appropriate?
Sure. So my institutional experiences has gone here, in particular, has gone through a wide range of things, as I described earlier about where I started and the number of different areas. I've represented that office at many things prior to my departure, and then since back. Not a whole lot of that has changed. The diversity of my experience, I think, is the real gain here. There's very few areas of this district that I haven't been involved in, whether to assist staff, collaborate with staff to improve awareness, whether it be individual audits that I've contributed to, the programs that still are in place that you can see when you visit schools relative to some of the things, particularly property. The breadth of even this experience, although this one in particular is not my favorite, as we talked about. But the idea of interacting with board members and be able to provide the information that they need, working through APG when it first got created, and now it's grown into another thing. So I've seen the growth and the evolution of what's being done here in the press to get toward more efficiency, working in construction audits. Again, the diversity of my experience is where I think the value is. And then leaving here to do something that hardly any, and you mentioned Ms. Michael up in Palm Beach, who doesn't touch the audit section. She is the IG that does investigation. And I think that I've demonstrated in a short time, and I know how much time went into doing those things just recently, to be able to do audits with an investigative side to it, an extension of the audit, and being able to write and do these things in a way that's usable to both you and the public are the things that I think that I bring that other people don't. So yes, I cherish and appreciate everybody for their academic background for sure, but 25 years of governmental experience and 15 plus here, I think says something. And all fairness to Mr. Rhodes, who I appreciate all of what he's done, and I said this before, I'm not really here to negotiate for Mr. Rhodes, and what happened then is different than what's happening right now to a degree. Financial times, both inside the district and at home, are significantly different in only a 3-year period. So those are the considerations and why I came with those numbers. And I'll only touch on a little bit about why we came in at the first number, much like Chair Leonardi said, is she came in low because that's what you do. And I came in at a place where I had done an average of people I could throw a stone to from here who do very important jobs in this area, and I went way under that, which the average was like 264, if I remember the calculation. And so I started at a point that I thought was high, but reasonable. It wasn't like outlandish in the sense of I did some work to get to that number. It wasn't just something I threw out there. So when you ask me, I hope I've answered the question, but that's how I got to a starting point, and then we were working down from there.
I appreciate that, and I think there's two messages today, at least what I hear, which is you are a broad consensus choice of this board to become the chief auditor. There's a great deal of respect, even for people that didn't support that decision, in your capabilities. We've not only heard about it from the IG and saw it when you were here before, but we've done it since you've come back. That's one story. The other story is we're getting rid of 1,000 people or more this year. I mean, 2 consecutive years of 9-ish thousand students we're losing, decimating our budget by $80+ million per year is causing us to think real hard about where we spend any money. I agree with Ms. Hickson in the sense that we can't send a signal to senior leaders we're not sending to our staff. And I'm not sure where I am on her motion. I'm anxious to hear more from my colleagues, but I hope that you take both of those messages. One is that you were a broad consensus of this board, great respect for what you've done. We have to figure out a way to do this in a way that's affordable maybe for a year, and then hope that some of the other things that we're doing, I don't know what the best number is, maybe it's closer to Debbie's or closer to the Mr. Rhodes' outgoing salary. We'll figure that out in a few minutes, but both of those things are true at the same time, and I hope you take both of those messages when we leave today. Thanks, Mark.
And I want to thank you, Dr. Zeman, and I do appreciate, let's not have that lost here, about how you guys stood up and selected me, and made a point. And I want to work for you just as much as you wanted me here, and I want to be able to come to an agreement. It's very important. And as you know, I've spent almost my entire life here, not just my professional. So it means a lot to me. I don't think there's anybody that you're going to meet that's going to put as much into it as I would. I know the time that I've put in since I've been back in bursts, long bursts. But, that's what's going to take to get us where we need to get, and to stand the line, even to help you sometimes, seeing things that maybe you don't see. But I'll do my best, put forth my best effort to make sure that I give you everything you possibly can have. So, but I do appreciate it, and I did want to recognize the fact that the board acted on my behalf.
Thank you, Ms. Pullman.
Thanks, Chair. So I think based on where we're at right now with the district, and the fact that we're unable to give raises to our teachers and staff, that has to inform how we're moving forward with this. So can I make a substitute motion? Or
Yeah.
Okay. So I think the absolute top number that I would be willing to support is what our chair left the table with, which is what Mr. Rose was making. And I just really don't think that we can justify going over that right now in the current climate that we're in. So I'd like to make a substitute motion for the salary to be $200,850.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Pullman, second by Mrs. Alhadeff. Public comment on the motion? I don't see any. Board member comment on the substitute motion. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my questions remain the same, and then I have some comments. Dr. Lozano, do you have the answers to my questions?
Our compensation team is working on the mean. Your previous questions, Mr. Rhodes served as the interim from April 2024 to September 2024 and was placed into the chief auditor position in September 2024 at $208.50.
Okay, so regarding the motion made by Board Member Bullman, based upon the key observations, $200,850 is 10% below the Florida median. So even if we should agree upon this salary, and I know Dr. Zeman mentioned in the past market rate, and if you look at the Florida education market median, it's $223,000. So if we offer Mr. Magley a salary of $200,850, considering the financial concerns that we have, I think is reasonable, because this would be indicative of being 10% below the Florida median. And also, I just want to say, Mr. Magley, in my opinion, has been very responsive. He's been efficient. He's been timely. I mean, I've seen the work that he has done for some of the things that we needed, and I admire his competence. So providing him with a salary that's 10% below the Florida median, I think, is a reasonable gesture, while balancing the concerns that we have financially as a district. So I am going to support Board Member Bullman's motion. I think it's reasonable. I don't think we're certainly not overpaying Mr. Magley. We are actually, based on the Florida median, we're underpaying him. So I am going to be strongly supportive of this, and I think that's where we should start. And did you have the answer or no? Not yet? Okay, no problem. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mrs. Aladef.
Thank you. I support the motion. I do have a question based on Mr. Magley's paper, with it saying that Chief Auditor Dave Rhodes was paid $213,000 last year in 2025. Is that true?
Sorry, Chair Leonardi, can you repeat that, please?
Okay. That was with the referendum money? Which they're not getting now. Okay, I just want to understand that number. So yes, I support this. I think you have to be competitive, even though it's still below the average, and I think I'm comfortable with the $200,850 that we're going to be offering Mr. Magley. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I would just agree with my colleagues. That amount was kind of my high point, and I was willing to walk away. So I would just like you to absorb that. And I think the rest of us would also walk away for higher than that. But thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. I have a question for staff. What was the chief auditor making before Mr. Rhodes became the chief auditor? What was that salary?
Just give me 2 minutes.
Okay.
Ms. Hickson, would you like me to go to Ms. Rupert, or
Yeah, that's
and then
fine.
come? Okay, go ahead, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. A great leader not only leads but mentors the team around him. Mr. Rhodes was an exemplary employee, responsive to the district's needs, and a conscientious boss to his team. He mentored Mr. Magley purposefully, so we would have someone here ready to go when the time for Mr. Rhodes was here for him to move on. So I not only respect Mr. Magley with my own abilities and knowledge of who he is and what he brings to the table, but also I respect the heck out of Mr. Rhodes for also lending that hand and being able to work together so this would be very streamlined, this process. I will be supporting I'll just call it the Bullman substitute motion. So thank you.
Thank you. Does the team have Ms. Hickson's answer yet?
Still working on it, but I have Dr. Holness's answer. The mean is $228,000 Florida Education, Chief Auditors.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Any other board discussion while we wait on Ms. Hickson's answer?
I'll just say this while they're waiting on this. My concern and my question has nothing to do with your ability. I made the motion to just directly hire you. So to Dr. Zeman's point, we all believe in the ability. I just struggle with where we are financially. I know you've been here for a long period of time, as have lots of teachers. This is my 37th year in the district. And as a teacher, I would never have been making a jump like that. And I know that administration is different than teaching, but in the world that we live in right now, that doesn't make sense to people. And I can't go to the 200 either. I just think it's too high. I think having you here a year, the experience that you had here was amazing, but it wasn't at that higher administrative level. It was district, it was, director, manager, but not executive level. And that concerns me, which is why I would be willing in a year to look at increasing that number again. But I think we've jumped into a lot of things, got burnt on them because we didn't think them through. And my preference would be to leave it at the 185 and in a year come back and see where we are and what we could do increasing it in a year. So I appreciate everyone's thoughts. I'm just not willing to change mine, but I do want to know, like, did Mr. Rhodes start at what the previous auditor started at, or was there a change, or what did we look at when we did that? Because honestly, I don't remember. Oh, okay. So according to some data I have in 2023, the last auditor that left made 175. That was what the chief auditor was making in 2023. So again, just looking at times, not people particularly, because it's not about his ability at all. I'm going to stay with my 185. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cervera.
Thank you. May I follow up with Ms. Hickson and inquire, Debbie, hi. I got a follow up for you if you'd indulge me, please. On your 185 as a starting, you've mentioned several times that you'd like to come back in a year and reconsider. Is the basis of that reconsideration based on certain professional milestones that may have been hit by Mr. Magley, or is it solely on a review of the financial situation that the district's facing? And if we happen to be in better financial standing, we can come back to Mr. Magley and potentially offer more money. What were you suggesting when you said, I'll come back in a year?
Well, I mean, really, it's kind of up to us as a board. I'm just throwing out ideas, but I would say probably both. We could decide on, whatever those milestones might be to have it increase, and then also where we are financially, if it makes sense to be able to move that forward.
So under your concept, presumably if Mr. Magley had a stellar yearly review, and by some miracle, the district increased its or improved its financial standing, Mr. Magley would be entitled to, I don't know what we call it, an annual review or something in which a determination by this board would be made as to whether or not he should get an increase.
Correct.
If that is the case, would you be willing to get to the 200 in a year from now?
Potentially. But again, it would depend on where we're at. So it's hard to say that at all. But yeah, potentially.
Okay. Thank you for the explanation.
Dr. Zeman?
Thanks, Chair. Just a couple quick things to share. To Adam's point, Mr. Sparrow's point, one of the things we would look at the end of the year is how he manages fiscally his staff, which I think is kind of makes the 185 and the 200 really important, because we're asking everybody here to trim their costs, not to do what they did last year. If we paid everything out this year, again next year, I guess let me ask the CFO, if we did that, what deficit would we be starting the year with in our annual budget that starts on July 4th? If we paid everything now, next year, how much money would we be in the hole going into the next year, the 26, 27 year? If we don't cut any costs, how much are we going to be going into the hole next year?
Over 120 million.
Right. So we're not asking people to kind of hey, if you're the head of function X, can you limit your expenses to last year's expenses? We're saying to some people, we need you to cut costs 10%, some people more than 10%. Dr. Hepburn is looking for 1,000 positions to undo and not fill on top of the 300 or 400 teacher positions we're not going to have. So the 185 that Ms. Hickson brought out is a 22% raise from where he is now. It's a one-year plan to come back and see where to go from there. Again, I'm not hard over on either one of those numbers, but I can tell you that the 185 is very consistent with what we're asking every function to do. It's just to find what's the reduction, 15 over that 7.5% reduction if we did that. And so a 22% raise, 7.5% less than what the outgoing chief auditor made, does send the right signal to our folks. And to Ms. Hickson's point, I appreciate you thinking about the message that goes out today. This is only one position of 25,000, but every one position adds up over time, and it gets to 25,000. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And before I go to Dr. Holness, I did just want to flag, and I appreciate Ms. Hickson asking the question about what the previous chief auditor made in 2023, so 3 years ago, and that was $175,000. To go from the 175 to the 185, which is what Ms. Hickson offered, is about a 5.7% raise for that position. Again, kind of unheard of for our other employees. But when we agreed to the $200,000 for Mr. Rhodes to go from 175 to 200,000 back in 2023, that was a 14% pay increase for that position. So I just think that's important to note. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, and I appreciate Board Member Hickson's comments and her motion. And I fully understand that we are in a financial, we have financial constraints. But at the same time, we're also talking about teachers and staff and so on. So my thought on all of that is this. I don't believe Broward County is paying teachers 19% below market rate for teachers in the state of Florida. Dr. Hepburn, are we paying teachers 19% below market rate for teachers in Florida?
No, we're not paying them below market rate in compared to state of Florida average rate.
Okay, are we paying any staff, any position in Broward that are lateral positions 19% below market rate in the state of Florida?
No, our rate are very competitive compared to our peers.
Okay, so if we pay Mr. Magley $185,000, it would be 19% below market rate as far as the mean average. And as far as the median, it will be 18% below market rate. So there's no position, Dr. Hepburn, that you can think of that are lateral positions in Broward County schools that we're paying 18% below market rate.
None that I can think of off the top of my head.
And certainly we are not paying 18% below market rate for our teachers as compared to the state of Florida average.
That's correct. That's a correct statement.
Okay, so I don't think we're comparing apples to apples. This is a position that has a certain value, right? A certain pay rate on average. And if we pay Mr. Magley $185,000, we are going to be paying him 19% below the market rate as far as the mean average, and 18% below the market rate as far as the median average. This would be an anomaly because there is not employees within this district getting 18 or 19% below market rate. So why should we do that for this position? So, I understand, and this is not a matter of discussing or not understanding our financial concerns. This is more a matter of acting in a manner that is comparable to the state, that is equitable to all employees. And I think if we pay Mr. Magley 18% below market rate, that's not comparable to all employees. So that's the reason why I'm looking at Board Member Bullman's motion, which is 10% below market rate, even at the $200,000. but it's comparable to Mr. Rhodes, so I think that's a fair place to land. And Dr. Lozano, it appears you have something to say.
Good morning. So technically, the median roles normally typically represent seasoned professionals in that role, not entry-level, professions coming into the position. So they're more seasoned 4 or 5 years, 6 years into the position.
Understand, but we're looking at the state average for, and I understand what you just said, but we're looking at the state average for that position. And when we look at the state average, we haven't break it down into which of these are seasoned, not seasoned, and so on. It's just the average for the state, the mean average, the median average. So among the mean, median average for the entire state, you could have entry-level people, you could have people here 5 years, 10 years. So I get all of that. But when we look at the mean average, he is 18% below, 19% for the mean. So, I am comfortable landing at 10% below, which is the 200,000. And as far as my take on looking at other positions such as teachers and other non-instructional staff and so on and so forth, you're not comparing apples to apples when you're looking at two different positions. When you look at the same positions, then you're comparing apples to apples, and then you look at the mean average for those positions across the state. If we were paying teachers 18% below teachers in the state, that would be a problem. This room would be filled with people. But that's not what we're doing. So we can't compare one position with another when they're completely different salary scales. So I think when we look at what this position and what Mr. Magley should be making as far as a fair salary, we have to look at the state average. And we look at the mean already, we look at the median, and 200,000 would land him 10% below. So I think it's a fair place to land. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board discussion? Mr. Magley?
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate all these considerations and concerns, and I like to hear what everyone's having to say. Sometimes we're using these numbers to our benefit, and then other times we just don't even consider them. What I do consider are all these things that we're saying about the massive restrictions that we have to deal with. But I also know and how much this job entails. Under the circumstances and what's been discussed, and I've listened to everything that has been discussed, if you're prepared to, and it's not where I thought I'd want it to be, but if you're prepared to offer me Mr. Rhodes' exiting salary, we can end this now. I don't know if that's proper for me to say it like that, but, I just want to be, if this is where, if people are going to keep going back and forth, and I'm the one who's going to concede that, and I appreciate the words, Dr. Holness, because quite honestly, we keep saying that I don't have experience as the chief. And I know when the gentleman went to Miami-Dade, at a minimum, several years ago, got 215. And I'm not here trying to continue to bat this around and beat each other up about it when we all have a great deal of respect for each other and what we're capable of doing and will do. So that's not what I'm trying to do. It was never my motivation, even going into the negotiation. I wanted to be fair based on even what we talked about, market analysis and looking at these things. And that's not where we are. We're on where we are here at Broward, okay, a very impacted group under a lot of scrutiny, and I want to do right by that. So the other part of that, Ms. Sixon, just to address that sequencing and meritorious advancement, is that Mr. Rhodes never got a raise. And we really don't know. It's Mr. Severa, and he didn't say it like that, but we don't know. We're hoping we're going to get somewhere, and I'm darn sure trying to be somebody who helps that happen and makes things better. So I fully understand that. So that part of it, I don't think is fair. I think that based on the circumstances, though it's not the ultimate accomplishment for me, but it means a lot to me. It's a great opportunity. I would not have put in for it knowing what we do here, okay, if I didn't think it was important more than just the money part. But I put that out to you right now. So one way or another, we can either part as colleagues or, whatever the decision. And if you have further discussion, I understand that too. But I just wanted to put that in there for everybody.
Any other board member discussion on the substitute motion to make the salary $200,850? All right, all in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Mrs. Bowman's motion. School Board members Ahodev,
Yes.
Bowman,
Yes.
Severa, Hickson, Honus,
Yes.
Leonardi,
No.
Rupert,
Yes.
Thompson,
Yes.
Zeman. Motion passes 5-4.
All right, so we are back to the item. I had Miss Thompson on the list to speak on the item next.
No, I've said my piece.
Anyone else on the item?
Welcome to the team.
Mr. Severa?
Yeah, I echo Dr. Zeman's comments as well. Welcome aboard. And for what it's worth, I think you have to appreciate the storm that you are effectively walking into. There is a very, very high level of expectation that's going to be placed on your shoulders, and I'm very confident that you are going to meet the call and assist this board with a litany of things that we are going to need in the very near future. And I'm very, very confident that you are going to do what needs to be done to get this board back on track. So welcome. We're happy to have you. And I'm glad we can now effectively end the salary portion of this. So thank you for that.
Yeah. And I thought I heard approval in the or an agreement in the comments that you gave Mr. Magley, but I just want to make sure we get formal agreement that you agree to the $200,850.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any other comment on the item? All in favor of item 1, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Congratulations.
Thank you, folks.
All right, now that item 1 has passed, we do need to open up the agenda so I can withdraw item number 2. So could I have I'll make a motion to open the agenda. Could I have a second?
Second.
Motion made by me, second by Ms. Rupert to open the agenda. All in favor of opening the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. I would like to, do I have to make a motion to withdraw item? I'll make a motion to withdraw item 2.
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Holness. All in favor of withdrawing item number 2. Public comment on the motion. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion passes unanimously. Could I now close? Do I need to close the agenda now? Could I get a motion and a second to close the agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Rupert. Public comment on closing the agenda. All in favor of closing the agenda, say aye. Aye. All right. All opposed, say no. Closing the agenda passes unanimously. Now that we have exhausted all of the items, the scheduled order of business for the special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no objections, I will now adjourn the special school board meeting. Welcome to today's school board workshop. This workshop at the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. To ensure a safe and productive environment, please note the clearly marked emergency exits. Do not block exit doors, and all attendees must be seated except for media. Once the room reaches capacity, attendees will be directed to the overflow area. If the fire alarm sounds, exit the room calmly, continue outside the building, and remain there until authorities give clearance to return. Thank you for your cooperation. All please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. As we begin, we reaffirm our mission for the second time today, 100% proficiency for all students. As an A-rated district, we remain committed to sustaining this achievement and supporting every student to reach their highest potential. Our theme this year is Believe, Empower, Achieve, One Broward. We will now proceed with the agenda. Today's workshop will operate in accordance with School Board Policy 1020, and the board will review the items as advertised and presented by the superintendent. Our first item is committee reports. And to accommodate some requests that were made in advance, I will call on ESE Advisory Council first. Please add 5 minutes to the clock.
Thank you so much for accommodating me. I've just got to shoot out of here straight afterwards, so thank you. I want to give a shout out, first of all, to the 300 students who were honoured at the BCPS Just Do It Awards last week, which spotlight the perseverance and achievements of students with disabilities and their peer partners. This is in its 27th year, and it's the loveliest of occasions. Thank you to Gwen Lipscomb, Diane Egan, and all the team at Fiddlers and the ESE department that organised this event that so joyously showcased the special in special ed and the ability in disability. It was nice also to see the superintendent and 2 school board members there to celebrate these special students. Thank you, Ms. Hickson and Ms. McCarthy-Bullman. At our most recent ESE advisory meeting, we were missing 5 out of 9 school board appointees. Some of you may have now lost your appointees altogether if those absence made the members not in good standing, so please feel free to let me know if you'd like help finding replacements. I've now completed 2 reports that I've sent to the superintendent containing feedback and recommendations resulting from our reviews of 2 important areas, which I'll close out this week. The superintendent has them in draft form and distribute. The first is entitled Strengthening the BCPS District-Wide Elopement Plan, and it proposes improvements to student safety, prevention, and district accountability regarding elopement incidents. Elopement is when a student leaves the supervised area without permission. It can stem from impulsivity, emotional distress, mental health crises, or can be associated with autism and intellectual disabilities and come with limited danger awareness. Off-campus elopement presents potentially fatal risks. While the current plan establishes a framework of sorts, the ESE advisory review identified gaps in areas such as risk differentiation, prevention, and accountability. In particular, the district's failure or inability to provide, upon repeated request, any data on incident numbers, after-action reviews, and reporting mechanisms expose weaknesses in monitoring and oversight. Our suggestions for improvement include adopting a tiered risk classification system to ensure appropriate and timely responses, clearer definitions of attempted versus executed elopement, mandatory communication protocols, stronger guidance for field trips and unsecured campuses, and so on. It also calls for mandatory immediate parent notification and GPS activation protocols. Prevention and accountability are central themes of the report, and recommendations include annual staff training and drills, stronger integration of elopement prevention into IEPs and behaviour plans, environmental reviews after incidents, and standardized reporting templates. The proposal emphasizes that effective preparation and oversight can make the difference between life and death. The second of our reports is about restoring trust between families and BCPS by strengthening transparency, accountability, and follow-through when parents raise concerns. When concerns are met with delay, unclear process, inconsistent communication, or no documented resolution, trust erodes, and in some cases, families leave the district. This is not about isolated complaints. There are systemic weaknesses in how concerns are received, investigated, resolved, and tracked. The goal should be to move from a reactive case-by-case approach to a structured, measurable accountability system, which is what our report provides suggestions for. The report also identifies gaps in procedure around student safety and investigations in cases involving injuries, alleged misconduct, abuse investigations, or SIU involvement. Parents often receive unclear or inconsistent communication or no communication at all. The board also needs to be concerned about lack of incident report documentation, withholding of records, confusion at the district end about legal obligations under FERPA, IDEA, and Florida law, and outdated board policies. I must again raise these concerns about legal guidance that is inconsistent with federal and state law regarding parental access to records. Our recommendation is to clarify proposals and so on, and it's all in the report that I'll distribute. In other news, we are launching a deaf and hard of hearing committee. Among topics for urgent review and that are transportation challenges for DH8 students who travel long distances all to the central program sites. In some cases, we're told we're departing before 5 a.m. Families report exhaustion, lost instruction time, and ongoing frustration. ESE Advisory made transportation recommendations at the start of the school year, but response and meaningful change still elude us. We requested ESE training for bus staff, but have not received updates. I believe the Transportation Department has been contacted by the ESE Department, and Dr. Hepburn, maybe there is something you can do to assist the ESE Department in getting a response to that invitation for transportation to come to ESE Advisory at our next meeting. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. And do any of my colleagues have questions for Ms. Luscombe before she has to leave? Mr. Severa?
You can go first.
If Ms. Rupert would be permitted to go first, I would appreciate it.
Ms. Rupert?
Oh, okay. I was going to say the same thing for you. That's great. Thank you, Jackie, for being here as usual and for always saying exactly what needs to be said. So I appreciate that. Have you, at this time, not received any of the data from the elopement?
Only from your office yesterday, because you got written follow-up and I didn't, but thank you for sending it.
Okay, that was my question and answer for that part. Mr. Superintendent, Dr. Mr. Superintendent, it's always hard which way to call you. Do we have, it's a harder question to ask. I guess if you look at the entire ESE part of the district, okay? Obviously, it's like working on a cruise ship, and hold me there for a second if I'm not going off the rails here. Is that anything that you can have a job for here in Broward County or in America, you can get a job on a cruise ship to do it. It's kind of a once get on there and you got everything you need. I think looking at ESE for me as a teacher was always that way. I called it the ESE umbrella, and have often said that I would love that every child has an IEP learning plan, because it'll, play to the needs of the students. So saying that, has your ESE team gotten together to discuss these great accountability gaps and the risk for this very, very special population?
Yes, the answer is yes. We've already done internal discussions, and as you know, we're talking about new org chart and changes in how we provide services to students that receive them. And also, we have a meeting upcoming to be scheduled with Ms. Luscombe and her crew also to discuss further. Yep.
So your office has already reached out to Ms. Luscombe's office?
Yep, she's reached out to us, and we're scheduling a meeting to discuss.
Okay.
But the team is already working internally to make any changes or revisions that are needed, especially for the upcoming school year.
Okay. Thank you for that. I would actually appreciate, and I'm sure my colleagues as well, to know when that is happening, to have an after-meeting report, but also to plan a designated workshop to discuss, possibly doing another report like the Evergreen report. If memory serves me, it was 110 recommendations in that report. And we monitored it for a while, and then we stopped. I don't even know when many years ago it was, maybe 5?
was in 2014 and reported in 2015.
Oh, 10, 11. Okay. And if you haven't, as board members, read that or never heard of it, it's extremely important because it actually lays out exactly what Ms. Lupscomb is looking at and talking about. I'm a big believer that you measure what you want to either improve at or to make strategic moves. And I don't think we can, do that if we don't have all the situation under the umbrella that we need to know these because the parents do. Another idea would also be parent involvement task force. I think in the past we've had it, maybe one or two on those. I would ask them when they have their when you talk to let us know what you would think about that. And I think the more that we work together, especially committees and board, it's better for our students, it's better for our teachers, it's better for our parents and community. Honestly, being extremely transparent and forward-facing is the best way we can get past the blah blah and do what's right for our kids. So thank you for making sure that my office got that information. But in a perfect world, especially chairs of committees, that should happen sooner. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vera.
Thank you, and thank you to the ESC Advisory Council for the report and for coming this morning. I heard something that was very troubling to me, and I'd like some clarification from the district on it. And if I misstate, Ms. Lipscomb, any of the facts as I'm regurgitating them here, please correct me for purposes of the record. Mr. Superintendent, I'd like some clarification on our records policy involving student incidents at our school. I'd like to give you a hypothetical situation, and I'd like very much, sir, to know what your response is based on what the current policy would dictate. If student X is in school and comes home with bruises, and a parent asks for an investigation or an inquiry to be done to discover the source of those injuries, the school conducts an investigation and consult with the district, and we follow protocol, and the investigation is completed. After the investigation is completed, the parent makes a request for those records. Does the parent have a right to have those records? And if so, what is the turnaround time for a request of such records?
Records, yes. Turnaround time, it depends. Also, it depends on the situation for the records as well. I'll have General Counsel chime in on if there's any specific situations where we would not provide records or what type of records and for what reason. So, these situations go along the spectrum of it's unique to the kids. So go ahead, Ms. Chalk Adams.
Through the chair, just on the unique circumstance of whether or not a person files a claim under 76828, past that period of time, they could not make that public records request. So it depends upon that factual circumstance.
Okay, I'm not talking about making claims, and I'm not talking about threats of litigation or attorney hold letters or spoliation letters or anything like that. In my hypothetical, it's very specific. An investigation is requested as to whether or not a child was harmed at a school. Okay? An investigation is done. The parent is notified that the investigation has been completed, and the parent is asking for a copy of that report with all of its findings.
Mr. Ferreira, I'm sorry, you told me to chime in if...
Yes, please.
Parent isn't even told if an investigation is completed.
Fair. So, for purposes, again, of just this hypothetical, once that investigation is done, how quickly actually, let me back up. Is the parent entitled to that investigative report?
So, through the chair, I cannot engage in stating hypotheticals and giving answers on the spot, because the way that I do my work, legally speaking, I look at facts, I look at documentation, so I do not want to state an answer to a hypothetical, one fact of which may change my answer. So I was merely responding to the question that Dr. Hepburn was posing to me, that separate and discrete answer. So I do not want to engage in listening to a hypothetical and providing my legal analysis, because that is not the way that I would do that on a daily basis.
If I may, Mrs. Severa, just on the admin side of the house, if something happens to a kid and we do an investigation and a parent requests the records, yes, they do have access to the records. But the question I proposed to General Counsel, if there's certain unique circumstances that would prevent the records from being given to that parent. There's other things that may happen, lawsuits, whatever the case may be, but under normal circumstances, we're 6th largest school districts, almost 200,000 students. We have stuff happen to kids every day, right? Be it with their peers, be it with another adult. Investigations go on all the time, and those records, when requested, are actually given to parents so they are aware of what actually happened on campus with their child. But sometimes there are unique circumstances that become litigious, and that may interfere with the timeliness or even the ability to receive certain records. So under normal circumstances, yes.
Okay, so I want to break that down because I need a better understanding of how this is working. Okay? In a scenario in which there's not a threatened lawsuit, or there's no threat of litigation, there's no attorney hold letter, there's no lawyers involved, Mom just wants a copy of the investigation report once it's complete. Mr. Superintendent, is she entitled to a copy of that report? How quickly after the initial request is made does Mom get a copy of that report?
As soon as the admin team can go through the investigation, redact the names that she is not privy to seeing of other students in certain circumstances that involve other students, you normally will get a report about your child and redact any information about the other kids.
Understand, and I can appreciate that. Is that something, sir, that would take 6 days, or is that something that would take 6 months?
It depends on the scope of the investigation and how detailed it is. If it's just, say, Johnny got popped in the head in PE, they asked all the kids in PE, no, that's a quick one. But if there's something a little bit more nuanced, it may take a little bit longer.
Okay. Now, the last part of this, because I want to understand, I think the ESC chair wants to understand, and hopefully members of the public want to understand as well. What are the situations, okay, and if you need to point to statute, policy, the administrative code, what are the situations in which the district would not provide a copy of that incident report after it was completed, or excuse me, the investigation report after it was completed?
Well, I will yield to General Counsel on that one. Usually in any type of situation that's beyond the scope of normal administrative duties on a campus of doing an investigation, and when it involves legal, we look for legal's advice and taking the next steps of what we can and can't do.
So through the chair, whenever there is, depending upon what is going on in terms of litigation, lawsuits, claims, records holds letter, if none of that is in existence, then it is exactly what the superintendent has indicated. They are entitled to those records. So even if the investigation is completely over and done with, yes, they are entitled to those records.
Mr. Superintendent, what's the recourse that a parent has if their records are not, that they've requested, are not turned over in a timely manner?
They move up the chain. If this is at a school and they're dealing with assistant principal, they just move up to the school principal. If not, they can consult with the regional office if they're still not getting what they need.
Okay. And what happens if the regional office doesn't give it in a timely manner?
They just start moving forward. Everybody has a boss.
Can the state get involved?
The state can get involved with anything or most things in our school district if they need to.
Does a parent have a right to contact the Florida Department of Education and file a grievance or a complaint with them if they don't believe that their records are being produced in a timely manner?
Yep, they can call the state, they can call they have a right to call whoever they feel that's going to assist them and advocate for them.
Last part of my question. Ms. Jock Adams, I don't think I received an answer to this. Respectfully, I'm looking for a statute site, policy site, an administrative code site that you can provide to members of the public which would exclude the district's obligation to give a copy of this investigation report because of a threat of litigation.
Are you speaking to exemptions to the public records law?
You said before that every case is unique, and if there's threats of litigation, again, I know you don't want to hear it, but I'm going to go back to my hypothetical. Okay, in my hypothetical situation in which the investigation has been completed, and mom now wants the records, you said that cases like this can be unique, and in certain circumstances involving litigation or threats of litigation, the district would not have an obligation to turn over those records. I want to know respectfully, ma'am, is there a portion of the statute that parents should be looking at? Is there a portion of the Broward County School Board policy that parents should be looking at? Is there a portion of the Florida Administrative Code that parents should be looking at to see all these exemptions that would permit the district to not turn over this investigation report?
Just focusing on public records, because once again, when I perform a legal analysis, I do not do it the way we're doing it right now, where I'm given a hypothetical with parts that may or may not change. What I do know is an exemption to the public records law is Chapter 119.071. However, I do not provide advice to anyone but the school board. That's who I provide my legal advice to. So I would not be providing advice to the public for any reason.
What if I want to know?
So if you want to know as a board member, I am an attorney to the school board. However, the public, no, I do not provide legal advice to the public.
I want to know, in my capacity, Adam Cervera, school board member representing District 6, what portion of the Florida statutes, the administrative code, or the Broward County policy would prevent the district from having to give over an investigation report that's made by a parent whose child has been injured in a classroom?
So not focusing on any of the factual circumstances that you mentioned, because based upon those facts and circumstances, legal advice can vary based on facts. There is Chapter 119.071 of the Florida statutes, as well as 768.28. Now, those are the main statutes, but I do not want to be held to the factual circumstance that you referenced, because depending upon facts and circumstances, my legal advice may change.
Okay, so 768, 119. What about the Florida Admin Code?
The Florida Administrative Code, I would have to look that up.
What about Broward County School Policy?
In terms of, what is a salient question?
The same inquiry, ma'am. Is there anything in the Broward County School Board policy that would prevent the district from having to turn over a record because of perceived threats of litigation?
I would have to look into that, Mr. Cervera.
I would ask you to do that for all of the above when you're able. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions or concerns for the ESC Advisory Council? All right. Thank you. Audit Committee?
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Getting the microphone. Okay, good morning. The Audit Committee met yesterday, March 2nd, 2026. It was a specially called meeting to review and transmit the annual comprehensive financial report. The report is being transmitted to you in a timely manner. In addition, we reviewed and transmitted reports required by the Uniform Guidance for the year ended June 30th, 2025, prepared by S. Davis and Associates. We appreciate Romanier Johnson coming to our meeting to address the two matters above, as well as to provide an update on the fund balance for fiscal year 2025-26. In response to her comments and in response to questions raised by the committee members, a motion was passed recommending that the district sponsor a parent university or some other forum to educate and engage parents, students, and members of the community on the current district financial condition. We encourage this in an effort to be transparent so that your stakeholders will fully understand what you are doing to mitigate the situation, educating the extended community on the finances of the district and inviting their input on possible strategies to make budget cuts, while ensuring that the maximum amount of dollars are directed to student learning and success needs to be a priority, and we hope that you will support an initiative to be shared with the public in coming weeks. And just then finally, we just wanted to, we had a little celebration thanking Dave Rhodes for his work as our auditor, and yeah, it was a great meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Broward County Association of Student Councils and Student Advisors School Board.
Thank you, everybody, and good morning. Happy March. I feel like we were just here to do reports, so time is flying by, which for us as seniors is not a good thing. I want to start off by welcoming you, Mr. Magley, into your new role. As the student advisors, we don't deal with a lot of audit matters, which I think is a good thing, but want to welcome you on behalf of the students, and we look forward to working with you. We have a lot to update you all on. I'm probably making a surprise announcement to Ms. Gohl in the Parent Community Involvement Task Force, so I'm sorry. But we're hoping to have our first student university after many months of figuring out what that would look like and reaching out to talk about testing and over-testing and clearing up that narrative and gaining some more feedback from students. So we're looking forward to continuing the work with Dr. Cohn and his team and the Parent Community Involvement Task Force. We have been busy on our road tour of the non-traditional schools. We've had some amazing visits at our non-traditional schools. We were even gifted hats from Linear James Education Center that we promised we would wear today. Thank you to Principal Michelle Laurent for giving these to us. We had a great discussion. Also want to highlight Ms. Stern at Cross Creek, Ms. Jackson at Cypress Run, Ms. Baltazar at H.G. Perry, Ms. Merchant James at Siegel. We've had great visits there. It's so nice to hear. We ask in each of the non-traditional sessions about the impact these schools have had for these students. And hearing those individual stories has just been very powerful. And I will admit, for those of you that know me, know that I'm not the most emotional person, but a couple of those times caught me. And just to hear the life-changing stories of our students in the non-traditional setting has just been incredibly powerful. We're looking forward to visits at Whispering Pines, Whitten Rogers, and Pine Ridge over the next few weeks, and just really want to thank those students and administrators for welcoming us to their home to hear their feedback. We are in the last administration window for this school year of the quarterly student feedback survey. As of today, we are at 47% district-wide, which is 10% above where we were at mid-window last quarter. So we are seeing some good increases in performance or in responses. What's awesome about this quarter is we've been able to develop an even more enhanced artificial intelligence tool in it that's asking follow-up questions based off of responses, right? So for example, if you respond to a question that says that you strongly agree that you belong at your school, but then you say you strongly disagree that you would recommend your school to another student, the AI agent is seeing that and it's asking why the difference. Why are you feeling like you belong but you won't recommend, right? So we're getting some in-depth responses there, and we're looking forward to sharing that with the board on April 14th. We'll be doing our quarterly student and school board feedback session tied in with that data. So the students are really going to be bringing life to some of the data that we're receiving. I want to thank the teaching and learning directors and Dr. Fulton and her team for welcoming me last week to present an update. We had a very productive conversation, as well as Ms. Fry and the Human Relations Council. We were able to go do a presentation on this data, so thank you for welcoming us. It was a great discussion, and we're looking forward to continued engagement. The Superintendent Student Advisory Committee met last week. I want to thank Mr. Ben Osborne from Physical Plant Operations for attending. We had a great discussion on what facilities improvements can look like from the student perspective. How can students play a role in making sure that our facilities are clean and well maintained? I've said it before, I'll say it again, the bathrooms don't dirty themselves. So we know that kids play a huge role in keeping our campuses clean, and we're looking forward to launching some pilot initiatives over the next few months to get the ball moving on that. And finally, I want to thank Jasir for all of the work that he's been doing on the Youth Mental Health Summit in collaboration with the Unbreakable organization, our internal mental health services department, and the school culture and student support team. That will be taking place on April 18th at South Broward High School. Information has been sent out to students for registration. We're looking forward to having a really productive conversation on what mental health in the 22nd century classroom will look like, and having that conversation to embrace, what we need to do to address that. So, as always, if there's any students who have anything to share, they can reach out to us on our social media channels or via email, and we're looking forward to a productive end of the school year. Thank you.
Thank you. Parent Community Involvement Task Force.
Thank you. Good morning, board members. The Parent Community Involvement Task Force met last night for our March meeting, and we had a dynamic and forward-looking discussion focused on communication, partnership, and student opportunity. First, I want to highlight our February 4th Parent University on Student Support Services. It was a very robust session that helped families better understand the wide range of services available across the district. A sincere thank you to Simone Hollingsworth and her entire team, as well as Kevin Williams and the Innovative Learning team for their collaboration and thoughtful presentation. When families understand what exists, they are far more likely to access it. Looking ahead, we are excited to partner with Guy Bramoha and Secondary Learning on an upcoming Parent University focused on advanced academics. We will spotlight the full continuum of dual enrollment, advanced placement, IB, and Cambridge offerings available to BCPS students. These programs are a true differentiator for our district. Our goal is to ensure families clearly understand not just that these opportunities exist, but how their children can strategically access and benefit from them. I am thrilled to hear the breaking news about the Student University. That is so exciting. I feel like these more accessible forums are such a powerful way to engage students, and then students and families can have conversations. So that is very happy news. We appreciate the Audit Committee's motion to host a Parent University session focused on helping families understand the district's financial situation in accessible terms. Our task force strongly agrees this needs to happen quickly. During our meeting, several members applauded the work DAC and the areas are doing to educate parents on different issues and foster dialogue. We hope to partner with them. That's a little bit of breaking news too, Cynthia, on this work to help the community understand the district's financial realities and provide opportunities for input. The task force emphasized that this topic requires transparency, shared understanding, and meaningful community engagement. We are planning a nonprofit forum on April 15th, designed to strengthen connections between schools and nonprofit organizations. And we feel like as we go into budget conversations, those connections are going to be more important than ever. We have a meeting scheduled next week with Dr. Wilson on Innovative Learning to move our podcast initiative forward to its next phase. And we really see that as an opportunity to build that connection with families. We are also excited to revive a centralized school resource locator database that would house both district and external nonprofit resources. We request respectfully that the board and superintendent support us in collaborating with the FACE team and strategic partnership teams to explore this further. Finally, we ended our conversation last night with a discussion of the policy on next week's agenda regarding school clubs. We are hearing from multiple high schools that they are struggling to secure and sustain club sponsors, even for cornerstone organizations such as student government, drama, and student newspaper. Some school administrators have indicated that current eligibility limitations for sponsors have become quite restrictive, and the result is that students are suffering. If that is the case, it raises serious concerns about equitable student access to leadership, arts, journalism, and other enrichment experiences that are foundational to school culture and engagement. For many students, these activities are not peripheral. They are the reason they show up each day. They are where students develop communication skills, collaboration, time management, problem solving, and real-world leadership capacity. Truly the foundation of college, career, and life readiness. More importantly, these are the spaces where students find connection, identity, and belonging. We can imagine that this landscape will only get more challenging as staffing reductions occur and budget crises continue. Our task force believes that it will be increasingly important to invite in the community in as club sponsors, thoughtfully and safely to help sustain these experiences. Of course, we must maintain rigorous safeguards, level 2 clearances, background checks, and appropriate training. But procedural barriers should not limit the opportunities of our students. We respectfully encourage the board, as you consider this policy next week, to examine whether there are pathways to responsibly incorporate community volunteers in club sponsorship roles so that bureaucracy does not stand in the way of meaningful student opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, to accommodate a request that was made before the meeting, does anyone have any questions for the Parent Community Involvement Task Force? Ms. Hickson?
Thank you, and thank you so much for your diligent work on all this. So I really kind of want to ask the superintendent two things. First of all, thank you for wanting to do the Parent University for Financial Concern. So I'd like to ask the superintendent, if I'm not mistaken, I think the last time we were here, I also asked for a town hall in the different regions and also a parent university to kind of look at a bigger picture. So kind of the good, the bad, and the, I don't want to say ugly, but, you know, the sharing the good things that are happening in the district, the concerns we have, and then asking the community for their input. So when they did mention they'd like to do it sooner rather than later, so if we could start with the parent university and then branch out to the town halls, how fast could we do that? Or, you know, what date do you think would work for that is my question.
We'll have to get back to you on the dates for town halls. We're working with an external partner too, just to make sure we're communicating appropriately and also addressing all the external stakeholders appropriately. So the parent university, that's one we can hop on quickly. The town halls, we'll have to get back to you with the specific
I get that.
date.
That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
Start with the parent university. It would be be like the kickoff beforehand. So can we say in the next 2 weeks we would have a parent university?
It all depends on the parent community task force. Yeah.
Can I just respond on behalf of audit and parent community, because we'd probably both be working on this? Plus Ms. Johnson, I don't know, she might want to weigh in here. But we were thinking the week after spring break is probably the soonest, because we have less than 2 weeks till spring break. So we were thinking that following week. And the other thing, and I forgot to include this in my report, but if we could do even more extensive outreach and communication to parents and communities, to cities, to everybody, to let them know we're having this program. I'm sorry I'm interrupting here, but we just feel this needs to be broadly communicated, and we need to really engage our community and ask them to help us to,
Yep, absolutely.
because you suggested it.
I agree. So would
No,
that work the week
that
after
works. The week, that's perfect timing. And by that time, we'll get a lot of feedback from the external consultant we're working with, just to make sure this is on our radar. And so we want to make sure how we communicate and the volume of communication and also the target audience out of the community is all done appropriately. So we're leaning on some expertise that we don't have in-house to make sure that's done appropriately. So that's perfect timing. Yeah.
Perfect. And I want to re-emphasize, I think we should be starting off with the great things because there are many great things happening in our district, and I think it gets overshadowed with a couple of things that aren't so great happening. And so I think it's important to do that. But I also think it's important to have a space where they're able to share their thoughts or maybe their own ideas on how I get emails every day on people have ideas on how to save money. So we may or may not be able to shake them out, but at least give them a platform in that forum to be able to share their.
And can I comment on that? So that was part of our discussion last night. So the model we're envisioning is that Ms. Johnson, I've heard she does a really wonderful job of really speaking in plain language to say, this is where we are, this is why we're there, and this is what it means for students, community members, families. We thought we'd have some kind of just very short survey at the end where then as people are thinking about this, they could share their ideas. And that we would kind of curate that report and those findings to bring to the board to say, here are community-driven ideas that might work. And there was also a conversation of almost doing a separate session for teachers that kind of gets at something similar. So just throwing that out there.
Yeah, if I can add, because we probably need to meet offline to discuss further, because we already have in the works a survey that we're developing for community, parent, student, and also faculty staff. Just a simple survey, 3 questions. And leverage our, what's the survey tool?
Thought Exchange.
Thought Exchange to theme it out based on all the feedback so we can get some really good themes about what the consensus is on feedback. So we'll talk about on offline about timing.
Sounds good.
And whatnot. But you have a great point too, Ms. Hickson, about just I call it a sandwich too. The great things at the top, the great things at the bottom, and challenges in the middle. And we're definitely not doing a good job of that sandwich. It's a little upside down. There's bad things in the top, bad things at the bottom. Sometimes a little slither of whatever you like in the middle. Yeah. So like that takes all of us. That's just not just not my staff. That takes all of us.
So, and I would also mention that I know we use a lot of thought exchange, but I think people have different feelings about that. So I think there should also be a space where they can share their thoughts, not necessarily through thought exchange for those people who have their own feelings about it. My other question is, and we actually had this discussion, Ms. Fertig and I, about the school clubs, which is timely because those policies are on our agenda today. But the question that came up, and as they just mentioned here, is there anything in policy that keeps a school from hiring or letting someone volunteer to do clubs like not band director in a school, but like band director as the extracurricular or chess club or shark club or any of those things if you don't have someone in the district, because they were getting some conflicting information, and I believe you can, but they were told that policy won't allow that. So if someone could answer that. Oh, Mrs. Rupert has her hand up.
On that point, Dr. Hepburn, do you have an update on that? Because I actually shared the situation going on at Pompano Beach High School with him and many of our other high schools, and he was going to get with staff and let us know. So this might be the opportune time.
Yeah, so a couple of board members approached me about the same situation, and so Dr. Fleming was looking into that with the principal and just pretty much gave the principal permission to do what they need to do. As far as a policy that's preventing that, I am not sure. I have to dive into it because we got a litany of policies coming for the next board meeting. I'll have to dive into that policy just to make sure we don't have barriers that are interfering with qualified people or people who have the desire to support our students. As long as they can go through if they're an external person that doesn't work for us, as long as they go through the background check and okay to be around our kids. But I'm not aware. I have to dive back through that policy just to make sure we don't have any barriers. I don't know if Ms. Jock Adams is in tuned or to that policy, or even to Mr. Hill.
Through the chair, I do know that there is a policy with regards to volunteers, and they do need to be background checked and screened.
Yeah, the question isn't just so much about that, because that was the issue, was having either a volunteer or someone externally fill the position of a sponsor for a club or an organ, or an activity that's happening. It wasn't about could they be a volunteer or not. It was could they serve as a sponsor for a club or activity. And the two policies we have don't speak to that at all.
I don't.
And then I asked Andre, Mr. Hill, if there were any additional ones, because someone is citing that policy doesn't allow it, but the two policies that speak directly to clubs don't address it at all.
The two that I see don't address, don't have that in there. So that's what we're trying to figure out. Where are people getting that information?
And if it is, could you bring those policies back
We'll
to us
do.
so we can fix them?
That's it. And can I quickly say before I apologize that last night at our meeting, I mean, the number of people who had personal experiences across the district, that's what they had been told. And I mean, literally an elected official who was background checked wanted to be in charge of SGA at an elementary school because they lost their sponsor and they were told absolutely not, for free. So clearly, even if it's not policy, there is an understanding that that is in fact what principals believe is. So if it isn't policy, it would be wonderful if we could clarify it.
Can I jump in real
Go
quick?
ahead.
Because I'm looking at 6350 right now, which is on the agenda for next week, and the amended version on page 1, section A. It says a staff sponsor shall be present at all meetings. So I think that is probably the barrier. So I think there's probably, if I'm reading the room right, probably a desire to not have it say staff sponsor, but just be sponsor. So I guess I would ask Ms. Jack Adams, not right now, but in preparation for next week, if we would be able to amend that. And it says each school club or activities must have a school sponsor approved by the principal or designee. So, I don't know what school sponsor means, but have it, so obviously this person has gone through the necessary background checks and clearance, but does not necessarily have to be employed by the school district or that school in particular. That would be my desire to fix that section so that we're not running into these issues moving forward.
Yes, Ms. Leonardi, I will go ahead and check to see if that person could be a volunteer rather than a staff member. I would have to have discussions.
And provide language to amend the policy for next week.
Okay.
Sorry, Ms. Rupert, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I did want to clarify that because I'm looking at the policy right now.
No, that's perfect. I was just going to go double back with the superintendent and say, I know we're going to do that next week. That's when we're going to be talking about this, but between now and then is an awful lot of practice time.
Yep. And one thing, when Rural General Counsel and I talk offline, is to check, because I know we've had a lot of laws change in the state of Florida within the past 4 or 5 years about who can be with kids by themselves, regardless if they're a level 2 background check volunteer, that in some situations a school board employee has to be present. So we just need to check that too, because that's maybe why that language is in there. It just needs to be worded more appropriately. But the situation that we have at Pompano High is another staff member coming over to that school. So that's not an issue.
Okay. So that's an okay for Pompano.
Yeah, that's a check.
Others.
Also, remember too, principals have discretion to say no. I don't want this person to be the sponsor. Right, so it's their school, it's the clubs. However they feel about the benefits and the value to the students, and they may have an option to choose somebody else, and they may tell that particular person no. So, we have those situations too, where principals lead their schools and their buildings and opportunities for their kids. But we need to check on that part as far as the laws.
Through the chair, thank you, Dr. Hepburn. In addition to those 2 items that you mentioned, there may be additional hurdles that prevent that. So I would like to have a discussion with Dr. Hepburn with regards to that.
Yep. So we'll get it. And for me, I'm all about student opportunities. The more clubs, the better. The more engaged our students are. So we'll find out, get rid of all the barriers that are not applicable to the law. Right. So we'll work on that.
Ms. Furtick?
Can I just comment that I'm glad you're going to be looking at current laws, because this policy's not been amended since 1974 when I was a student council sponsor at Coconut Creek High School. Wow. And before you went, Mark and Cynthia. So I think it's good to look at updates, but we envision this as a way when just a perfect example of when times are tough, this is a place where our community can come in and really supplement. I think it's a wonderful opportunity, and I'm glad the conversation has evolved to this point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other board questions or discussion on the Parent Community Involvement Task Force? All right. Thank you. Next, we have District Advisory Council.
Good morning. I'm sorry I didn't send a request, Chair, but someone else was supposed to speak for me today, and they weren't able to make it. I do have to try to make it to my son's field trip. My name is Cynthia Dominique. I'm a parent and chair of the District Advisory Council. Our last meeting was Wednesday, February 11th. We also had several subcommittee meetings since then for secondary schools, training for school advisory chairs, and policy reviews. Safety and security continue to remain a top priority for us. We continue to hear from parents that we have schools with inadequate security, operating with only one campus monitor. And as I walked into this building today, there were 4 out in the lobby. There's 3 or 4 in here today, but we have schools operating with just 1. We know that in the beginning of the school year, 104 positions were cut, but as of right now, vacancies are not being filled. And it appears the district may be moving toward more cuts or a different allocation model. As of today, there were also no job postings on the website, so we wanted clarity on whether the hiring freeze impacts campus monitors. And I'm not talking about armed guardians that are statutorily required, but campus monitors. If there is a vacancy, will new hires be allowed to fill those vacancies? Parents continue to voice concerns about school nurses. We saw the board meeting a few weeks ago where the nurse at William Dandy was able to use her specialized training and save a life. We would like the rest of our 47 schools to be able to be afforded the same opportunity for students and staff. In terms of Hazel Health, thank you, Chair, for the follow-up. We did hear that Hazel Health will likely be charging for their services in the future. I don't know if that will be a cost to the district or if that will be a cost transferred to families. But we want to ensure that the district is proactive in letting families know that come June, they will be charged for services. In terms of the laptop distribution, as of today, we still have students who haven't received those laptops. We're hearing that there are not enough protective cases for the laptops. I heard from one parent today that their principal said, go ahead and distribute the laptops without the cases so that students are able to have access to them. So I'd like to know how many people opted in. Of the opt-ins, how many have been distributed, and what are we pending? The community is obviously very concerned about the budgets, as you've heard today. They really want to focus on fiscal responsibility and ensuring that we have a thriving public school system. We've heard from parents they want to see cuts at the highest administrative non-student facing positions. As of today, the 25-26 budget guide is still not on the district website. We've requested it. We still haven't received it. We know that there are proposed changes coming to the staffing allocation models. There was supposed to be a presentation at one of the board workshops. We've requested that document, but we've yet to see it. The meeting documents for next week showed a projected fund balance of 2.7%. We know the CFO provided a memo stating that there were labeling corrections, but the language is a little bit ambiguous, and we think that there should be some clarity. In terms of SAC funding, we're still hearing there's just too much confusion. Schools are supposed to have this money, whether it's from school accountability, class wallet, recognition funds, and anything that rolls over. Will there be rollovers for next year? There are instances where schools might have nominal amounts left over for one reason or another, and we want to ensure that those funds are used for their intended purposes. We want to know when the remaining balance of accelerated funding will be pushed out to schools. We know the district kept 20%. They funded 40%. When will the other 40% be pushed out? And when will the aftercare funding for private providers be pushed out to schools as well? We want to shout out Kim Salucio. We heard that she has retired or resigned, and she's just was the epitome of what it meant to really be ethical and transparent and engaging the community and really yearning to empower parents. We're still hearing about testing. There's a lot of confusion, Chair, if I may. There was a memo that was supposed to be pushed out. I don't know if that has happened, so if you could give us an update, we would appreciate it. And for facilities, we're hearing a lot of concerns about the aging work orders. And we learned that when technicians are out in the field, they're still using paper to do the work orders, which further compounds the backlog. I don't know if there's a plan to digitize that process, make it more efficient, but it certainly is an issue. We had our school advisory training last week. We reached over 50 participants. We get really good feedback. We need the district's help in sharing out these meetings and trainings so that we can empower more parents so that they can engage better at their school levels and understand what is happening. Our meeting is tomorrow at 6:15 at KCW. We'll have the CFO out, strategy and innovation, attendance and calendar, and we have a budget training scheduled for April 1st. We look forward to working collaboratively with district staff as well as other advisories to ensure that student well-being and learning are a priority. And happy birthday, Linda. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I was unaware that you needed the extra time or that you wanted the board to ask questions now, but I'm happy to provide that courtesy. So any questions from the board members to DAC? Ms. Rupert? And Ms. Okay.
Thank you. Mine is a pretty quick question. I had heard that the committee members, and correct me if I'm wrong, have not been assigned their email accounts. Can we have an update on that?
So as of today, the request or the promises that were made in October to facilitate the training, to provide email addresses, to ensure all of the websites are up to date, haven't been fully completed. I have been working with Armando, and Linda has been working on it as well to try to ensure that we get all of the committees their email addresses. We did host a roundtable with advisory chairs a couple weeks ago, and that was a concern that many chairs brought forward. So far, I believe Central has theirs now, and South area, we're still waiting on a few others. Thank you.
Does North? Yeah.
North area has one, DAC has one, technology. I don't think HRC has, multilingual has theirs, but there are a few that still don't have it.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the update on that. I appreciate it. And the sooner the better for the communication, because that once again will facilitate transparency and really keep our parents and community members continually updated. So thank you.
If I may, Chair, are you talking, when you say have one, are you specifically talking about email addresses?
So the email addresses have been created. Mm-hmm. The chairs just have never been provided with the access to them.
Gotcha.
And there are some other issues that we're working on in terms of the capability of the accounts. And again, I've been working, and I did have a meeting with the communications department where we're working on trying to resolve these issues.
Thank you, Ms. Altaf. Thank you. Thank you for the report, Dr. Hepburn. It's very upsetting to continue to hear that our work orders are still being paper-driven. I've been told for years upon years that we are going electronic, that they're going to have iPads. This is continuing to add to confusion, chaos, and delays, and what are we going to do about it?
Actually, great question, great comment. I can have Mr. Dorsett and Mr. Davis, if both are behind me, to give you an update on work orders and the the project they've been working on and where they are with that project.
Good morning, Mark Dorsett, Task Assigned Chief Operating Officer. We have been working with IBM closely to move this process forward. Remember, recently we went with a what is the term used when we started IBM backup to try to get us up to speed with Maximo. They've been meeting religiously for the past couple of weeks, advancing that process. They have made a few milestones. I did meet with the DAC staff, I think it was last week, and I brought them up to speed as to where we are. We're meeting with a facility task force. We can't meet this Thursday, so the next facility task force meeting, we'll be meeting with them, giving them an update as to exactly where we are with Maximo and the implementation of the mobile modular. We anticipate that happening in short order. It's taking a while. I agree with you. It's not as fast as I'd like to see things happening, but this is where we are right now, and we are working diligently to move that forward. And if Trey has anything else to add to that.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsett. Trey Davis, Chief Information Officer. Our project with Maximo, specifically the shift to MAS, is set to end in the June timeframe. So that would be inclusive of electronic work orders as well. So just know that we are working diligently with IBM to make that happen.
Thank you for the response. However, I believe that this board wants a date, this has been going on for years, and I appreciate there's been some work to move this work forward with IBM. But this is IBM. They can make this happen in a faster, expedited manner. So, Dr. Hepburn, what does that look like to get this work done in an expedited manner so we can go paperless?
It is expedited, Ms. Aladef. The district bought, not IBM, but Maximo, I want to say 5 or 6 years ago. It was never implemented appropriately at all. The team started a new implementation, I want to say last July or August. In order to project manage this, they've been going through a specific cadence throughout the year, and that June date that Mr. Davis talked about is the actual completion date. And so it's not just about IBM and the technology, it's also about the people that have to use it too, orienting them, training them, having them get familiar with the technology, having them get familiar with the iPad. They've been using paper, for those who've been here for a couple of decades, for a long time. So the transition from going paper-based to technology-based, for many who probably don't even use a lot of technology in their own lives besides a cell phone, is some for a difficult task. And then we're also using Maximo for our FCA and inventory information too. So it is expedited. They're accomplishing this in a short amount of time when you're talking about project managing such a large-scale project over entire district. And so hopefully by June, we'll be good to go. And we'll see folks utilizing the equipment and the technology more appropriately versus what we were experiencing. And I don't know if they mentioned, but they do have some guys out there actually piloting the use. So you have kind of the train-the-trainer type model too.
Okay, perfect. Yep. So by June, boots on the ground, yep. They're using that technology and no more paper.
Yep, that's our hopes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Cervera?
Thank you. Thank you for the report. This campus monitor situation, Mr. Superintendent, is it, actually, let me ask it this way. Does our current hiring freeze affect the ability for our schools to hire additional campus monitors should the need arise?
No, it does not, but I know one thing they look at first is if there's not a need for all the campus monitors, let's say a secondary school, they could shift people around before they actually post a position. The thing I think most people fail to realize, when we post a position, it's going to take about almost a month to get somebody in that chair at that school. So we prefer to look for an immediate solution first, and if that immediate solution isn't applicable at that moment, then we'll post.
I'd like to talk with you offline because I certainly don't want to put out to the public what schools you have concerns with, but I'd like a list of where this is going on to see if I can proffer any assistance in making sure that they get the proper monitors that they need.
I would appreciate that. I can tell you right now that one of the campus monitors sitting here was pulled from a school today and every Tuesday.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your report. You mentioned regarding the laptops that those without cases or the schools not having cases, the laptops are not being distributed to those parents and students who opt in. So, Dr. Hepburn, do all of the schools have laptops for distribution? And do you know of any schools withholding laptops because they don't have cases? And if that's the case, then the lack of cases cannot and must not be a reason for delay for parents who opt in to get the laptops. So can you speak to that?
Yeah, absolutely. We have more than enough laptops to distribute to any student that has opted in. We actually talked to the principals, must have been last week or 2 weeks, about the same issue to get the laptops out. We have the spreadsheet that we share with the regional team, so they are aware, so they can talk to their principals about getting the laptops out for students that are opted in. Cases are not a barrier for us. We've already told them that. Get it to the students. When cases come in, they can distribute the cases. You know, cases are wonderful just to make sure they don't drop, crack, or whatever. But you know, most of our kids know how to handle a laptop without a case or not. But that's not a barrier. We have that information. We've been communicating with principals very readily to get those laptops out, and we'll continue to do so. So thanks for sharing the concern, and just one more thing, that Mr. Davis can make a higher frequency with his team to make sure they're communicating with the regional teams and the principals to get those laptops out.
All right. So, Dr. Hepburn, it was mentioned that there are certain specific schools, and if you don't mind, are you aware of which specific schools are not distributing the laptops because of cases, and how recent is that, Madam Chair?
I heard of another one today. So it's something that comes up in some of our subcommittee meetings, but it's a wider spread issue. I don't know how exactly widespread, but we've certainly heard several times that either some parents don't know why the laptop hasn't been distributed. In other cases, we've heard that schools are saying because they don't have a case, they're not distributing it.
Okay. So, Dr. Hepburn, for students who opt in, or the parents opt in for the laptop, how soon after they say they need a laptop do they get it?
It's sometimes immediate. They just have to fill out the information, and oftentimes our schools are doing that for the parents if they can't come in. So it's not I mean, it shouldn't take no more than a few days for them to get a laptop.
Okay.
Once the schools get the report that they're opting in.
All right. So if there are actually schools out there not distributing laptops because of lack of cases, can we get a communication out immediately to the principals to get the laptops out to students who opt in? Because certainly that is a direct consequence to their learning outcome if they need one and they don't have one. So how can we, and I'm sure that you've done your part in making sure principals know this, but apparently there's always one or two that may not be doing this. So since it's been communicated today, can we have some sort of immediate communication to let principals know they must distribute the laptops regardless of cases for parents who opt in? We're in the middle of the year. PM3 is coming up. There's no time for delay to impact students' learning outcome.
Yep, not a problem. I'm pretty sure Dr. Fulton's behind me, hopping on with her regionals right now to make sure those principals know what we're discussing to get those machines out.
Okay, so I am just hoping that going forward, I don't hear this again, because this
agreed.
is upsetting to me. They need to get their laptops if they opt in.
And if I can add, it's the process as well. Some schools are requiring parents to come in to pick up the laptop. Some schools are giving it to the student. So there's a lot of inconsistency.
So, Dr. Hepburn, what is the process if a parent opt in through a form, and can the students pick it up and take it?
Yeah, I don't know the specific process, but we had an all principals meeting. My weeks and days, jumble up. I want to say it was last week, and that was addressed also about the so-called barrier in the process, and the process is very simple through focus. So that was already addressed last week with the principal. So if you can allow Dr. Fulton and her regional team to address the principals and make sure that we're not putting undue barriers in front of us at the school level to get these laptops out.
Okay, so a parent can fill out the form from home. Is it an online form?
Correct.
And they don't have to come to the school, correct?
Correct. It shouldn't involve a lot of extra steps.
So I am hoping going forward that the principals are all informed that if parents fill out the form from home, that students can get their laptop in an expeditious manner, and that there's no barrier. If the laptop is there, regardless of cases, regardless of parents coming in or not coming in, they need to give the students the laptop.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you, sir.
Any other board questions or comments, Ms. Hickson?
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Severa, for bringing up the monitors. I've been to a variety of schools, and not just the monitors, but they have enrollment that's increased, and it's caused them to be able to have another classroom teacher, but their statement to me is always, but we're on a hiring freeze, we can't hire them. So Dr. Hepburn, if you could address that. I was under the impression
So hire
a
what
hiring
specific
freeze
position?
did not affect schools if they needed positions. So can you please talk to that?
Yeah, so there's still a process that the team goes through if it's to place somebody there to fit the need of whatever the school has a need. If there is nobody in the district that we can place to fit that need, we allow hiring. Right now, I'm going through, for next school board meeting, I'm going through a sheet of over 100 positions that we're bringing to the board. Right, and so I'm scrutinizing every last one of them because that's what I need to do to make sure we're not doing things unnecessarily that's going to put us in the bind and unnecessary at that moment. So yes, we're still hiring based on the needs if we can't fill them internally.
Okay, so I don't, just based on what we're hearing and what I've heard when I go to the schools, I don't think principals understand that, because they're saying, well, we need another teacher, but because there's a hiring freeze, we're just making the class sizes bigger and we can't get, and I've heard it from more than one school.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there needs to be a bigger conversation, whether it's security monitors, assistants, custodian. We were very clear, I think, as a board, that whatever hiring freezes would be at the district level, that it wasn't, if schools needed something, they should be able to get it, but I don't think schools are getting that message.
If I can correct the record, the hiring freeze was district-wide, not just district staff, but district-wide. And so as a result, just remember, we were placing people into teacher positions, right? So
yeah, I don't mind that part, but I don't want to, where I have been, they have needed a teacher, and whether they just don't believe they can fill that spot.
Mm-hmm.
So they're making classrooms bigger, even though they have, I guess there's a 420 threshold to be able to get additional staff, and they've exceeded that. And they're under the impression that they just have to suck it up because we're on a hiring freeze. That shouldn't be happening, just like if they need a security monitor, that shouldn't be happening either.
Well, I have Dr. Fulton can work with our regional teams, but what I'm reviewing as far as hiring, that's not, what you're saying is not what I'm seeing on the sheets that I'm going through with over 100 employees that we're hiring at schools. The majority of that sheet is at schools. So the message is getting across to most, so we'll make sure it gets across to all.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board member questions or concerns? I see Mrs. Alhadaf's tag is up, but she's not here. So, all right, we'll move on to North Area.
Good morning. We have, you're going to hear a lot of the same concerns. They're overlapping. They're at all areas. One second. Okay. Our last meeting was held on February 19th at Monarch High School. We had coordinated student health services and the ESE department out to present and to answer questions from our members. While staff was able to answer majority of the questions, we have a couple we are still waiting on for a follow-up. The follow-up questions are: how were nurses funded prior to COVID, and what autism training is provided to nurses? I hope to have a discussion on this particular question, as there have been repeated concerns brought up regarding children with autism, and in particular, a parent reported that the nurse at her school was unable to deal with her child with a runny nose and called and asked her to come, or they were going to have to call 911. We had a discussion about psychological evaluations and timelines, breaking it down to understand the legal timeline and when it begins. We understand the district submits monthly compliance reports to the state. Our members requested a follow-up of a state compliance scorecard. The North Region office briefed us on the hiring freeze, and the majority of the questions were regarding safety and security. Our members are very concerned about campus security positions not being filled due to the hiring freeze, even though we were told there was no freeze on security positions. We understand there are a little over 100 positions eliminated at the beginning of the year, but now we are being told there are 40 additional vacancies. The clarification we need is, are the 40 vacancies in addition to the original 100 eliminated positions? And if so, will those be filled? We have not seen a job postings for those yet. Another concern we learned about this week is funding may have been cut for after-school security details by SROs at sporting events. Our question is this district-wide or city-specific, and who will cover the after-school activities in place of the SROs? I have some school-specific concerns that I just learned about yesterday regarding the campus monitors that I would like to speak to the superintendent about after the meeting. We continue to have conversations about accelerated funding and how the funding is being used. Since our last meeting, another email went out to all principals informing them that the funding model has changed and the district will be managing the funds centrally rather than giving directly to the schools. It's our understanding that while the calculation model has changed, the allocations remain the same. So our questions are, will the schools receive the full 80% funding for the current school year? What is the timeline for release of the funds? Or will the funds be centrally managed by the district and distributed on a by-needs basis? Reminder that this funding has not been fully distributed for the current year, and additionally, the rollover funds were kept last year. If we want to maintain robust programs and attract students to our schools, we must ensure these programs are being fully funded. I just sent you all an email with the rollover funds. There's about $19 million that was left from last year. I sent it just now. We passed one motion in the North area. We move that the district provide a written memorandum that comes from the superintendent's office to all principals and SAC chairs with further distributions to all SAC members that all accountability funds, class wallet rollover funds, and recognition funds available to SAC must be spent by the end of the school year. This topic keeps coming to us because there is conflicting information being given at different schools, so we ask that clear communication be given so there is no loss of funding at any one school. I would also like to remind the board that while we understand the intent is to use all of the funds on kids in schools for that year, accountability funds have not been given by the state since 2021, so most schools have been carefully budgeting how they spend to ensure they are able to fund items that support the school improvement plans. Regarding the testing workshop, our members were very pleased that the board heard their concerns and action is being taken to reduce the number of tests our youngest learners are taking. The question now is, when will the workshop begin and who will be invited to participate? I want to tell you, I received so many text messages and emails I shared with some of you that they felt they were heard. Their kids were happy that they were heard. The teachers felt heard. So it was really a positive experience for the folks who came down here to the testing workshop. Our next meeting is March 11th at Monarch High School. We hope to have the CFO in attendance to address our ongoing concerns regarding funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Central area?
Okay, that's me too today. Sorry. Ms. Taylor couldn't be here, so I'm going to read for her. Central Area's last meeting was held on February 18th, where we hosted coordinated health services. The discussion included the number of schools that are still without an assigned daily nurse on site. I mentioned this as earlier this year, the nurse at William Dandy Middle School, one of our Central Region schools, was able to act quickly to save another employee. Thankfully, she was there to administer care, but it still concerns me there are 47 schools in the district where the potential for a health-related emergency can occur. I continue to ask that the district rethink its stance on qualifying diagnosis and situations where nurses are required on campus to include more of the health challenges faced by our scholars. Our next meeting will be held on March 12th, 2026 at 9:45 a.m. Based on state statute 1011.62, the state of Florida has changed the way academic accelerated funding is calculated. The change does not affect the legality behind the funds, how the funds must be distributed. At the district level, how the funds are used as we move from the 80-20 rule to a program purpose funding model. Budgets, the question becomes where the money will reside during the school year. Last year, we faced the potential that the state would not fully fund the district, especially monies for the accelerated programs discussed prior. Loss of rollover funds by many schools was allegedly due to misinterpretation at the state level and the expectation of the need at the district level. While the district ended up receiving the funding, the rollover funds and 50% of the funding from the state remains to be held by the district in the general funds. However, the fund balance as viewed online does not reflect the ability to allocate any of these funds. Going forward, we understand that schools can no longer roll over funds, and the district must account for how funds can be used or held as rollovers are spent in the current school term. How will this new model work within the district in terms of accountability and transparency? When do we say to our students they earn the accelerated funds they can't get the needed upgrades to their school environment? Is there another fund or influx of monies expected to take care of this for the schools that lost their rollovers? Dr. Hepburn, you stated that you would work directly with the principals to ensure that every program's needs will be met. If a school reaches out to you with a need, how can the need be addressed if the money is no longer available? Will there be a published allocation guide for the school year? Lastly, the cuts to campus monitors are of concern to many parents in the Central Region. After-school activities will be protected by SIU going forward, as some of our municipalities will not be providing SROs for anything beyond the day. Will safety and security remain subject to the hiring freeze going forward? We continue to face issues with fencing, communication challenges with intercoms, and insufficient security resources, simply in the number of monitors at our schools. Let us not add another layer of worry to our parents by missing the chance to do what is needed to protect our scholars. Thank you.
Thank you, South Area.
Morning. I'm Antoinette Bailey, the proud chair for South Area. On February 18, our meeting was held with Director Jim LaRosa on armed school security to review current safety and security operations across BCPS. The discussion focused on staffing, technology, and emergency response, and operational updates impacting school district-wide. Questions or concern was campus monitor staffing. Due to enrollment changes and some campus monitor positions being reduced, parents were, however, concerned with the reduction in campus security. Laptop rollout. This is an ongoing confusion regarding whether students should bring district-wide issued laptop home and return them daily. Clarification is needed to ensure consistent communication to families and staff. In conclusion, our meeting provided a comprehensive overview of BCPS safety operations, staffing allocations, technology upgrades, and emergency response system. Our next meeting is scheduled for March 11 at Pines Collegiate Academy with the Federal Programs Department and Dr. Fulton. Thank you.
Thank you. Diversity Committee. ESOL Leadership Council.
Good morning. School board member, Superintendent Dr. Hepburn, and distinguished guests. My name is Luz Ariana Escobar, and I proudly serve as the chair of the steering committee for the ESOL Leadership Council. Today, I stand before you to highlight not only our progress, but the strength of our partnership between ESOL Leadership Council and the International Welcome Center. working together to ensure that multilingual families in Broward County are informed, empowered, and supported. This year, Broward County Public Schools serves 234,927 students. Of those, 43,953 are ESOL students. This number includes a student currently receiving ESOL services, a student in monitoring status, and our BPK English learners. That represents 80.7% of our district enrollment, nearly 1 in every 5 students. Our multilingual community represents 161 languages and 195 countries of origin. This academic year, 3,391 students entered U.S. school for the first time, and more than 20,000 students in our district have been enrolled in U.S. school for less than 3 years. These numbers reflect both responsibility and opportunity. Over the past 4 years, Broward County has led the state in the number of students earning the Florida Seal of Biliteracy. Our district has outperformed other large districts in both participation and gold level awards, the highest level of recognition. The percent of current and former English learners earning the seal has continued to grow each year. This shows that our multilingual students are not only learning English, they are excelling academically and graduating with strong bilingual skills. This success reflects the dedication of our teacher, school leaders, family, and district leadership working together. Since our last report, we have continued strengthening family engagement through our intentional design. Our January general meeting welcomed 40 families in person. Recognizing the realities of working families, we strategically followed that meeting with a virtual lunch and learn section at midday, reaching an additional 208 parents. When we remove barriers, participation increases. Throughout the Bilingual Parent Leadership Institute, we continue expanding access throughout our Getting Ready series. Last night at IWC, staff hosted 4 simultaneous virtual sections for Getting Ready for Middle School, ensuring families receive critical transition information in English, Spanish, Portuguese, and in Creole. The structured and multilingual model ensures families can engage in the language that builds clarify, confidence, and trust. The International Welcome Center continues to serve as the operational hub for newcomer families, while the ESOL Leadership Council amplifies the parent voice and strengthens district community alignment. While an action plan has been developed to expand services in the central area, the new office currently lacks the necessary furnishing to become fully operational. As a result, implementation is temporarily on hold. We remain committed to finding solutions so that families in every region of our district have equitable access to support. As our ESOL population approaches 44,000 students, infrastructure and access must align with enrollment realities. The collaboration between the International Welcome Center and the ESOL Leadership Council remains strong. Together, we continue expanding multilingual communication, strengthening parent leadership, and building trust with our immigrant community. We are thankful for the opportunity to work together. We believe in our families, we believe in our students, and we believe in Broward County Public School. Thank you.
Thank you. Facilities Task Force. Gifted Advisory Council.
Good morning, Alan Bushkin, Gifted Advisory Chair. We had our last meeting February 9th. We went over test anxiety and mental health services. Our next meeting is going to be March 9th on Teams. We're going to be going over the discipline matrix, student assessment and reporting, and we're going to have a guest speaker from North Advisory to help talk about the accelerated funding challenges we're having. And while we're on that, I know we've got just a couple months left in the year, and we still have the 19 plus million from rollover. Is there any way we could find out how much is left from that and where we're at on this year? And our goal with having our speaker next week is to help educate our parents, help guide them on what to ask for, what the principals need at their SAC-SAF meetings, so we can get that addressed. Because I can't stress that, ACE and AP are core to gifted, and we don't want to have parents saying, hey, I have to pay for this AP test because there's no money. So we like to try and get ahead of it before the end of the year. Yes, we also stress the need for school monitors. I think we've talked enough about that. We also share that, especially at our 6 through 12 gifted academies, et cetera, where we've got blended students. And one last thing I'd like to go over are our gifted summer camps. I can't tell you what a great thing this has been over the years. And just a few years ago, we had 3 of them. They were at Pompano High, Plantation High, and Western. We understand that these were school run. There are probably other challenges, administration changes, but now we're down to only 1. And these academies filled up fast. They were well received, and they also provided volunteer activity to students to help facilitate them. So I don't know what assistance can be provided, or maybe we could find out what happened to them and why they're not coming back, or something else that we could do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll keep all the other comments to the end. Green Advisory Committee. Human Relations Committee.
Good morning. Sorry, thank you. Good morning, Board Chair, Superintendent, staff. Nancy Fry, Chair of the Human Relations Committee. Apologies, my voice is going out a little bit, so I'll try to keep it brief. First off, I want to thank Ms. Gohl for her discussion on extracurriculars and club advisors. We've been hearing the same feedback, and so we're really happy to see this discussion continue, and anything that we can do to help contribute to that, please let us know. The main crux of our last meeting, which was on February 18th, was, first of all, we had the presentation, as Mr. Spellberg said, with the student survey. It was incredible to see the feedback, and it's nice to hear from a larger group of students. We get to hear a lot more detailed feedback, but it's from a smaller subset, and it was nice to hear more countywide what's going on. So we thank both the student advisors for all of their work on that, and it's just incredible, and kudos to you. After that, we primarily discussed the Capital Days, where we had a number of our students from our pro-social organizations and student engagement going up to Tallahassee and speaking with legislators, and we got to hear feedback from a couple of those students during our meeting. The first thing that we want to communicate is that we really want to thank the school board for funding this program through school culture and student support. This is an important financial priority for the district. The trip to Tallahassee costs $1,200 per student, and the students only paid $100 each for those that could even afford that. And it's vital to have these opportunities for our students, and hearing the feedback from them, which I will relay in a minute, really sealed that. Some of the standout comments were that the students actually enjoyed meeting with the legislators more than the college tour that they went on even, and they want to really see the district promote this more and have these opportunities brought to the students, and they want to see the transparency about how the district and how the state runs behind the scenes. And then just this last point, because I say I'm running out of time, I really want to give the feedback that we asked the students, what feedback would you give to the board specifically, if you could? And I want to say this knowing that this is one side of a story, and it's not meant to put anyone on the defensive, but it's important to know our students' perceptions when it comes to the district and it comes to the school board. I'm sorry, if you can just a moment more. There was some disappointment that school board members didn't show up to a bowling invite that was sent out. They were looking forward to some casual conversations with the superintendent and the school board members. Instead, they said there was a lunch that was a little more rushed, and it was a one-way conversation. They didn't get to engage. And in general, there was a number of comments about just wanting to see school board members more at their schools, out in the community, showing up to their games, showing up to their concerts, and seeing the students in their element. They also talked about more opportunities to elevate student voice and letting the students know about these opportunities. There was, and again, going back to their lack of ability, that they feel like they can talk to their school board members, and they felt more unprepared than in previous years because they wanted to have that communication in advance before going to Tallahassee, and that they could have advocated more for items if they had known about them, and that they also felt like school board members had encroached on some of their meetings with legislators and decreased their amount of time to be able to talk to the legislators. So I don't know more specifics on that, and I don't want to name names or put anything out there, but maybe allowing the students more time to speak when they're in those rooms instead of having the school board members speaking for them or speaking alongside them might be a consideration. But overall, the takeaway is that these students are really engaged. They're really passionate about this, and they want more of their peers to join in, and they want more time to be able to go and advocate for themselves, their schools, their peers, and their community. So I hope that we can take them up on that. Thank you.
At the end. Thank you. Multilingual Advisory Committee.
Good morning, Dr. Hepburn, Chair Leonardi, and the rest of the school board. Thank you for this opportunity to report directly to you. Mr. Cervera, it was nice to see you at the All-County Orchestra concert last week, out in the wild, supporting the arts. I appreciate that. Multilingual Advisory Committee met February 18th. We had full attendance, all 7 members, thus we had quorum. We passed 3 important motions that I'm excited to recommend to you. I'd like to thank my fellow committee members who took the time out of their day to sit in support of me in this process to present these motions to you. As background, well, I'll just read the motions first and then give you the background. The first unanimously passed motion to recommend to the school board that schools be exempt from the current hiring freeze if a current Spanish certified dual language position opens up and the school cannot fill the position with a current qualified district employee. Spanish certified is my language. The teachers who teach in the dual language program who teach in Spanish have to be tested by the district. And so that's what I mean. A teacher who has already been tested for their Spanish language qualifications meets the qualifications and therefore can fill that role. The background on this, something that came up in the meeting, which we didn't feel the need to pass a motion on because it seemed like it was already in the works, but I want to draw your attention to the fact that there's like a transfer portal, again, my word, not the official word, of district employees who are up for movement within the district. And currently, like if a principal is looking at the list of available teachers for transfer, there's nothing in the system that indicates that that teacher is Spanish language certified, like a little asterisk or a D or a DL or an SP or something. And we were told at the meeting that this has been brought up and the district is looking into it, but I think that's the first step in being able to very quickly fill dual language teacher positions, Spanish side dual language teacher positions when they open up. The reason for the request that dual language positions that open up be exempt is that time is of the essence when those positions open up, and even before the hiring freeze, principals and administrators of dual language programs uniformly found it hard to fill dual language teaching positions. And so logically, any additional hurdle or any additional time to fill those positions means that dual language students who should be getting Spanish instruction are either given a full-time sub or broken up and put into English-only classrooms, and they lose that time that's not made up for later. The second related motion recommendation that any school, inclusive of elementary and middle schools, that has fewer Spanish language certified dual language teachers than it has grade levels of dual language classes may be exempt from the hiring freeze if the school has dual language student enrollment to justify creating an additional Spanish certified dual language teacher position and cannot fill the position by hiring a current district employee. That's a mouthful, but what we're going for there, the intent behind that is that right now, dual language programs are stretched incredibly thin. There are examples where one dual language teacher is teaching 2 different grades and fulfilling the Spanish language requirement for 2 different grades. There are examples in middle schools of a teacher, one Spanish language teacher teaching both the core language requirement and the Spanish language elective, teaching 90% of those classes for the entire school. The program cannot expand given the current state of the number of teachers that are teaching the Spanish language side. So I think that speaks for itself. The final one is based on your interest earlier in the year. We do formally recommend that the district open up dual language pre-K programs at any school that currently has dual language classes and also has a fee-based pre-K program. Thank you.
Thank you, Small Business Advisory Committee. And before I go to Technology Advisory Committee, I just want to wish Mrs. Ferrara a happy birthday.
Thank you. I've now taken out over my kids because I am celebrating the week, as they all seem to do. I said, you know what, might as well enjoy it also. Okay, Linda Ferrara, Chair, Technology Advisory Committee. We had our meeting on February 9th. And I just want to say a couple of things based on previous comments. Maximo, we have asked for the digital work orders since 2016. We were assured in about 2017-18 that there was a testing program going on, and to hear that we are almost 10 years later is a little disappointing within the district. We could have had a full force of all the work orders being online, digitized, but unfortunately that did not occur. The emails. I have finalized the manual for the emails. I'm just waiting for a little bit of information, and I will be disseminating that to each of the chairs. We did have a discussion on the student laptop deployment. Yes, and based on those who filled out the opt-in form were those students that got the devices, with about 49,000 already being distributed. The goal was to have another 45,000 out before spring break. So I don't know, well, I'll find out at next week's meeting if that's being accomplished. There was also another concern from teachers because they have aging cards causing system crashes, threatening instruction and testing readiness, and they were assured that replacements were being made on those also. We had a whole conversation on asset tracking because we were asking how the laptops were being tracked. And out of that conversation came a motion. TAC recommends that a capability be created within Focus that records and provides a receipt for the issuance and return of BCPS-issued student laptops. Furthermore, the committee recommends that BCPS evaluate the feasibility and value of extending such a capability to other student-issued assets, such as musical instruments, athletic uniforms, and textbooks, to consolidate asset inventory and provide a single centralized record of items assigned to each student. Because what we're finding out is that true to the district, items are being cataloged in a spreadsheet, index cards, Word document. And what parents would like to see is exactly what they're obligated to. And especially if somebody leaves a district within a middle of the year, that they see that on Focus, have it centralized in Focus to see that the item has been returned, that it's not becoming an obligation. Evidently, Focus allows you to see obligations, but not exactly what's been assigned to the student. So that is something we would like further investigated. Co-pilot is training. I did get a notification that there was an RFP put out for public records management. TAC had reviewed one a few years ago, I remember, but this one did not come before TAC. And part of the issues that we found, 4 pages, was Dr. Hepburn, and I remember I had a conversation about KPIs. Again, there is no mention of KPIs within this RFP. What does it mean? What is without key performance indicators? Vendors cannot be held accountable to measurable performance, making monitoring and enforcing difficult. Other areas that we're finding are scope of service and performance, no service level agreement as defined for system uptime, response time, or service levels, implementation and transition. Public record systems often require multi-year historical continuity for legal defensibility. There is no record of how all those records are supposed to be now uploaded to the system. System integration, they're missing API specs, authentication standards, and integration rules. And without these specs, specifications, vendors cannot accurately price or design integration solutions. There's a staffing and service delivery model. I don't know why we're asking for staffing from a vendor for this, but there is no required minimum staffing levels or qualifications, required qualifications of redactors. There evidently is a standard for that, but it's not listed in the RFP. Public records operations may vary dramatically in volume, but SBBC needs baseline staffing expectations, which are not outlined. Redaction capabilities are not identified. Audit trails and transparency, no quality control workflow audit cycle definition. Workflow management, handling of incomplete or vague requests, appeal, escalation process. Training, no required training hours were identified, curriculum or administrative training. Required training for SBBC, training delivery format was not. And we've complained about this a couple of times at TAC, where you're purchasing programs and then having to go back and do a training module. That delayed a program from being deployed by 3 months. That's unacceptable. Everybody has a training module with their programs. There's no vendor performance penalties, service credits, or liquidated damages. No valuations. There's no consequences for the vendor. Missed deadlines, failed to maintain uptime, perform substandard. Redactions, which is very key important, and reporting requirements. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think I left any committee out, but if I did, okay. Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to tell the committees and advisories, appreciate your feedback and thanks for the input. One thing that I feel that can help us get better, I feel like it's just me talking since we're here in public and we got all of you at one time, is I appreciate the verbal reports, but I feel like it's for us as a team to correct some of these issues. It's already reactive. You know, you're giving us information based on your meetings and the constituents that are stakeholders attending your meetings, but for some of you, it is a month to a few weeks before you get here. Before myself or I can present it to cabinet to address issues as soon as your meetings are over or within the week. The one thing I'm asking, we can talk offline and figure out how we can do this better. Appreciate the reports here, but I need information quicker so we can react to it quicker. For me, it is very frustrating when I hear things 3 or 4 weeks and I could have solved the problem or start initiating solving that problem in a short amount of time after your meetings, just so we can, get better as a system quicker. Expediency and time is of the essence for us to solve many of our problems and make this district as best as it can be moving in the future. So just looking for some feedback on how we can do that. We don't have to hash it all out right here, but definitely talk to you offline, whatever a process where I can get information, because we talk about a lot of stuff in cabinet. We started something. I could talk about what we started with the diversity committee because it was born out of that level of frustration for myself. I'm like, hey, the diversity committee is reporting out certain information. I'm getting it a month later, and there's certain things that we definitely can address within the week of their meeting, right? Or initiate the steps to solve that problem. And so what the team has done, they've ensured there's this mostly comes from some of their visits. The director is at a visit and certain staff, and they're collecting information while the diversity committee is walking schools and conversing with the diversity committee and identifying the same issues or concerns that they identify, and we actually bring that information to cabinet. And we start divvying out those tasks, and I do follow up to see if we're correcting those problems before we have to wait for a report about a few weeks to a month out here. So just an example of what we're doing with the diversity committee, and would love to sit down and come up with a process that can help us get information so we can get it to cabinet, so we can start creating tasks to address those in real time, or if it's communication gaps, so we can get the right type of communication back out to groups that you represent or to the district or community at large. So just want to solve problems quicker so we can become better and close some gaps quicker.
Thank you. And just as a reminder, my colleagues, if you would like to hear with it from a specific committee chair, it is up to you to call on them. Go ahead, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. Just a couple of things. Dr. Hepburn, the North area asked about autism training for nurses. Can you address, do our nurses have specific training for different, not just autism, but just different disabilities, since they probably is a large portion of the students that they see?
Yes, absolutely. Let's see Ms. Hollingsworth back there. She can take that question.
Good morning, Simone Hollingsworth, Student Services Officer. There's some basic training, but I know during that training it was discussed with the team as well as with Ms. Luscombe about continuing to do a deeper dive with that. So we're in the process of accentuating that just because it's some basic information.
Okay, great. Thank you. So if you could update us, once that goes through. So
Absolutely.
That we know. The gifted committee chair talked about, well, actually everyone talked about rollover questions. Mm-hmm. So it seems that there are still some real concerns about what rollover money, what money does or doesn't roll over. I know Ms. Johnson's been very clear about that to us, but I don't know that it's been that way. And maybe that's part of the parent university discussion that you have. Yeah. But the question I think that was very concerning in gifted was about students having to pay for the AP, ACE, those kind of tests. So can you address that? Has that ever been a question?
No, our students, they don't pay for AP, ACE, and IB tests. I think the only situation if a student has to pay for a test is if they purposely miss the test. And because we pay for the initial test, right. And they have to pay for it if they purposely miss a test. But no, we just actually, Guy Bermoha and also Richie Baum takes care of that. They put the orders in. One thing we're trying to do this year is instead of the schools doing that individually, because we've had an issue with one particular school and not putting in that PO or that order quick enough, is that we're going to try and do that more centrally, where we can put all of that information in at one time. So we had a discussion last week, but our kids don't pay for tests.
Okay, so can you just share with us why there was a concern in the gifted group about did you hear something? Is it just concerns because we're in financial?
It has happened in the past, so I'm just trying to get ahead of it as we get close to that time this year. So it's good to hear that it's going to be centrally managed and we shouldn't experience that.
Okay.
So, and I will also verify if they are made to pay, did you miss your originally scheduled test? So I'll be sure to get that.
Yeah, those are normally the circumstances.
Keep track of it as things go on this year.
Yeah, those are normally the circumstances where a kid may be forced to pay for a test if they purposely missed the test or something like that. But overall, we don't charge kids to take the test or make them pay for their tests. There's all kind of equity issues in that for sure, especially as we expand acceleration opportunities in our high schools and also in our middle schools.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you on that. For HR, just so that you know, I never received an invite for bowling, but I also got there later than everyone else did. So I think as school board members who go up, the best part for me is to watch the students and their interactions with the legislators and having those conversations. So, it's interesting to hear that feedback, and maybe it just depended on the groups and where they were at. But, I don't typically we sometimes meet them for dinner, which again, I got there a day later. And we spend a little bit of time, but maybe that's a point that maybe there's something we can do that we spend a little more time, Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, I just want to, first of all, the students were amazing. We've been doing this for quite some time, and they're among one of the best groups I've seen up there. And also, Broward Schools is one of very few, if the only, that invest in our students going up to Tallahassee. Historically, we've only taken about 50 students. This time we almost tripled that. I believe it was 123 students or so. So logistically, there was more students. And then I'll also remind the board, there was the board instituted what the district did of a traveling freeze. So we didn't have all the board members that we historically have had. Usually it was 50 students, and it worked out nicely where we broke that up into 7 groups, and we always had at least 7 board members. So they were with the students the entirety of the trip. This time, we didn't have that many board members because of the traveling freeze. So that perceptually, maybe that's why they felt a certain way. Maybe we should have done a better job of explaining why board members weren't there to the students. I know Jasir was there, so if he has anything to add to that, I'll invite him to share some words as well.
I would say I had a fun time. A lot of the kids had a fun time. We're actually still in contact with some of the representatives and senators that we did meet. I do have a meeting coming up with one of the representatives that I did meet at the Capitol. So I haven't received any negative feedback, probably just having it be more centralized on Capitol days and more centralized on that promotion of Broward legislative priorities.
Yeah, and I would agree. It was a fantastic group. And normally we get put with a group of students and we go around to the legislators. It was a little different, which was, I think, nice because I got to see different groups. I hopped into meetings where I had the opportunity, and they were well prepared. They had lots to say, and kudos to them because every single group, the first thing that they brought up to legislators was teacher pay. And I said to all of them how appreciative I know I was of that, because they could have talked about anything, and you would think cell phones might have been the first thing they wanted to talk about. But the first thing they all said to legislators is we need to pay, for the groups that I was with, we need to pay our teachers better. So they were fantastic. So
And these meetings aren't easy. The legislators don't really give them any deference of being students, I would say, for some of those interactions, and our students held their composure. And
they did, and they held their feet to the fire, because I was in one conversation that was about changing the law, the age for guns, which was interesting that I ended up in that group, and they did not let that representative. They said, I understand what you're saying, but, and blah, 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 blah. So I was really, really proud of them. So I just want to say, thank you for letting us know they felt that way, because sometimes we think the kids don't care if we're there or not. So it's really nice to know that they would have liked to have had more interaction. So I appreciate that.
And could I just clarify real quick, just first of all, I don't know the bowling thing. I didn't have it in my notes if that was a pre-Tallahassee or if that was in Tallahassee. So I want to clarify. It was in Tallahassee. Okay. And second, my comments seem to steer more negative. The kids had a fantastic time, and I wanted to just make sure that was clear. Because I was limited on time, I wanted to make sure I got that feedback.
Yeah, no,
to you,
and
since that was the
you
most
could
important
tell
part.
they really so appreciate that. The last thing is for the multilingual, and just a little plug there. I'll just let you know that I was at the jazz concert and Miss Rupert was at the choir concert. So, we all went to different concerts and they were amazing. I think the superintendent was at one also.
Yeah, we were at the choral concert, I think, with Miss Rupert. She was the MC, so
yeah.
Great.
Those are fantastic things. So just, want to be clear, kind of goes to the students too, saying they want to see people out. I think we're all out in different places. It's just they might not be seen,
a lot of events going
right,
on,
a lot of
events.
things,
Yeah.
big county. So I say amen, thumbs up to the dual language for pre-K. As I've mentioned before, my grandson is in a dual language pre-K program, and I think that that's fantastic. But also to your point, and to say to the superintendent, you mentioned that there's a Spanish teacher that's needed, and they're not able to fill that position because of hiring freezes. So I'll again punt it back to you to say, here's another example of where they need someone, but they feel as if they're not having the ability to do that. So I'm just reiterating the point.
No, point taken.
Thank you.
Dr. Holdings.
Well, I have a whole list, yeah. Mrs. Alhadeff? Oh, your tag was up. Mr. Severa?
Thank you, Chair. I do want to press a little bit more than Ms. Hickson did on the Spanish certification teachers. Dr. Hepburn, I think this is a real problem. I think if you have a situation in a school in which a Spanish certified teacher is needed, and we don't have the ability to pluck them, for lack of better terms, from district staff and to place them there, this is now greatly affecting our students, especially our Spanish-speaking students, who aren't able to perhaps receive the proper instruction that they're entitled to. So let me ask you this, sir. Do we know the rate or the number of Spanish certified teachers that we have that are in that quote-unquote district pool that are able to float out to our schools should the need arise?
I don't have that information at my fingertips, but I can tell you this. This has been the practice. If we do not have a person in-house to staff that position, we post and we hire. We just hired, I want to say, like applied math, applied science teachers because we don't have them in-house. And you guys approved that agenda at the last regular school board meeting. Like I said, I got a list of 100 right now that I'm reviewing to sign off so it can be posted for the next week's school board meeting. But if we don't have the certified personnel in-house for the specific position that the school is asking for, we give permission to go ahead and post and hire.
And that's despite the current hiring freeze, correct, sir?
Correct, because the school still needs them.
Okay,
Yep.
fantastic. Well, that is reassuring to hear, because I hope there's never a situation where a student who speaks another language is unable to be in a classroom that they can't properly communicate with their teachers. HR, just want to talk about the Tally trip. It was a phenomenal trip. I did have the pleasure of seeing Jasir and Landon, as well as a lot of our students there. I did go to the bowling alley. I didn't bowl because I'm a terrible bowler, but I did go to the bowling alley and got to speak with a lot of students. And incidentally, it was a really nice buffet they had set up there. Probably one of the better meals that I ate in Tallahassee. So that was a nice little treat being up there with the kids during the Capitol Days. The legislative meetings I thought were great. We literally had, these rooms packed. We were in these state reps or in these senators' offices, and it was like wall to wall of kids. And as my colleagues mentioned, I mean, they were drilling these guys and gals, and they were pretty relentless on wanting to get their messages across. I'm not sure what the disconnect was as far as if there were board members trying to dominate those conversations. I kept my mouth shut the entire time when I was in those meetings because I was just so impressed by the kids. And I certainly realized that was their opportunity to meet with those folks. And again, very, very impressive showing. We also got a trip to the Supreme Court, which was really, really phenomenal. And we got to hear from the justice there, who gave a beautiful speech to the kids. And also, let's be honest, those are pretty tough questions, right? I mean, Jasir was there. Those are pretty tough questions that your colleagues were asking him. So it was overall just a fantastic trip, and I'm very, very proud in Broward County that we're able to do that for our kids, because I do think that is, arguably maybe a once in a lifetime experience for some, right? So it was a beautiful trip, very educational, and the kids all seemed to have a great time. And not only that, but the college tours. Right, we did the college tours as well. I don't know how many universities you went to, but it was quite a few. On the way up and on the way back. So overall, great trip. I hope the kids had a better time than some of your comments would lead to believe, but I thought it was nice, and I certainly didn't hear any complaints from any of the students that I talked to up there. So, and also just all of our chairs and our committee members, thank you for coming, and as always for all of the hard work that you do and the time commitment you put in for our kids. Thank you.
Board Member Thompson.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask the superintendent, we're having a workshop on June 16th to talk about our pre-K and VPK programs. If we could just add the expanding of multilingual pre-K into that workshop. Thank you.
Board Member Rupert.
Thank you. I wanted to ask the gifted chair, which school is left for the camp?
The only school providing the summer camp this year is Pompano High.
Okay, I was going to ask if it was Pompano High School. Superintendent, is it possible to get the other two schools that had been utilized before? And if you answered this question, I'm sorry, because I stepped out for a bit.
No, I didn't answer that question. The only thing I can surmise, because we don't get state funding for, summer school. The only summer school we get state funding for is remedial purposes for reading and also ESC. The only thing I can surmise about past years is that we had ESSER dollars, and many school districts created all type of summer enrichment opportunities. And it sounds like you have a school that's probably leveraging some of their own dollars possibly, so we can do some research and see how they're actually accomplishing that. But when we were awash with ESSER dollars or ARP dollars, everybody was doing all kind of wonderful summer school experiences. And now everybody's backtracked back to what their state actually funds, which is for in the state of Florida, it's more for remedial purposes and also ESC summer opportunities too. So we'll do some research to find out how they're paying for that, and maybe talk to the other schools that were doing it before and see if we can help them.
Get that.
Yep.
Well, gifted is an exceptionality, like ESE is. I mean, I have a twice exceptional oldest son, but there is money that's attached to kids who are gifted. So.
No. There's no money attached to gifted kids. Only our students who actually have IEPs. Gifted have EPs, so they have a educational plan to make sure their needs are met, they're accelerated appropriately. But as far as they don't garner additional funding.
Huh.
Don't gifted students have a slightly higher FTE rate?
They're supposed to. That's why.
No,
Twice exceptional have one that's even slightly higher than that.
I don't think the gifted kids it's a slight. It's very, very minimal. It's not the amount that our ESC students with IEPs get.
No, but there is.
There is some money.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be enough to have a like if you pulled it together. It's not enough to have a summer school experience like we would have.
That's understood.
Yeah.
Well, I would like to know where that money goes and what programs it's used for. And I remember this way back, when my kid was in elementary school, middle school, et cetera, and we talked about that. But I would appreciate that, especially going into the budget stuff, to really make sure that we're being transparent and that parents understand, which would be also a wonderful thing for the parent involvement task force.
That actually was part of our discussion yesterday at audit when we were talking about this program. That's one of the things that was mentioned. There were many others that need to be clarified so people understand actually where funding is coming and where it's not. So
perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I would just say jot down any of those that you think of and email, either email me or email Aaron, and we'll put it into the session.
Okay.
Yep.
Or Ms. Johnson.
And I appreciate.
And I'm noting yours as a follow-up, Ms. Rupert, for the gifted funds, how much and all that.
Yes, and then also for twice exceptional, I wanted to ask the gifted chair for that. I'm sorry, what is your name?
Alan Bushkin.
Okay, Alan, is that good? Okay.
Perfect.
I wrote that down. Sorry. Do you have at all dedicated time to discuss with parents of twice exceptional? Is there like a subcommittee or not so much?
Between gifted and the ESC advisory, I'm sure we could also take care of that.
Right. Oh, okay. Because it is a special combination that brings joys and difficulties at times, and they are incredibly, as you already know, gifted students do have a higher level of suicide ideations, and that's just how it goes. They're twice exceptional, twice the exception. So that was important. So camps, dual language for pre-K, yes. Oh, I had an idea for the superintendent when you were talking about the lag time, right? I mean, teachers, we do an exit pass or a fast pass for kids.
would it be not so labor intensive if the committees could do that? And you know how like if you use AI and it will give you you can get 2 paragraphs or whatever it is. That was a shout to you, Dr. Zeman.
And what I was thinking, and I could talk offline with you guys, is just leverage technology. Maybe you're recording. Sometimes we use AI apps to record meetings, and it does the work for us and creates the themes and the things that were discussed. It's just something that we can react quicker. So, and we could talk offline of what's the best way that fits your needs, so we can react quicker in the future.
Right. I thought that would be really helpful, because that way the time would get to, we'd be able to see it more in real time. And I know that you always let us know when the notes are available and all that stuff, but things just pile on and then you look at it, prior to the meeting if you're lucky. So I do appreciate that you guys stay here and you come and fully are, public facing and speaking up for our students and families. So I appreciate that really, really a lot. So thank you, because I know it's not easy at times. And I appreciate my colleagues also listening so well and, putting that first as well. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe it was Ms. Fry that mentioned the concern of the students in Tallahassee that more board members were not present. And I'm concerned about that as well. And what I'll say is I don't know if it's because the stipend provided to board members were voted to be removed. So it would be a board member expense to travel, which can be significant. And I know that it was proposed, it was voted on, but I think we need to take a second look at it. And the reason I'm saying that is this. There are some of us here as board members who can afford to go to Tallahassee, who can afford to foot the bill, and there are other board members where this is their only income. They have taken on the noble cause of being a school board member to serve the community. Some of them have given up their regular jobs to do it. And a school board member salary is a beginning teacher's salary. That's all they get, for those who don't know. And to ask a school board member who may have children, they have families like everybody else, they work diligently. Some of us are putting in 40, 50 hours just in places that we have to go, the responsibility of it. This is a $5.34 billion business, the only second to the county commission. It's a huge responsibility. And everyone up here does it for a beginning teacher's salary. That's all they get. So when you have board members who gave up their jobs because they want to serve the community and they take this on, they have children, and to say to them, if you're traveling on behalf of the school district, you're going to foot the expense. That's not reasonable. And I think we need to take a second look at it. So, even when teachers travel and they stay overnight, they're compensated. When members of the staff here at the district level, they travel, they get compensated. If you ask any municipality, if you ask the Broward County Commission, they all get compensated for traveling. And we don't make nothing close to a county commission. We get a beginning teacher's salary. And there is also some of us, we can't afford to do this job and do a 9-to-5. I can do it because I own my own business, so I have flexibility. I can come in when I want because I own my business. There are some of us who have careers that give them flexibility. There are others who had to give up their 9-to-5 to do this because they can't do a regular 9-to-5 and do this. So I think it's not reasonable to say to board members, travel and foot the bill. Maybe some of us can afford it, but there are some of us here who can't. And I think we need to take a second look at that so we can properly and efficiently serve the district and not count pennies and lose the bigger picture. So that's my comment, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much, Chair. Last point that I have is really about our budget issues that we're in. There's funny things that happen when you're in an organization and money gets real tight. one of the things that happens is that everyone sees a problem and says, oh, that must be because they don't have any money to solve the problem. And that's not always the case. We have to be very careful about. The second thing that happens, though, is we all get to kind of talk from the same sheet of music if we're careful on this. And my sheet of music always starts with the fact that the state of Florida, our primary funder, has now put us 50th in the nation in funding. 2008, we were 23rd. We had a recession. Education funding came down because the state revenue came down, and it never rebounded. And I would just ask you to remind people that we are constantly in Florida trying to make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. And until that fundamental problem, until the state legislature agrees to do what the Constitution of Florida says, which is fund a high-quality education, we're going to continue to fight. And things that are on the table this year are things you're not going to want to hear about. Student-teacher ratios are on the table. School closings, again, are on the table. Field trips that we have funded forever are on the table. $120 million doesn't happen by trimming budgets. It comes by eliminating 1,000 positions. So when you hear people out there have issues, I don't want dual language teacher vacancies. I don't want special need teacher vacancies. I don't want any teacher vacancies. But the district is struggling to try and backfill, a very appropriate move that the superintendent has taken to take certified teachers out of staff jobs and get them back in classrooms. It's not an easy thing to do, by the way. And he's taken the courageous step to look people in the eye and say, I know what you are doing here is important. I need you to go to X middle school, X elementary school, Y elementary school, and take on a job. And you're going to do it for the rest of the year. But there are big cuts coming. $120 million out of a $5.5 billion budget is still a lot of money. And there will be sacred cows that are left off the end of the budget table. And so I would ask you, when you talk to parents, when you talk to employees, when you talk to neighbors, remind them that the root cause of this is that we're 50th in the nation. Not even 49th anymore. Mississippi and Alabama fund education better than Florida. And the only reason we're anywhere close to competitive with teacher salaries that you brought up earlier is because we get $350 million of additional revenue from Broward County residents who give us the referendum. So thank you for the referendum dollars. Thank you for being willing to tax yourself a little bit more. But we are constantly in trouble with money, and now we're in crisis in some sense with money. And when people talk to you about a teacher position or a piece of equipment missing or a cover to a laptop, we got big problems in Broward County. And this board has agreed to tackle those big issues. We'll continue to look at the data that we have, the data about the whole district, as we make decisions about that, because we have to. But this summer is going to be very, very ugly. And we should just, I think, make sure that we present it in a very logical way and tell them that we're going to do the best that we can to preserve the things that matter the most. We're going to probably use some business principles to make some decisions about what's left over that we need to do. But this district has lost a lot of students, and therefore has lost a lot of money, and it already started trying to make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. And so we've lived on just goodwill, bubble gum, and duct tape for too long. And now it's all coming off because we just don't have enough money to fund all of the duct tape anymore. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate the audit committee's recommendations around communicating about budget. I think we had a long conversation about that last week, where we talked about, multiple board members talked about like digestible videos online, meeting community members where they are, doing roundtables and things like that, doing town halls. And then I think the parent university conversation or suggestion is very helpful. And I would support also reinstating the budget, the community budget task force that it's my understanding that existed. So I wanted to reiterate that. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I just wanted to remind everyone that as school board members, we agreed not to give ourselves travel reimbursement because the district was on a travel freeze through the superintendent. So no one imposed that on us except for ourselves because we didn't feel it was right to tell teachers and district staff, they couldn't travel and then put that in, even though we knew it was really important to go to Tallahassee. And we did agree that we would send the chair to do that, which she did, and then some of us agreed to do it on our own. So I just wanted to remind us that we imposed that on ourselves. Thank you.
Oh, and just to on top of that, I also did not receive a bowling invite, so I'm sorry to any student that felt like I was standing them up. The superintendent did, but if we had been invited, we would have been there. Any other board discussion on this? All right, that concludes our committee conversations. The next, we'll do a brief recess, but the next item is FAST PM2 academic update for 2025-2026. The next item is FAST PM2 Academic Update 2025-2026. I now turn it over to staff for a brief presentation.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. And we are very pleased to provide an update on the FAST, which is Florida Assessment of Student Thinking, Progress Monitoring 2, results. And you will also be happy to hear how our students are progressing and continue to progress in regards to the standards that are presented for them. You will hear data for reading and also mathematics. But most importantly, you will see in here trends, areas of growth, and the strategies that are underway to support continuous improvement for all of our students to ensure that all students are meeting grade level standards and expectations. Our focus is very clear. All students should be on track for success at the end of the school year. So to that point, I'll turn it over to our academics team that will lead this presentation on FAST PM2.
So good morning, everyone. Fabian Cohn, Chief Academic Officer. Joining me today is Guy Moha, Director of Secondary Learning, Richie Baum, Director of Research, Assessment, Analysis, and Research. We always get that tongue-tied, but our ear guy. And then we have Melissa, who is our Director of Elementary Learning. But today we're really excited and thank you for having us bring this presentation back to the board, because we think that we have some really positive news to share with the board. So we're really not just only presenting data. It is evidence of momentum. And so it reflects the strategic planning, our alignment with our 25-26 academic plan, and it is the relentless work that we see our students, our teachers, our principals, in our regional offices really having a concerted effort around improving teacher and student outcomes. And so as we start, this is really about accelerating. And I want to make sure I echo that. It's about accelerating. And so this presentation really fulfills, one, our statutory obligation to present the results of FAST PM2 in progress monitoring, but it's simply beyond just compliance, it's about trajectory. And so PM2 is really about our mid-year pulse check. So every year around this time of the year, as part of our data walks, as part of our data review, we really have an opportunity to reflect on where schools are at the moment in time. We gather our troops, our resources, we dispatch them, we support schools that may not be where we think they need to be or the principals think that they need to be. We support those schools, we support those students, whether that's extended learning opportunities, whether that's a push-in or pull-out model, whether that's high-dosage tutoring. We provide all of those things based on where that school, that teacher, that grade level, that principal feels that they are. And so that's why it's about trajectory. And so although it's a pulse check, it tells us what we are doing is working. And the answer is, across most areas, we are moving. And so we'll walk you through this agenda. We'll talk about our 25-26 academic plan, why we know it's working, our district-wide trends, our ELA and math performance, our early literacy programs, and our graduation and acceleration rates. What you will see consistently is our strategic alignment and acceleration. And so I want to start with our strategic goals. They're just not theoretical. Our premise is around goals 1, early literacy, which you'll see in parentheses, some of those very strategic initiatives that we feel are having the most powerful practices within our classrooms. That is our Science of Reading initiative, our Go Live planning, helping our teachers who are either new to the profession have an opportunity to do a deeper dive or standards-based lesson planning. Goal 2 is algebra proficiency, our bridge programs, our coaching, our graduate release to support those schools. Our science achievement is bringing in our hands-on interdisciplinary studies, making sure that our students in all grade levels are really teaching the science content so that it's not really at a specific grade level where we're catching them up. And then grade 4 is really college and career readiness, our advanced placement, our CTE, our acceleration courses. And then you'll see last year, I think there was a true emphasis on looking at our subgroups, making sure that those students were accelerating just as much as our students who were proficient. So our academic plan really focused on targeting our C-rated schools because, as you know, last year we reduced our C-rated schools by half. This year, we're trying to reduce it even further. To the point where we don't want to have any C-rated schools. We want to have all A's and B's. So our focus is really around our subgroups. And so that's our L's, our SWDs, our Black students. And so there was a really intentional focus on making sure that those schools and those students got really that wraparound support. You're going to be really excited to see that those students are moving. And so we're really excited about that. And so if you take a look at this slide, slide 5, this tells the complete story. Over 3 years, I'll repeat that, over 3 years, both ELA and math show a clear upward pattern from PM1 to PM2 to PM3. That means our system improves across the year, consistently. Growth is not accidental. It's the result of data cycles, targeted interventions, regional accountability, and teacher professional development. And this is sustainable improvement.
So now we'll transition to looking at strictly the PM2 performance. So we'll look at the PM2 performance over the last 3 years. And what we can see here for ELA by region, when we look at it by district or by region, we're seeing significant improvement. When we look over the district by ELA performance over the past 3 years, we moved up 9 percentage points. And in the north, we moved up 10 percentage points, in the central, 9 percentage points, and in the south, 8 percentage points. And most importantly, in the STO region, our school transformation office, we moved up 11 percentage points. So they're working really hard to close the gap with our other regions. So I wanted to call out specifically the great work that the STO region's doing.
Thanks, Richie. I have the pleasure of talking specifically about elementary school ELA performance. 3rd grade, 4th grade, and 5th grade all outperform the state across all 3 elementary school grades in ELA. Grades 4 and 5 increased 8 percentage points over the past 3 years. And we do believe that this is directly related to our purposeful implementation of the science of reading professional development and the resources that we provide at the schools. Guy?
Thank you, Ms. Holtz. I have the pleasure of presenting your middle school and high school reading data. And you see here, we've also outperformed the state in all areas. Most importantly, each grade increased by 9 or more points over the past 3 years, and 7th grade increased by 13 points. So we know also our science of reading training has been working, and our secondary literacy strategies and our content-aligned planning is showing some great impact. Richie?
So I'd like to talk about our data by race, ethnicity, and we'll also look at, in the next couple slides, our data for our English language learners and our students with disabilities. We're showing a good amount of improvement while there are still gaps, while gaps still exist. We're showing that, one, we're improving performance across the 3 years in all of our subgroups, so in each group. But specifically for our Black students, we went up 10 percentage points over the past 3 years. For our Hispanic group of students, we went up 8 percentage points, and for our white students, we went up 9 percentage points. So we closed the gap slightly, our Black-white gap, and for our white Hispanic, it expanded slightly. But I think the main story here is that we're showing improvement not only overall as a district, but also when we break out this performance by race, ethnicity. Further, there was a lot of movement that happened for our English language learners, and this test, this is for our English language arts assessment for PM2 for our students who are English language learners. What's really important here is to show that the school transformation office, the students that are L's at our STO schools, they closed the gap with the rest of the district. So their performance actually outperformed the district at 14% proficiency for those students versus 13% for the district. So we're really proud of the work that our ESOL department did, run by Ms. Saldala and her team. They have made a really great effort in getting out to the schools and making sure that the strategies are working for our Ls. When we look at our students with disabilities, we're also seeing some really great improvement. We see that they improved over the past 3 years 8 percentage points in the district, and that is across the board in every region. So the work that Ms. Egan has done, and the Students with Disabilities Department has done, and division, to work with our schools to give those schools the specific strategies to improve performance for our students with disabilities is really paying off. Finally, rounding out our English Language Arts PM2 performance, and what we looked at, we really wanted to call out some great performance that improvement that some of our schools have made. And when we look at this, these schools have made double-digit growth from PM2 now to from where they were in PM2 last year to PM2 now. And we see schools getting called out in every region. And every level. So we're really proud of the hard work that these schools have done to really move the needle for the mid-year performance. So we're going to move over to our math performance. When we look at our math performance for PM2, comparing math performance from PM2 to PM2 for the last 3 years, we have increased by 8 to 9 percentage points across the board in our district and throughout the regions, with our school transformation office moving up 9 percentage points. Ms. Holtz?
Thank you. Again, I get to brag a little bit specifically about grades 3 through 5 in math. So we did outperform the state in all elementary grades in math PM2 2026. Grade 3 had a 5% improvement from PM2 last year to this year, and grade 5 had a 9% improvement over the past 3 years. We do recognize that 4th grade had a slight dip of 1%. However, I have already met with Richie, and we have looked at the standards where we are weaker in this year than we were in last year, and we created a district resource that we have already sent out to the schools to help ensure that we're spiraling that review and that we've updated the pacing guide so that we can get back in front of the game before PM3 for 4th grade math.
And I think it's important to note that this is a statewide trend with fourth grade data. So it's just not exclusive to Broward. And so we've partnered with other districts to kind of look at that this is more so an anomaly with a new assessment. So every state actually, or every district rather, is actually implementing something very similar to what we were doing.
We also wanted to note that for PM2, what's important to note that in FAST for math, the assessment covers all the standards for the year. So not all the standards have been covered up to the point of PM2. So in math, in particular, that's where we see some of these performance issues.
And I have the pleasure of bringing you middle school data. So for 6th and 7th grade, we've outperformed the state. We're a little stagnant in 6th grade, so we're trying to figure out the same way as Ms. Holtz did with Richie, looking at the standards that we took in PM2, which ones we're lacking in, and how we give some resources for review for those standards. But we're really happy with 7th grade. 7th grade is making some great strides, 11 points over the last 3 years, and outperforming the state by 9 points, which is great. Now, Richie called out 6th and 7th grade on this slide, and then he put 8th grade to its own slide. And I'm really happy he did that, because I don't want to shy away from what we're doing in 8th grade and what that data looks like. It's really an opportunity for us for expansion. Like, how do we make sure our level 1 and 2 kids in 8th grade really get the right teaching, the right engagement, the hands-on learning, the center instruction, like the small group instruction that they really need. And you may see, and you may ask a question, which is very valid, why don't we outperform the state in 8th grade, Guy? Great question. Our philosophy in Broward is that we put all of our high-achieving students or our proficient students in algebra and geometry in 8th grade. And they don't take a PM2. So the students you see in 8th grade are really our level 1s and 2s kids that are in our 8th grade math classes. And the reason the state outperforms us is because we test a small percentage of our 8th grade kids, but the state, I believe, if Richie has the data here, 75% of the 8th grade kids are tested on the 8th grade standards, or the 8th grade FAST. So it's a different comparison of students when you look at the state versus Broward. That's all. But like I said, we're not happy with the 14%. We're not happy being stagnant, so we're looking at resources and strategies to make sure we see different type of teaching in those classrooms. Like those kids need some more hands-on small group instruction. So that's what we're looking to do for those students as well. And I'll pass it back over to Richie for our subgroup performance.
So here in our subgroup performance, we're seeing 8 percentage point increase for our black students, 8 percentage point increase over the past 3 years for Hispanic, and a 9 percentage point increase for white students. So what we're seeing, while there is still a gap and it slightly widens because the performance over the past 3 years is improving for all the subgroups, we are still, it is important to note that performance is improving for all groups. We still see that gap, but we're happy that at least performance is improving. When we look at our English language learners, we're seeing that again the school transformation office is closing the gap with the district. They've improved 7 percentage points over the past 3 years, whereas the district and each of the regions have improved by 5 percentage points. And for our students with disabilities, again, the STO office improved 8 percentage points, and the district improved 6 percentage points. So that gap is a lot smaller as well. So finally, when we talk about our math performance by school, we wanted to really call out these schools that have made more than double-digit increases, but really 25 or 20% improvement in some cases. So we have schools that really improved significantly, and we wanted to recognize that. Now I'm going to pass it over to Ms. Holtz to talk about our K-2 performance.
Thanks again, Richie. So I think it's important that we talk about the foundations of reading really come in kindergarten, first and second grade, and so we're going to take some time to look at the data from kinder, first and second in ELA. You will see that in kindergarten, the district did outperform the state average in reading in kindergarten. I know Dr. Hudge is back there smiling loud and proud because once again, STO did have the largest growth over the last 3 years with 9% proficiency for our kindergarten students in ELA. When we get to first and second grade, unfortunately, we don't see that same growth in ELA. We did either perform at the same or the state performed a little bit higher than us at the district average in ELA and first and second grade. But we don't want that to shadow the fact that the school transformation office did have a 7% growth from 2 years ago in first grade. I think what's important is that we recognize that the same supports that we've been providing to third, fourth, and fifth grade, we need to make sure that we're providing in kinder, first, and second. And that those kindergarten teachers are also receiving the same professional development in the science of learning, science of reading, that we are monitoring early interventions. The best thing that we can do as soon as a kindergarten seems to be falling behind is that we provide those interventions and we monitor them through the MTSS process. We need to ensure that instruction in primary grades focuses on both word recognition and language comprehension, and that small group instruction is taking place in all of our classes. So all of those great things that we ensure are going on in third through fifth grade, we also need to make sure are going on in kinder through second, and I'm sure that we will see that same growth and return on investment. Very excited to share our information about math in kindergarten. So if you will see that we went from 24 to 46% over the past 3 years increase in math in kindergarten and outperformed the state. All regions have shown increases over the last 3 years, but the South has had the largest increase with a 23% increase in kindergarten math. Broward outperformed the state on grade 1 in math PM2. All regions have shown an increase over the last 3 years. STO showed the largest increase with a 10% improvement over the past 3 years in math. Again, we are scoring above the state average. And in second grade we have tied with the state average. However, we have still increased at the district level. The South region has shown the largest growth at 11% in second grade math on PM2 performance. We do believe that the increases that we're seeing in math are directly tied to our critical content math professional learning that we're providing to the teachers, and that we adopted high quality instructional materials and district created supplemental resources are being implemented in the classes by the classroom teachers. Sorry, pass it over back to you, Guy.
Thank you. So I'm here to present to you the college and career acceleration and graduation rate data. So the next slide, slide 30, you'll see two sets of bar graphs. I want to just orient you to the slide really quickly. The first three sets of bar graphs are for college and career acceleration, and the next three sets are for the graduation rates. Right? I want you just to focus on the first three sets for a second. College and career acceleration. In case you guys don't know, in order to earn an acceleration credit, a high school senior has to graduate with either an AP credit, an ACE Cambridge credit, an IB credit, or an industry certification. So you have to walk the stage with either college or dual enrollment. So you have to walk the stage with either a college credit or an industry certification, right? So those are all the ways to earn an acceleration. And over the last 3 years, our traditional high schools have gone up 14 points. I want to commend a couple departments. One, my own department, secondary learning, but also CTASE in Lali Formosa's department. For her coming on as the director of CTASE, we've seen a huge jump in acceleration. She has put a focus on acceleration coaches, CTE advisor in schools, and just had amazing meetings with principals, making sure they focus on the CTE and their acceleration rates. And I believe that's one of the reasons we see a huge jump in our acceleration rates. So I want to thank both those departments. And you see we have our traditional rates are at 77 right now. Our district operated schools, which are our traditional high schools and our centers, are at 75, and you see what the charter schools are at, right? And now the graduation rates, our traditional high schools are at a great rate at 98%. When you combine them with our centers and our other schools, we are 94, and our charters drop down to 75. But the next slide shows you how all that aggregates together, right? So for the college and career acceleration rate, we've gone up 13 points over the last 3 years. We're at the highest point we've ever been in Broward County Public Schools, which is an amazing thing to know. And we don't have a state rate yet because the state hasn't published their rates for this year yet. Now for graduation, we want to really point the fact out that we're above 90% for the first time ever in Broward's history, right? And so I know there's some snaps or some claps or some waves, but we're definitely above 90%. We're trying to get above the state average as well, above 92%, and I think we're definitely on our way to getting there. The way we make sure we're there is some of the data we look at on the next slide. This happens to be my favorite data set that Richie puts out. Right? You'll see 4 line graphs here. The dashed line graphs are where we were last year, and the solid line graphs are where we are this year. I want you to notice that we're starting at a lower rate. What this indicates to you is a number of students starting the year off without the correct test scores for graduation. We usually don't have an issue of kids when they're graduating with credits or their GPA. Our issue is really their test scores. It's the 10th grade ELA test or the algebra test or all the concordance scores, right? So the number on the far left indicates how many students start the year off without a test score. And as you go along the year, you see how that number decreases. We use this data very intently to see where are the tests that give us the best bang for our bucks. And you can see with the lines that have the hugest negative slope, we know those tests give us the biggest bang for our buck. They decrease our numbers the most. And those are usually from the data we see that those are the fast retakes and or the ACT NCR. So that's where we're putting our efforts towards for review and the fast retakes or NCRs, like our SAT or ACT NCRs. And NCR means non-college reportable, which means students get extended time on those tests. So they get to sit there not just for the 2 hours they need or whatever the time is, for as much time as they need to take those tests. Some of the strategies we have for acceleration is we have multiple pathways for acceleration. We have acceleration visits. We have professional development for teachers. We have a student district-wide exam review as well. And we are encouraging more middle school advanced enrollment to make sure we have more high school advanced enrollment. Right? Some of the stuff that CTASE has done as well, like I mentioned, acceleration coaches, CTE advisors, strategic meetings at schools, progress tracking, regular check-ins, PD for teachers. You can see all the strategies we're using there and with our CTASE side as well. And I'll give it back up to Dr. Cohn to see if there's any board discussion or questions.
Thanks. So what you see today is clearly alignment. It's our academic plan, our strategic plan, our coaching, our data monitoring equals our student outcomes increasing and accelerating. So Broward is just not improving. We're accelerating. And so we want to thank the teachers, the students, the staff, the principals in central office for all of us working together to make this all work together and make this happen. So we appreciate everyone for this work. And so now we'll leave it open for board discussion.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Baum, if I had to make you give me a God's honest statistical answer, not conservative or optimistic, what number are we going to end for at grade level by the end of this year, given the PM1 and PM2 results we've had so far?
Thanks for putting me on the spot here. So what I would say is usually, really the best way to look at this is our slide 5, I believe.
That's my favorite slide in the whole deck.
Yeah, it is. It is really the best slide I think that we put together. When we look at that, we could see year over year, and we could see the improvement that we make. So our PM2 to PM2 performance increased by 5 percentage points overall. So we could expect, basically a 3 to 5 percentage point increase for our PM3 performance. We see it's not guaranteed, but yeah, if we maintain, if we stay the course, if we make sure that we're hyper focused on, our schools do that, we could expect to see a 3 to 5 percentage point increase, and we hope for that. That's typically what we'll see when we look at the trend.
And I remember 2022 very, very clearly. It was a year I spent talking to the community about Broward schools before I joined this board. And the rate then was half. Half of Broward County school kids were at grade level. And I just thought that was not what the community wanted. The community didn't want half of the kids that were going to public school to be at or above grade level. So if we continue this, that means since 2022, so 3 years ago, we've moved 25,000 students to at or above grade level who were performing below grade level. That is a heroic number of people when you have 187,000 students in your school district. That's a big number. It's a number the community can feel, I think, when you talk to them about it. That's the total number of people we have. It's actually a little bit bigger than we have in any grade level. So if you look at all 12th graders, about 18,000 of them. And so there's 25,000 kids filling up Miami Heat Stadium, for example. That number of people in our community are now performing at or above grade level. Second point, another great slide is about career and college readiness. My read from the community is that has now become an expectation. When I talk to parents of high school kids, they're not talking about, are you taking Cambridge AP dual enrollment? It's like, which one are you taking? And that's not, just folks that are going to our world-class high schools. It's all of our traditional high schools. There is a community expectation that I get over and over again that they're going to take something difficult in high schools. I think it's so important that has become the societal or community norm, because if you have children being encouraged to do things hard at school, they're going to be willing to do things hard outside of school. And that, to me, is just a huge life lesson. I think everything worth doing is hard. And I think that's true because if it was easy, anybody would do it, right? So anything worth doing is really hard. And if we're teaching our kids and it becomes a community norm like it is in other places in the United States to do hard things, I think that's going to pay big dividends. A couple small statistics points. Sixth graders in Broward County schools, I think, are the first point where a significant number can take math beyond their grade level, right? So sixth graders, there's some reasonable number that go to 7th and 8th grade or GEM math. Those students no longer take the math PM1 or 2 at 6th grade level. Is that correct?
They do take the PM1, the 1 and 2 in 6th grade. If they're enrolled in a 6th grade GEM class, they still take the 6th grade PM1.
Sure, but the ones that went to 7th or to 8th grade, they don't go back.
The
and
7th
take
graders in algebra do not take it. They take
Right.
the algebra exam, and then
All
the ones.
I'd ask you to think about is those are our rock stars, right? Like they all got 5s usually since early testing, and they're quantitatively accelerated, however you want to describe that, I would prefer to see them added on to the numbers you have, because those are clearly sixth graders that are exceeding grade level. I would just like to see them on the chart that we communicate to our residents of Broward County, because it's a big deal. Another small statistics point, I'm not all that interested in rural Florida counties. I'm really interested in Miami-Dade and Palm Beach, because if you live in Miami-Dade or Palm Beach, you can go to our schools. And so my comparison, instead of statewide average, would be kind of the big 7 urban districts of Florida, largely because I know that we can encourage people who don't live here to come here, whether they're close enough and can commute, or they live in, Polk County or Escambia County, and they can move here. And they can move here because we have schools that are just really, really accelerating. And I love the way you started it off, Dr. Cohn, with this idea of momentum. That momentum, I think, is really, really important to talk to the community about, because this isn't a year of like, hey, we did something cool. This is continuous 3 to 5% growth every year during a time where we're dramatically underfunded as an education system, and now in which we're in fiscal, urgency crisis, whatever you want to describe it as. That to me is a big deal. We continue to grow and to outperform the previous years in our core responsibility, which is educating tomorrow's leaders. So I'm really glad that our scholars have gone well. I think our parents and our teachers and the administrators, when you put them all together, there's just a lot of cool things going on in Broward County in terms of core learning. And it's great to see this at the midpoint year, and I can't wait to see it. I think it'll be 64, Richie. Just going to tell you right now, that's my over-under number for the year. If we get to just reasonable growth, that means 25,000 students at or above grade level compared to what we had just 3 years ago. That's a big chunk of students. It really is. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Cohn and your team, I appreciate all of the efforts that everyone put into this. It sure is a lot of data, and data is important. It gives you a sort of a factual reference point to see where we are and where we're going. And I appreciate the emphasis on PM2 and comparative in terms of the last 3 years. That's important. What I'll also say is I know that each year there might be changes in benchmarks, in intended learning outcomes, in summative assessment expectations, and so on and so forth. So while I appreciate the PM2 data, and you did a great job, I love it, what I have a lot more interest in is slide 5, as Dr. Zeman mentioned, because sometimes when we compare the particular assessment over years, things may change each year. So you're not really measuring exactly the same things, right? So it's good to pat ourselves on the back because we've seen improvement in the PM2, but it also may not have as great as relevance in terms of where are we going to be in PM3, right? So the reason I'm saying this is I would have loved to have seen slide 5 even more expanded, where we're looking at those numbers from PM1 to PM2. We're looking at that by grade level, by region, by gender, by race, ethnicity, to see who's being impacted and what do we need to do about those subgroups. As we compare PM1 to PM2, and some sort of a monitoring of those students, or I know it's in place, but it wasn't presented here, and I love the emphasis on PM2, but I would love to see a lot more discussion on where were we on PM1 across gender, across grade levels, across race, ethnicity, across SWDs, and where are we on PM2 in terms of improvement, and where do we need to be by PM3? So I don't know if you're going to appear before us again before PM3, but I would love to actually get a better picture as to where we are this year, as opposed to a great emphasis on comparatives from previous years. And I love the improvement. It's not negating anything you've done. It's a great way to encourage ourselves and to say, yes, we're actually doing better in terms of PM2 results. But it doesn't give me a lot of insight as to where are we going to be in PM3 by looking at the gaps that exist currently in PM2 that the students need to learn by PM3. And where are we in terms of the different groups, the ESC students, the students by race, by gender, and so on and so forth. So are you able to comment on that? Because that's what I want to know, right? Because that will help me as a board member to kind of get a better picture as to where we are now and where we're going to be in April or May.
So, Dr. Hollins, I appreciate that response, and actually that's a great suggestion. So, a couple things. One, we'll do it as a follow-up. We'll provide that data for you, but moving forward for PM3, we'll actually break that down for you. So we'll have that data in the next PM3 presentation, but we'll also do a follow-up for PM2 as well. So those are some really great suggestions.
Right. And so, slide 5 is great because it shows a comprehensive picture of where we are, which is great because we're moving in the right direction. But I don't know what that looks like if we break that down into different groups and so on and so forth, and then target those particular groups to see improvement. So who's impacted, what are we going to do about it, and how are we going to monitor this by PM3 to make sure PM3 looks good? So that's the part that I see that's missing, but it's, again, you've done a lot of work, and I appreciate everything else. I would just like to see a more expanded version of slide 5, a lot more emphasis on 5. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you, and I appreciate the data that you gave us here. It's not going to be a surprise. I want to comment on our at-risk kids and our subgroups. I have, since I've been a school board member, that has been a focus of my review for the superintendents every single year, is specifically how are we looking with those particular groups. Because for me, if you're not going all the way across, and we're seeing it's not just okay to make gains, but we need to be able to make sure that they are making incredible gains in those areas because they're deficient so much. So I appreciate that. Also, I would like to have a list of the STO schools. I looked through here and I couldn't find it. It might be here. I don't know. But it would be interesting you'll say that and parents will look at this and they'll say, well, what schools are they? So it would be interesting to know that, especially the number of them. But also, it would be, I think an important data point that's missing is asking either the BTU or area teachers to ask them what specific training in cohort groups or science of reading, manipulatives, whatever they feel is making the absolute difference when it comes to their kids, because nobody knows better than the teacher in the classroom. I love data points, don't get me wrong, but I also like to keep my ear to the ground when it comes to that every day, not testing, but everyday teaching, learning, and relationships that actually make a big difference in our kids' life. And have that, and it will help us moving forward when it comes from a financial piece, because if they're not saying A, B, and C programs are kicking it for me, then A, we want to move away from that massive testing anyway, and B, the teachers are telling you what they need. So it's awfully easier for us as a board to be able to look at that and say, oh, you know what? K to 2 do this, and this is what they're doing, and they don't exactly feel this is what their kids need. That's an important part for finances moving forward. Do you have a list of those schools, or does it take a while to get them?
We have a list of those schools. We can actually provide that shortly to you.
Okay. Okay. I was going to ask some questions about that, but I can wait for that aspect of it. I did want to give a shout out to Crystal Lake Middle School for getting some good grades there.
Ms. Rupert, I'm sorry. Do you prefer us to provide those lists of schools to you in a follow-up, or we could actually just tell you the names of the schools right here?
Is it a lot that I have to write, or is it
About
not?
20.
Can't write that fast. Okay, you can just send it to me. You can just send it to me because yeah, that's a little too much, but that's great. I mean, that's information I didn't have before, which is important because that means that the public doesn't have that as well. Would like to have seen a more specific SWD breakout, which I believe my colleague has already talked about over there, Dr. Holness. So I'm wholly agreeing with you. I use that. You got it right. Wholness. Okay. Thank you. All right then. I'm at a special club tonight for my my mic night. Yeah, gonna be here, hopefully. So, yeah, I definitely need those answers for that. And thank you. And it's really a specific, voice for the public to say, listen, this is what's going on. This is what's still going on, even in bad times financially. We're doing the work that we need to do in this district, in this state, in your classroom with your kid. And that's important. So thanks so much.
Thank you. And before I go to Ms. Hickson, I did forget to take public comments. So is there any public comment on this item?
No comments.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. First, I want to say thank you. These are the things we should be sharing at the top of every conversation we have. We should be sharing these results because at the end of the day, this is how we get graded, right? My favorite slides were 23 through 28 because those are kindergarten through second grade, and that's really being able to predict the future because you want to see those increasing and not just focusing on third grade, because if you're only worrying about third grade, you're already behind the 8 ball. So I know that, in the schools that I have gone to, they're really focused also in those early grade levels because that will, help them in the future. So thank you for including that and understanding that it isn't just about those upper grades. I have a question. I don't know if it's maybe the elephant in the room kind of question, but, we are in a place where we've had concerns about testing. We've moved people that are instructional coaches, or I don't know what the right word is, but where their teachers are helping teachers, and we've moved them into the classroom. So we got to the place that we're at because of a lot of those resources we've poured into the schools. We're not going to have those same resources next year to some degree. So I would just like to ask, what are we doing proactively as the district to know that we're not going to have as many teachers teaching teachers or supporting teachers in the way, outside of just their colleagues? That if we reduce testing or if we reduce walkthroughs and all of those things that we understand are weighing heavy on teachers, so we want to balance it. But I think we all would have to acknowledge that the data we're looking at is because of those things that have been here, because we were a B school for 10 years, implemented things that are having some growing pains with people, but we've reached the A. And I don't believe in the grades in the first place, so I'll just say that out loud. I was never at a school that was an A school, so I guess that's why I never really felt that it was a good indication. But it is the world we live in today. So can you just tell us what you're doing proactively as an academic department, knowing what's coming down the pipeline, but still ensuring that we'll see these same gains next year?
Yeah. So I'll just start by saying thank you for the elephant in the room. There's always a risk when you reduce something that you know is already working. I think we have the job of really taking a look at when we start to look at reduction in staff and support and supplemental materials, We have, over the past 3 years, looked at ROI, our return on investment of supplemental materials, to determine which ones are having the greatest amount of effect on schools. And so we are at a point where we are at the bare bones of saying, here are the supplemental materials that we strongly believe in that have high efficacy at our schools. And so these are the non-negotiables, right? Our instructional adopted core is our tier 1. Our supplemental material, which may be 1 or 2 or 3 things, those are the things that we want to definitely keep. And then we start looking at staffing, which is obviously what we're looking at now. We're taking a look at how many reasonably will allow us to still continue to do the work that we're doing and still maintain, right? Because any research will tell you it takes between 3 to 5 years to maintain and sustain. We're 3 years into this, right? There are some schools that are really light speed ahead. They're on their own. They can survive on their own. And then there are schools that, with some support, will be intentionally able to continue to lift. And then there are some that may be still on life support that requires that really direct support. We have always, over the past 3 years, when we look at the data, PM3 data as an example, we start to look at what we consider our priority watch schools. Those are the ones we really support at the beginning of the year up until PM2. We'll still have to be very strategic, knowing that is the case, because we have a lot of schools that at the very end may not rise to the occasion where they are proficient on their own without support. And that's where regional support comes in. That's where district support comes in. So when we're looking at the budget and we're looking at our resources, we're being very intentional in terms of, what is non-negotiable, what must we keep in order to maintain this A. And so I started out talking about acceleration. We've got to continue to accelerate. Even though we're taking the pedal off of some of those resources, we cannot put it on cruise control just yet. So I know that in working with Cabinet and obviously our superintendent who's leading this work, we're being very strategic around those resources and what are we touching and what are we not giving up, but what can we give up at this point in time?
Thank you for that, and we've had this conversation already, but I also hope that we'll hear about how we're going to start to include AI in some of that process. And I've said it since I've been here. We still teach like we're in the Industrial Revolution, and that's not how our students learn, and that's not what society requires of them anymore. So I would love Broward County Public Schools to be the leader, the innovator of changing pedagogy in education in general. So I hope as we look into how we have to reshape that, it's in the confines or in the context of being the leader and how we incorporate not AI to get rid of teachers or anything that way, but just to enhance what we're doing, and maybe in the places where we can't afford certain things, AI would help us to make up that difference. But as one board member, I just want to be clear, the expectation is to continue to excel and be the A, and it's important that you share with us what those non-negotiables are so we understand it early in the beginning, and also when we're talking with the community, what you feel, and explain what those non-negotiables are and how you came to that understanding, because the community is going to expect us to continue to be an A district regardless of what else is going on at this level. So we have to be able to partner and just bring them along the journey as to why we're changing things. When you get rid of a certain program, we get 100 emails from teachers who have used that for 10 years and they believe in it. So it's very hard if we don't have the background that you're bringing to that decision to say, I get that, but here's the reasoning behind it. So as we move forward, the more information you can share with us as to how you've landed on the non-negotiables, I think would be really helpful in us being able to provide information to the community. So, and thank you again.
I appreciate it.
Any other board member discussion before I go? No? I agree with you, Ms. Hickson, that we should be sharing this great news all the time. That's on us as school board members. So thank you for pointing that out. And I had a similar question. I guess I'm wondering how you guys are reconciling like the conversation from last week where, you heard from the community, you heard from us that we felt very strongly about the over-testing. So how does that conversation fit into this? Because on the one hand, we're telling you guys like we're testing our kids too much. On the other hand, some of that has contributed to these positive results. So like I feel very strongly about both things. Like I really like this good news, and I also really don't like us over-testing kids. And those two things are kind of in conflict with one another. I don't think, as like an educator, I don't think they're completely in conflict with one another, but I kind of want to hear again how you guys are reconciling those two things.
So I appreciate that, Ms. Leonardo. It is a delicate dance, and I didn't want to, or we didn't want to address that piece in the room because that also is an elephant in the room too. Because we talk about assessment versus testing and the purpose of assessment, and the fact that FAST is a progress monitoring tool. So we did step away from the workshop and really took a critical look at kind of some next steps and what we can do and not throw the baby out with the bathwater. So there's some things that we've already come up with that we will be putting in an action item plan, and I'll give you an example where we look at something like an iReady that it may not be where every student who is proficient based on FAST PM1 needs to take the iReady diagnostic. So that would eliminate a certain group of students already because we would create kind of these thresholds within FAST PM to say these students are proficient based on FAST data. They don't need to take an iReady diagnostic test, right? So that would preclude a good group of students who don't need to take it. The other part of that, the challenge of that, is then if the teacher or the parent wants to use iReady or wants their student to have that pathway, the teacher themselves would have to go in and put the students in there. So you would actually create an additional work front face for that teacher to actually do if they really want the student to actually use iReady in the school, during the school day or after school. So we're looking at kind of some of those plausible options to reduce assessment, but also knowing that it may create a burden on teachers on the back end to make sure that they do some of those things. The other thing we looked at is some of those optional tests that teachers are providing, reducing that footprint so that they don't have access to those things. One of the other data points that we did take a look at, we looked at how many teachers on their own were actually creating assessments in Performance Matters, and I think it was about over 1,000 teachers. Without us, without our instructional assessments, they were creating it on their own. My fear is when we start to limit things that are teacher-directed, then what are we saying to the teacher? That those teachers that didn't come in front of us, didn't have a voice, but the data is showing that they're still using it, that we're precluding them from the discussion. And so I think it's so important, and that's why I wanted to be very deliberate around how many voices we hear in this process so that I come back to the board with a majority of the voices collectively saying yay or nay. And so we're going to put together some of those action steps, and we're going to actually go to Parent University. We're going to go through that focus group of teachers that said that they wanted to be a part of this, and we're going to say, here are some options that we came up with. And are you able to live with these options, or do you see these as viable options in your teacher space? And give us some feedback so that we're coming with enough data to inform the board about the things. And that would include if we say, hey, here are those thresholds for iReady, and teachers, you're going to have to go in and you're going to have to make sure you put the students in the right pathway, because if a teacher mistakenly puts a student in a lower grade pathway, now you're creating more of an issue versus if the student did it and now you have your automatic pathway. So we're looking at all of those things. And so we did, there will be a memo. I think we heard that from the advisory that will go out this week, reinforcing what's optional versus what's not optional. Will be reinforced based on a memo that went out earlier this year of our statutory assessment calendar, so to show that, hey, we did send something out, but because you wanted it, we're going to actually provide that to you. So we're doing the quick, easy wins that we've heard, but to your point, it's going to take some deeper dive conversations with teachers so that we don't exclude teachers from the conversation, but we also don't make a huge change that will have an impact to our acceleration.
So I hope that everyone was listening to that, because I think I'm very grateful for that explanation, and I think it really illustrates like how difficult the task is that you all are trying to navigate, like balancing teacher autonomy, balancing student achievement and the demands that are put on us by the state in terms of testing and things like that. And balancing teacher workload, and also considering like the screen time issue that we talked about, and the testing. So it's so much more complicated than like the way we talk about it sometimes, which is like stop testing our kids so much. It's like so much more than that. And like I say that as like a Diane Ravitch acolyte, like, this has been something that has been in the works for decades now. That's going to take a long time to undo. And so I really appreciate you guys like talking about the specific nuances that you're trying to figure out. And it shows me that you're being very thoughtful about it and that you're taking the feedback very seriously. So I really appreciate that. And I look forward to seeing, what you guys come up with in the coming months. And trying to work on this in the years to come. Any other board comment, Dr. Zeman?
Yeah, I just want to. This conversation is so central to why we're here. This is like really, really wonderful time together. We don't always get to work on systemic, strategic issues like this, but I just want to make a kind of evidentiary point. We have no evidence that the assessments and the testing that we're doing right now is optimal learning growth. All we know is the combination of all the things we're doing has got us on a positive trajectory. It may be, to the chair's brilliant question, that we're assessing too much, taking away instructional time, and could be doing even better academic growth if we made that kind of change. And it's incredibly complex. It's really a fascinating issue. I'm big on teacher autonomy. I'm really big on parent involvement, because when the parents loudly and clearly and repetitively say too much testing, that's a big deal. And they're very attuned to their kids. And so I listen very, very attentively to that. But we have no evidence that the testing and assessment we're doing now is either accelerating or inhibiting our growth. In the same way, having 5 layers of management between the superintendent and a principal is just what we have, but we have no evidence that it's good or bad. I think it's horrible. I've never seen an organization in the world be good that has 5 layers of management between the CEO and the people that make us money. But we have to think through these difficult problems right now, because we're at a point where we have to start making decisions about big things in the absence of evidence. Because we have no evidence of what it would be like to have 50% of the assessments in elementary school, what kind of academic growth we would get. Am I right, Ms. Holtz? We just don't know because we've never done it, right? We don't know what it's like if we had fewer people tasking principals to do work all day. But right now there's 5 layers above every principal that can task them to get work done during the day. It's amazingly chaotic to be a principal in this school district. And I'm looking forward to kind of getting through those kinds of big, hairy problems because they're central to what we're here for. This systemic, this strategic discussion about how do we put all the resources together, how do we put all the policies and rules and practices and people together to do what this county needs more than anything else, which is to grow the future scholars that can come back and live here for the rest of their lives. It's the most important question I find in all of public policy. And no one's figured it out yet. No one has a formula for educational success. And so it's a wonderful problem to have. There's no single answer that works everywhere. But I just want to make it clear that we don't know because we never tested whether or not the 112 assessments that we hear about in elementary school are too many or too few. And so I look forward to that debate as we go forward. Thanks.
Any other board member discussion? All right, thank you guys. The next item is the last item is rule development, legislative affairs, policies. Do you need me to recess?
No, we're ready.
Okay.
Soup?
I now turn it over to staff for a brief presentation.
There's 4 policies for rule development. I don't believe there's any public comment for it, for any of them. There's 1 repeal, and there's 3 that are being slightly amended. We could open up to questions unless you want Mr. Hill to briefly go over them.
Do my colleagues want a brief presentation from Mr. Hill, or you want to go straight to questions on this last item? Go straight to questions. Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. I just have a few to add. Thank you to you and all the people that helped me put these things together. Mr. Hill, there's a couple of just questions I have.
Dr. Zeman, is your mic on?
Board, thank you. Sometimes I read our policies and it sounds like my grandmother screaming at me. You must do this, you shall do that, you cannot do this. You know, it's all very like, you know, here's all the things you can or cannot do. And sometimes we don't say things like, we would love people to come visit our schools. We would love them to come visit our schools because, one, they pay for the schools. They are their schools. This is a taxpayers-funded system, and it's their schools. It's their employees, right? It's also important because if you see a school operating, you universally walk out with a higher perception of what goes on there than people that are ignorant about what's going on in that school. And I just feel like sometimes in policies we don't kind of provide the context for why we're writing all the do's and don'ts about things. I think they'd be better if we had a sentence or two at the beginning that explain why we need to have them. So that's on 6020. On 1960, if it tells us what to do in Florida statute and federal regulations, do we need a policy that restates exactly what it says in Florida statute and federal regulations?
Through the chair. So statute does supersede school board policy, but we still typically do have our policies to coincide with statute. But I don't know if General Counsel has anything outside of what I just said.
But before she answers, I'll tell you my preference, all right? Statutes and regs change all the time. But we lock in a policy, and then sometimes every 40 years, sometimes every 4 years, sometimes more often, we go back and rewrite them, and they get out of date real quick with statutes and regs. For permanence, it seems like we can reference them and say, we're going to follow all Florida statutes and regs, and here they are right now, and you can go find them in their antecedents if you need to. That allows us to have a policy without having to just cut and paste and then be out of date real quick.
So through the chair, oftentimes when there's a rule, there's additional direction that's given to staff with regards to what the board wants. Anything that is generally like a rule of general applicability that's used throughout the school district, that's what you put in a rule in our policies. It normally is not a regurgitation of the statute because we're obligated to comply with the statute. It often has more instructions on how to apply the statute is what I
But if there's a
usually
policy
see.
before us that just repeats statute and regs, we don't need it.
I wouldn't necessarily say you don't need it because oftentimes there are directions that you give to staff with regards to
Bringing up a hypothetical that just regurgitates. That is not necessary. In fact, we don't have a policy for every state statute or every
Correct.
regulation. We
Correct.
shouldn't and we can't, and I don't like them. So less regulation, less policy is better, and if it doesn't add value, I would prefer not to have it. The only substantive point I have, too, is our policy drafted right now says that if a school is in your legislative district, you can visit without telling anybody ahead of time. But if it's not in your district, you should coordinate with them ahead of time. Is that a difference with a distinction? I mean, I think about a state senator or a state rep. They send people from their district to lots of other schools besides the schools that are in their district. But it seems like we're creating this like rule like, oh, if this is in your district, you have privileges to just come and visit. But if it's not in your district, you can't. My own preference would be if you're a legislator and you want to visit a school, you should be able to come often every day with or without notice. It just doesn't seem like we want to act like we have anything to hide to the people that pass all the rules and budgets related to public education.
So through the chair, I know that in the past that different elected officials just wanted to be, if you were visiting a school within your district, you kind of just wanted that particular heads up or to be notified. So it was just out of respect for other elected officials. That's just kind of what we heard in the past, and that's the only reason that was placed there. You're correct. They don't have to notify anyone in advance, and if they show up at a school without notification, then the schools know exactly to contact the regions or the legislative affairs department if they need additional supports as to how to proceed with that visit. But that was just for respect for, the elected officials within that particular boundary.
I would like any legislator to visit any one of our schools anytime. And that's just, again, one of 9, but I don't feel like the way the rules are written represent kind of what a good policy would be for us anymore. And I think with school choice, it's not even that interesting, because you might be, the rep representing Parkland, but you have a lot of people that go to a school in Deerfield Beach or Coral Springs or Miramar and other places. You may want to go visit schools where your residents attend but are not in your district. I also just love having an open door policy for legislators to come and see what they fund and what they regulate. Thanks.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I have 2 policies. So the first one, 1430, on public records. This may be trivial, but I just, so on page 2, on section 4, it says the board shall charge an additional 5 cents. Is it possible to say the school board of Broward County as opposed to the board? Because then it looks like we are charging the money and it's the school board that's charging it, like the district is charging that money. And it seems trivial. It's twice. It's also in section 7 where it says the board may charge up to. So I would prefer if we change that to the school board of Broward County, because we do get people that email and say, we're charging and what do we do with it? I just want it to be very clear that that is a district thing happening.
If there's no objection from general counsel or the rest of the board, we will change it to the district.
Yes, agreed.
Or it could say the school board of Broward County or the district, whichever one you think is better.
I think to accomplish what you want to accomplish, I would suggest a district.
Through the chair, I agree.
Okay, perfect, thank you. That's it on that one. And then 1970, the flags. So page 1 of 2, 1A, where it says, if 2 or more buildings or schools are located on the same campus, only one display of both flags may serve the campus. So I get if there's 2 or more buildings, but can you give an example of a school that shares, like what do you mean by sharing the same campus?
So use MSD, for example. They have multiple buildings.
I get that part. It's about school or if 2 or more schools are located on the same campus.
I think that's referring to if it's a school and then maybe a district site or district facility, an annex or something, then you won't count that as 2 separate sites. They can basically share one set of flags being displayed on the flagpole.
So I think it needs to be worded different, because for my example, right, I know we're closing one of them, but you have Seagull and Wood and Rogers. You have Broward Estates and you have Parkway. They share.
Pompano High, Pompano.
Yes. Every school should have its own flag. So my concern is that it says if 2 or more schools are located on the same campus, you only have to have one flag. I'll use Nova High School and Nova Middle School. They're on the same campus. There shouldn't just be one flag. There should be a flag that's for Nova High School and a flag for Nova Middle School. So I don't like the wording or schools. Every school should have their own dedicated flag on the campus.
So the policy is the bare minimum, and remember there's 2 things happening. So there's the flag that you have to display outside, which is the U.S.
Right.
flag and the Florida flag.
Yes.
Then each classroom has to have a U.S. flag.
Right, I'm just saying displayed outside in front of a school, every school should have an outside flag, not just one that happens to be on there.
So,
because
so I just want to clarify, if a school site has, I think that some of the examples were, that they're split, they're close, and they share maybe the block, but not necessarily the actual site, such as Broward Estates and Parkway. We will see that as two separate sites. But if I hate to use the word co-locate, but if two sites co-locate within each other, whether it be school or an administrative site, co-locate within that particular site itself, then they just would need one set of flags outside.
Personally, I don't have a problem with the district and the school, but I think each school, because they do different things. So I'll use Nova because it's the only one I can think of that has or let's use Nova Blanche, Foreman, and Nova, the two elementary schools that are right there. They share a campus, or space, but they do two separate things. They should each have their own flag outside, because if you're doing something outside with a flag, how are they both going to do it if they're all going to the same space? It's too many people. This may be trivial, but it's not trivial to me, because it's important that each school has its own flag to do whatever they're having there. And if you're putting Nova Middle and Nova High School all in one space, or the two Nova Elementaries, they should each have their own separate place to go to where they're doing something at a flag.
Go ahead, Dr. Fulton.
So I understand what you say, Ms. Hickson. Actually, the two elementary schools for Nova, the Dwight Eisenhower and Blanche Foreman, they do have their own flags because their entrances to get to each of those schools are different. But for the middle and the high school, if you notice, it's right in the center between the two front offices. So when you walk into that open space, you go left to go to the middle school, you straight ahead for the high school. But they do share the one flag because of the way they're situated really on the same compound. But it is different for the two elementary schools. They're not situated on the same compound.
So I think it's important to distinguish that in this policy, but I would also say that you need to add another flag on that campus so they each have their own place to go to for something. But that's the only one I could think of off the top of my head that I knew were like sharing a campus. So I don't want to prolong a discussion about just one area, but it's not clear in the way this is worded. So I would just suggest wording it a different way that's very clear, that if it's a district and a school, that they would.
Yes, we'll go back and take a look at that and clean that language up.
It just needs to be reworded, in my opinion. Thank you.
Ms. Bowman?
Thanks, Chair. I'm just going to grab, I was looking at Rule 6020, number 1G, which was an existing provision. Can we make that a little more forceful? It says every effort shall be made to exclude non-authorized individuals from school property at all times. I feel like we could make that say something that's a little bit more, yeah, right, exactly. Like no non-authorized individuals are absolutely prohibited from school property at all times. Because when you're saying every effort shall be made, it's like, but we might.
We'll do our best.
Yeah, we're going to try, but there might be an unauthorized person hanging out from time to time. But really, since we have a single point of entry and everything is gated, it shouldn't be the case.
We'll make the change.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board comment or discussion on this presentation? All right, do you have your direction?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Cervera.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a question. Perhaps staff can provide some background in regards to policy 1430, the process inspection and examination of public records. It's my understanding that a recent RFP was put out in regards to public records management services, and I guess our attempt to outsource the procedure for public records requests. I'm just wondering what the interplay would be, if any, on these new prospective changes to policy 1430 and whatever it is that we're trying to accomplish with the RFP that's still out and pending.
So through the chair, I don't want to say too much because I know that this is under cone of silence. So the general counsel, please, stop me if I'm getting in that gray area. But this.
Well, actually, hold on before you say anything. Is this something that can, because I do have follow-ups, but I don't want to go down a rabbit hole if that would be inappropriate. So, Ms. Jack Adams, I would appreciate your professional legal opinion here, and let me get you the number. This is RFP 26-137, Public Records Management Services. And it's my understanding that this is an outstanding RFP. Is this something that we can have a discussion about in an open setting under the cone of silence, or will it be barred under the cone of silence in regards to this particular policy that's on the workshop agenda for today?
Okay, it depends upon what is the, what stage of completion is this RFP on? I'm not familiar with this particular RFP. Where are you at in the process?
We're in the process of it being open for submissions of proposals.
Okay, so has the time period for proposals been closed?
No.
Okay. So you can ask questions in general with regards to the RFP itself. So questions with regards to, just the logistics of the RFP, just the RFP itself.
I believe I can answer the question you want to answer without any violation.
Well, I mean, are we allowed to speak? It's mine. What I think I'm hearing from you is that we can speak freely. Is that accurate?
You're a school board member. You can talk about a solicitation.
Yes, in terms of your questions about it.
Okay.
Yes.
So in regards, I guess maybe Mr. Sullivan, since you appear to have volunteered, in regards to this pending RFP, how will it affect 1430?
So we would ensure that all policy and statute is followed regardless of who is handling the public records.
That's the response?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why don't we do this? Why don't we unpack this a little bit more? What exactly are we trying to do with RFP 26-137, Public Records Management Services?
We are attempting to get proposals to see if it makes sense to handle public records in a different way and perhaps streamline it.
So we're seeking to outsource those rather than automate, correct?
Yes, I think there might be some confusion. We're not getting a software. It would be a third party doing the work.
So are we looking to eliminate staff members within our public records department right now in favor of some sort of AI program or computer automated program?
I think regardless of how you do it, there will be some staff involvement, but I'm not prepared to discuss reappointments of any particular employee or employees.
Well, my concern is the process, especially for my parents who are making these public records requests. I mean, maybe I'm old school. Like, I like it when you can pick up the phone and call a company and have a conversation with somebody or ask questions or seek direction, as opposed to having to talk to a robot or do everything electronically over email. So if within this RFP 26-137, are we losing, or I should say, are constituents losing the ability to call up a department and actually interact with a human being as opposed to a computer system, or is everything going to be completely online, if you will?
There will be a human element to it, but I think the specific case you're speaking about, there was some confusion of who processes that, but public records does not typically deal with student records.
I understand. But right now we have designated individuals that you can email or you can call and ask questions to, right?
This wouldn't impact a parent. So a student record is different from, so when there's records made of the incident you were speaking about earlier, those typically would go through the region or to schools because those public records department does not handle student records.
Correct. But parents still have a right to make public records requests about anything in the district, right? You don't lose that right just because you have a child.
Correct.
Right? Okay. So again, what I'm trying to understand is for the parents who go through that process and want to make a public records request, right? Right now, my understanding is that they can interact with humans.
Yeah, most of the public records requests come through our inbox for public records, the vast majority of them, which is on our website. So parents know where to contact, and there is a number. But again, the human element wouldn't be going away regardless of how we handle public records.
Okay, so the two individuals that are what I've been told, the two individuals who handle these now would still do the same thing that they're doing today in the event that this RFP 26-137 passes and is implemented by this board.
How that looks like will be dependent on as we address all employees at the moment because of the reductions. So I'm not prepared to answer that question.
I'm not sure I understand what that means.
There will be impacts to district staff because there's reductions. So how that will look like, I can't answer at this juncture.
Will that affect our org chart?
It could be.
Okay. So is it appropriate to have a pending RFP outstanding that could affect an org chart that we haven't seen yet?
Well, just because we get the proposals doesn't mean, one, the board has to vote on that or that we would present it to the board.
So are we proactively doing this with the hopes of potentially doing something later in the year?
Correct.
So I just want, because my greatest concern is making this process more difficult for my constituents, right? That's my concern.
The goal is to streamline, not to make it more difficult. It's
Okay.
to make it more efficient.
And can you summarize on a high-level summary for members of the public how this proposal under the RFP is going to make this process more simplistic and easier for anybody in Broward County who wants to utilize it, but specifically our parents and our constituents?
Well, we're hoping it'd be more streamlined and responsive.
No specific examples come to mind how that's going to happen?
I have to see how what the proposals look like to see if that's even, if they have something better than what we currently have.
When does the period close?
Mr. Hill?
That I'll have to get back with you on. I have to contact our contact within procurement to see what the timeline is after for closure.
Okay. I'd like a follow-up on that if I may.
We'll get it to you by the end of today.
Thank you.
And to the board.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I have a question on that. Also, I forgot to ask it when the committees were here, because I did have a conversation with Mr. Sullivan about it. And I believe that Granicus has the ability to do some of that automation of the public records request. So just, yeah, and apparently there was a presentation given to the superintendent, because I also asked him about what some options were. But I guess to Mr. Severa's point, we haven't heard, like nothing has come to us. Did we even want to send it out to someplace? Did we want to try Granicus? So I'm a little confused about what the process is. Should it have come to us first before you sent it out, or are you gathering information so that you send it all to us? Because it seems it's a lot of time and companies giving proposals when we might say we absolutely don't want to do that. So we've never had a conversation about it. So I just wonder what the normal process is for something along these lines.
I mean, we have tons of ITBs and RFPs that go out on a daily basis that we don't bring to the board. As it relates to this specific initiative, it goes with the overall initiative that we have to do more. We have to do what we currently do with less. So,
If I may, Mr. Sullivan,
Sure.
you know, one of the tasks as far as operating the district is to become efficient, but yet also effective in every task that we do, and especially reducing staff and not impacting how we service the public, schools, or other departments. As far as the how, that's what we're developing. And that ultimately we bring the how, if it's a contract or money has to be spent, to the board for approval or denial. And so at the end of the day, the board's going to get an opportunity to say, you know what, we're not purchasing that. We'll rather stick to how we've been doing it. But we're our whole Next steps as far as initiative to make the district more efficient in everything that we do is to go out, find comparable services if need be, or train staff if need be, so they can execute more appropriately, so we can decrease complaints in certain departments. And we have a lot of issues going on with public records from day one. And all of us receive those emails. So there's obvious a problem. The team has tried to mitigate some of those issues. The next step is to go out and see how if we can get some proposals that help us mitigate those issues to the point of being as efficient and effective as possible. And when we have those records come in, to get them out and expedited as much as possible, because that's not happening right now.
Right, and I don't disagree that it needs to be addressed. My question just would be then, or my ask, is to have a conversation with us, like, what would it look like using Granicus? What would it look like going out to a company? Because if you just bring us a contract, we don't know the back part of where you landed with that contract, or what the comparison is now. If it just comes as an OO item on an agenda for us to vote on a contract, we don't know the rest of the story, and then we don't hear until someone comes and speaks and says, but what about all of this? And I know that would be true for a lot of contracts, but in this particular one, there is something that could be done on what we use already. Does Granicus have that capacity? Do we have to pay more? What would be the comparison of increasing what we pay Granicus as opposed to going out to this other? So I would like all of that information to come along with the contract part, so we can really balance out as a board what we're most comfortable with. If that makes sense.
Yep, that makes sense. Noted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other?
If I just wanted to close up on the conversation, the current employees in public records, they do, a great job. It's a very high demand work that they have. Some of the challenges go outside of them. It's the custodians as well. So we want to ensure that we're treating the custodians, because some of the issues are there too. So I just wanted to say that publicly.
Thank you. Any other board discussion? Go ahead, Ms. Hickson.
I'll echo that. This was not a diss on the people working in public records. They can only do so much, which is part of why, if the animation part was there, you wouldn't maybe be so reliant on the custodians of the record, because they could pull it automatically. So that's the conversation I think we want to have. It isn't about people doing or not doing their jobs. So thank you.
All right. Any other board discussion or questions? All right. So that concludes that workshop. I would ask that everyone stick around, because we have some other things that we need to address at the end of this meeting. So at the direction of the superintendent, the following agenda topics are tentatively scheduled to be addressed during the upcoming workshops. On March 24th, FSBA Master Board Training, Redefining Our Schools Update, 2026 Operating Referendum, Funding Framework and Allocation Discussion, and Capital Program Organizational Assessment and Procurement Recommendation. On April 14th, we have Advisory Committee reports, Diversity Committee Annual Update, Policy Review Information Systems, Rule Development for Policies 5090 and 5100, Student Code of Conduct, OSS Quarterly Report 2526 Quarter 2, Rule Development Finance, 7 Benefits Policies, Student Experience Data Dialogue, the 2026-2027 Organizational Chart, and a Transportation Update. Please note that the order of topics and the scheduling remain tentative and are subject to adjustment at the superintendent's discretion.
Madam Chair.
If I may, before you talk, Dr. Holness, I'm sorry. For the 24th, we forgot to add one addition that was supposed to happen today, and we moved it to the 24th, and that was for the capital program, the construction management.
That's what I said.
Oh,
yeah,
you said
yeah.
it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I missed that. I'm sorry, Chair.
That's okay.
That went over my head. I'm sorry. Yeah, I know. I should have.
Ms. Hickson?
I think Dr. Holness.
Dr. Holness?
No problem. So, Madam Chair, I just want to find out from the superintendent. I realize on April 14th, we have quite a bit of items here on the agenda. I just want to know from the superintendent's judgment, does he believe we will get through these topics in 8 hours, as we have our a time limit of 8 hours?
When I look at it, most likely no. You have
Okay,
to
so-
vote to extend the meeting, or
Okay.
You have to chop something off. You have
That's my next question. Are these all of these absolutely necessary for April 14th?
the org chart is necessary for sure. Advisory committee reports. You have the diversity committee annual update. We have some policy reviews. Rule development for student code of conduct. The OSS quarterly report, the Safe School quarterly report. Another rule development, and the student experience data dialogue. What is the will of the board?
So what do you suggest that can be moved to the next workshop?
I'm looking at the calendar right now. We don't have a school board meeting scheduled for the week of March 30th. So that if we would meet on a Tuesday, I don't know if I haven't spoken to staff about this, but I'm wondering if we need to schedule another workshop.
So we can schedule more workshops. I think part of the challenge is April, May, and June. The board only scheduled one workshop, so all the workshops are packed. When you have one workshop, and this is the will of the board, so I'm not taking a position, just telling the reality. When you have one workshop and then you have 2 hours dedicated to one topic every workshop, that leaves you 6 hours in a month to deal with the other business of the district. So that's some of the challenges in April, May, and June. There's only one workshop schedule at the moment for each of those months.
Ms. Hickson and Ms. Thompson.
Yeah, there's way too many big things. Student code of conduct's going to take 4 hours by itself, because you think you're talking about one thing, and as we found last time we were here, and 8 other things came out of that. That should be all by itself, or with one other thing. Then there's the student, what was the other thing? I don't have a paper. So I don't-
Student experience data dialogue.
Yeah, so then the org chart's going to take hours. Do we really have to do rule development at the same time? There's just no way. And even if we extended, we wouldn't be functioning to be able to have a coherent conversation.
Right, so what's your recommendation?
So I would say not to do the student code of conduct on that unless there's a reason that it has to be done at that time.
Yes,
it does.
There's a cadence.
So does the diversity committee have to be, the annual update have to be on that day?
Per policy.
It has to be in April?
All right.
Policy?
I have a recommendation if you want one.
I'd like to hear from my colleagues before we, Ms. Thompson?
Thank you. I would like to recommend adding a board workshop on the 30th and then adding a 31st. Thank you. And then adding an additional one in April and May, since there's a lot coming up, and just with redefining and with our financial situation and allocations. And
I'm okay with adding one also to that point.
Ms. Bowman?
I agree with that recommendation. I think we have a lot of work to do, and we are not doing anyone any favors by smushing it all into one day.
Dr. Zeman?
Thanks. I just want to add to that. I think it's a great idea to add meetings toward the end of the year, particularly this year. But I also think we need a little bit more board discipline on how we spend our time here. We can ask questions ahead of time. We can get a lot of clarifications ahead of time. As many people have reminded me, you can bring motions in already typed up and ready to go. We ought to be, I think, a little bit more mindful of the time that the chair set aside for blocks of time, so that we still get into the good, weighty, meaty issues that we've got to resolve by the end of the year. They're very, very big this year. But I just feel like great boards figure out how to spend their best energy on their biggest problems. And I would just ask us to think a little bit about that as we're preparing. Are we spending the most time and the most energy on the biggest problems, or are we spending a lot of time? And to Ms. Hickson's point on student code of conduct, it doesn't need to take 4 hours to go through the student code of conduct. If we come in prepared, if people have specific issues on it, we can rip through it, consider those, vote, and get done. So I think there's two different things we could do. One is extend to meetings every Tuesday for a couple months. And I'm sorry, Ms. Thompson, did you suggest 2 workshops and 2 board meetings for May and June? April, May, and June?
I don't have the calendar, but I wanted to add one to the 31st of March, and then staff said we only had 1 workshop in
I can
May
provide
and
some
June.
dates.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I would rather us be here and we're spending time effectively and we can be moving on things than like space it out in jam meetings, and because I feel like by the 9th hour, no one's actually listening to anyone else.
I'm agreeing with the idea that we meet. I'm just suggesting that I think what we did is we went to 2 school board meetings and a workshop toward the end of the year because there's so many contracts and actual, meetings we need so that we can vote and make decisions. And so if adding a meeting means we have 2 workshops and 2 school board meetings toward the end of the year, I'm fine with that. I love 8-hour meetings 4 times rather than 13-hour meetings 3 times. I also think we can do a better job as a board, though, getting ready and just being thoughtful about spending the time on the things that matter the most. There's many, many ways to do that. Part of it is just preparing and getting your facts straight so that the time we spend here is with our colleagues making good, honest discussion about weighty issues. Thank you.
Yeah, so we do have several special school board meetings scheduled for the next few months. In addition, so to Ms. Thompson's recommendation, we could schedule a workshop for March 31st, April 28th, and May 26th, unless that conflicts with, go ahead, Mr. Sullivan.
The only thing I would say is remember that April 28th, we're doing a special because the board is considering the org chart on April 7th. On April 14th. It's being a workshop, so 2 weeks later, you guys would take the formal vote on April 28th.
Okay, I didn't have that in my calendar. Thank you.
Yeah, 28th.
So
On the 28th, we have an SSBM.
It's a special school board meeting.
I know what that means.
We also have a special school board meeting the 21st, do we not?
21st. So what I was gonna suggest, since the board already has to be here on the 21st and the 28th, the org chart would probably take 2 to 4 hours. So I would do 4 hours just to be on the safer side, and then you could do 4 hours of workshop. And the special on the 21st, we only have that for contracts. So I would do 4 hours for a special and 4 hours for a workshop. Since it's already on the board's calendar, that would be my recommendation.
Board meetings that month, though? 2 full days and 1 half day?
You would have, for April, you would have a full school board meeting on the 7th, a workshop on the 14th. What I'm proposing is keep the special on the 21st for any pending contracts for 4 hours, a workshop for 4 hours that same day. The 28th, do 4 hours of a special to vote and discuss the org chart. I would do 4 hours for that at minimum, and then 4 hours for a workshop.
So there's just a constraint with every time there's a special, anybody who cannot be here, I guess they can still participate, right? It's harder, I think, to have good participation with people who are not there, but they can definitely participate. I was thinking about a closed meeting when people who aren't here cannot participate. So I withdraw my objection.
Is there any objection to the proposed schedule?
So we would have like today, we had a special school board meeting and then a regular meeting. So on the 28th, that special school board meeting doesn't start until 10. Maybe we could move it up to 9 or 10.
We could do the special on the 28th from 9 to 1, and then 1 to 5 for the workshop. Or we could reverse the order, will of the board. On the 28th, maybe leave the org chart for the second half. Probably more discussion.
The 28th of March?
Of April.
Of April.
Okay. But the workshop for the 14th of April, which is what brought us to this conversation.
The 14th of April is just a regular school board workshop, which we already have a packed agenda.
Right, that's what we're saying, though. We're taking some of these items.
We would redistribute the items to those 2 half days to lessen the load of the schedule.
What about the March 31st?
If you guys want, we could add that as well to the will of the board.
Why don't we do that?
Madam Chair.
What would you add into that?
Well, we could split. I mean, I don't care what we
Rule
add, but
development.
I think we need more time. And then when are the students coming?
April 14th, and I don't think the 31st would work for the students. Based
No,
on,
I know, but we just want to make sure we're not moving their schedule.
I would
Dr.
never.
Holness?
Okay, so John, if we have the 21st and the 28th for 4 hours of workshop, based upon, and Dr. Hepburn, maybe you can answer as well, do we still need the 31st? Can we cover all of the items that you have on?
Based on the recommendation that Mr. Sullivan made?
Yes. So if the board agrees to the 21st for 4 hours of workshop and the 28th for 4 hours, and we're doing one on the 14th, do we still need the 31st of March?
Our chair is recommending that, Jeff.
Yeah, you are, okay.
I mean, I think it's clear. The last few times we've gotten the schedule, there's more and more, and there's things that we keep adding as a board.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think it would behoove us to also have a workshop on the 31st in addition to those other days without objection. Ms. Hickson?
I'm sorry, I just was asking a factual question. Are there any Tuesdays in the last 3 months of this school year for which we will not have a meeting according to your proposed schedule?
Well, the week of spring break, because
I mean, other than a vacation week. Is there any school week that we would not have a workshop or a school board meeting in what you're
depends
proposing?
if you count.
26th of May, but you can't do it because it's graduation.
Graduation start that
So we
week.
take off spring break and graduation, otherwise we're here on Tuesday.
Yep.
Let's do it. I'm sorry. I'll wait till
Ms. Hickson?
So
having a
my
comment.
question is, can we take some of these things on the 14th and move it to the 31st?
Absolutely. That's
So, and then you would rearrange whatever you
Yes.
were going to bring
That'd be
later
between
to
the
those
chair and the
April
soup.
meetings. So,
Yep.
okay.
We'll make the arrangements and
send it to the board.
send it.
And just, I mean, this is not on you guys. In the future, could we provide this list to all of the board members, not just Jeff and I? Because,
Sure.
yeah.
Thank you.
Via email?
No more print paper.
I won't dictate what mode of transportation you deliver it. Okay.
I had
so
one more
we-
comment on that topic, Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Superintendent, can your staff keep up with every Tuesday? I mean, one of the things we ignore is the thousands of hours that go into the staff getting ready with all these agenda.
We take mental health days off too.
Is that right? Sunday mornings you take off? Okay, I just want to make sure you're okay.
No,
I'll be
we're
taking mine every Tuesday.
All right. I have a lot to bring to the board in terms of student successes and some other discussions. So and there's some stuff that I need a clear board guidance on, so please don't leave. But I'll defer to my colleagues. At this time, do any of my colleagues have anything to bring to future workshops, student successes to share? Ms. Thompson?
I just wanted to get my colleagues' opinion on and staff's, I guess, about setting up like a legislative workshop, but with Broward County government, because I think it would be good of us to work with them, especially for transportation issues and some of the others as funding changes. I just think it's better for us to have a working relationship with Broward County, because it seems like we don't interact with them.
Would that be solely on transportation or on
I think just
overarching?
globally setting it up, kind of like we have the legislative, the delegation meetings with our legislature. I think it would be better for local governments as well.
Just Broward County or municipalities as well?
For right now, I think Broward government, county government.
Including property appraiser, tax collector, state's attorney. Why can't we have a Broward County legislative meeting? No, we want the tax collector here. It'd be nice if we know her and she knows us.
I mean, so mine was just with the Broward County Commissioners, because I talked with with Miss Hazel at MPO, and that's something they would like to work on as well. So that would be my focus, and then we can make friends elsewhere, but my focus would be Broward County government.
Okay, is there any objection to that?
But they're members of the Broward County government. Marty Kerr is a major player in the legislative front, and he has a huge influence about our inflow of money. How can we have a meeting with the...
I'm not saying not to. I'm saying I would prefer to start with the commissioners, and then we can branch off. That would be my suggestion. If other people have other suggestions, I am open to it.
Can I help bridge this divide? So maybe start like with a cadence. So create a cadence of like different government. So we could do like Broward County Commission, then the property appraiser, then the tax collector. Then we could do like a Broward League of Cities. This doesn't have to be in a 2-month span. It could be over, the next year or so. Would that appease you, Dr. Zeman?
I feel like the countywide folks are going to wish they could come and sit through the meeting when the Broward County Commission and the Broward County School Board, 18 people get together. They're going to feel left out. So you guys can do it any way you want, but I feel like it'd be cool to have a Broward County meeting. If you have a Broward County position, you could come to the meeting. It's only 5 other people that would be invited in, because I think they're going to feel, I don't want to have a whole meeting with Marty. We have like one issue with Marty Care. We have one big issue with the tax collector, but we need to build relations. She's brand new. It's a new office. The Attorney General, the state's attorney, again, we have issues with them, but we don't have 3 hours worth of discussions to have with Harold Pryor. So my view is that they would really feel left out if they weren't included in that meeting.
Mr. Sullivan, could you speak to any?
Oh, I was just going to say we did in the past meet with the League of Cities. That's good in a variety of reasons. One, because all the municipalities and the counties have representation on the League of Cities. And then if you want to go to the other county-wide elected official constitutional officers, you could, I'm sure we can work with them as well to do it in that meeting.
Okay. I guess, is there an objection to doing what Dr. Zeman is recommending, or is there a sense of we want to just meet with the county commission?
I object. I would like, because I think it convolutes the conversation, and then you have a 7-hour meeting where we only talk about, I don't know, garbage or something. Like, we can break it up, and having the cadence of meeting with different groups, meeting with the public defender, the state attorney, or maybe them together. I don't know legal stuff, but like, it focuses and makes the meetings more genuine if we split it up in groups.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Holness?
Okay, so I understand both sides. What I would probably suggest then is we meet with the county commissioners in one meeting, and then we meet with the others, such as the tax collector, the property appraiser, Harold Pryor, and these folks in another meeting. So maybe 2 meetings. I think that would satisfy. Would that satisfy you, Dr. Zeman?
It's the will of the board. I communicate a lot with the countywide people, and they often feel, like we don't communicate enough with them, and they all have connections to the issues that we have with the county commission, which are very few. Our overlap with the county commission, we have very, very different kind of pursuits and missions, but all of the things we have in common with the county commission are involving tax collector, property appraiser, state's attorney, and the other countywide folks. So you guys do what you want, but I talk to these guys a lot, and they feel like we don't talk to them enough.
Got it. Madam Chair, I recommend 2 meetings.
Does anyone have any objection to Dr. Holness's recommendation of 2 meetings? Okay. All right. Mr. Cervera.
I'm sorry. Dr. Holness, your suggestion for 2 meetings, was it that we have the commissioners come first and then everybody in the second meeting?
Right. So the county commissioners, as Board Member Thompson mentioned, we can have those in one meeting, and then a second meeting with the tax collector, the property appraiser, maybe Gordon Weeks, Harold Pryor, these other folks come in a second meeting.
I'm in support of that. I think it's a good idea.
Any other comment on Ms. Thompson, Dr. Holness?
I am concerned about the timing of it. Ms. Thompson, you don't plan on doing that before we lock up the budget and do the org changes and all that for next year? It's later this summer, maybe?
It's whenever staff can start, but I think that's why it would also be good to do the cadence that our chair suggested of different groups, because I also feel like we have issues with the tax collector that the property appraiser probably doesn't want to sit in a meeting and discuss with. So whatever the staff can schedule, I believe in them, but I would like them to be separate meetings.
So we just locked up the next, 3 months?
Yes.
Those are locked up, and so whatever the will of the board is probably going to start in June. And then just throwing this out as you guys discuss and come to consensus on something, that if there isn't a specific agenda developed, you invite all the parties to that agenda. It's up to them to show up for whatever part they wanted to be a part of that discussion, right? So that gives them their time to decide on, how they want to engage and at what time. They may not want to be here for a whole 4 or 6 hours, however the conversation take, but they may want to be here for 2 hours at a part that they're fully engaged in. So,
any other comment on that item? Okay, does the superintendent understand what the will of the board is on that?
No, I do not.
I was going to say the same thing.
Go ahead, Mr. Sullivan.
I think I understand what the board wants, so if it's acceptable to the board, I'll come up with a plan and a cadence and email it to the board. If there's any further discussion, we can discuss it at a future workshop.
Okay. I believe, Ms. Hickson, you had something you wanted to share.
Yeah, a couple of things. First, I wanted to say I had the pleasure of being the MC for the Jazz Honor Concert, but I understand Miss Rupert was the MC for the choir, which I did ask to be able. It's the only one I've missed so far is the choir. But they had the Jazz Honor, the orchestra, the choir. I think there's another one, but anyway, the students, and the band. It's just phenomenal if you've never gone. The students, there's guest conductors that come. They spend like a day and a half learning the music with this guest conductor. And I didn't go to the other ones, but the jazz concert, if you shut your eyes, you would have had no idea that it was middle and high school students sitting in front of you. They were phenomenal. So congratulations to everyone who was selected for that. Also, just want to make a quick mention. Tomorrow is Spread the Word Day. And Spread the Word is when people worldwide rally to end the use of hurtful language to create a more inclusive future for everyone. So whether you're a student, teacher, coach, or parent, you should challenge those around you to take the pledge of spread the word so that we can create a society where everyone is valued, celebrated, and free from impact of harmful stereotypes. So that is tomorrow. This week also is National School Social Work Week. So thank you to all our social workers for all that you do. And it is also National Breakfast Week. So if you have an opportunity to jump in and visit with the school, I'm going to Olson for breakfast. To sit with the students, I encourage you to take the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go, do any of my colleagues have any student successes? Mr. Cervera?
Thank you, Chair. Last week, I also had the pleasure of serving as the Master of Ceremonies at the All Broward County Orchestra Concert, which was a phenomenal setting and phenomenal performance by the Bronze Honor, Silver Honor, and Gold Honor orchestras. We had conductors from up and down the state came in and taught the kids their, I don't want to say routine, but I'm sorry, the program or the musical numbers, and it was a tremendous, phenomenal experience. And sort of echo what Ms. Hickson said. If you close your eyes and, you could easily be in Carnegie Hall with the level of performance for these kids. So kudos to our students. It was a really enjoyable night and a fantastic performance by all.
Ms. Rupert?
I wasn't going to say it, but now I got it since you guys called it out. For me, if you close your eyes, obviously you would be transported. But besides that, I'm transported back to being a little girl, because I was in the honor chorale in Huntington High School. We went over to near Belgium, and we won the Olympics of chorus. And it was the only time the Americans up to that point had won that honor. It was really cool. It was cool for me to be at the honor chorus, because it was kind of the same time that the Olympics were going on. And I remember dearly in my heart when the American flag went up and we were announced as the winners. And it was amazing. It was in Flemish. Nobody knew what was going on until the American flag went up. And it was very, very cool. But what's more important is those are the parents and the students that are locked into our schools, and they are so appreciative of the music teachers, of the art, theater, and they're also very appreciative of all the specials that we do in our school system. That's what makes public school the best, and we need to be leading with more of that. So I really appreciated it. It gets me teary at times. I also want to say I was in the band and the orchestra, hey, flute for band and piccolo for the orchestra. And those are, once again, things that make you go to school. Some kids, they have tough times. They get up, they go. Some go for breakfast, some go for friends. 99% of the other kids, they go for the programs that we have and the camaraderie and the excellent teaching that we have. So thank you for the opportunity to share that. And it's always special whenever we can congratulate our teachers and our students. So kudos to the whole team. Thanks.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Bowman.
Thanks, Chair. Last week, I had the privilege of participating in a beautification project at AC Perry K through 8, which was led by Ms. Thompson and her District 2 internship program. And it was actually awesome because not only were the interns there, but and also Danielle St. Leon was also hauling a lot of mileage, and Andrea. But a lot of the kids that weren't part of the program jumped in and did a ton of work, and so did some parents. So it's going to look great when it's done, and thank you for that initiative.
You're welcome.
Any other board comments? Okay, I wanted to first congratulate our alternate student advisor, Jasir Leon, who was officially accepted to NSU. Congratulations. I don't know if you wanted to say a few words.
Go Sharks. That's all I have to say, but thank you so much. It wouldn't be possible without you guys spending every Tuesday with you guys. It really means a lot. You guys have become a part of my family, so thank you.
Thanks, Jasir.
Thank you so much for your service to this district, Jasir. I also wanted to congratulate the Northeast High School boys water polo team. They are 7-0. They are the only public school team in Broward to be undefeated, and they are led by Coach Justin Corona. And a fun fact, they were the state champions in 2005, 2006. So this year they're hoping to continue that success. So congratulations to the Northeast High School water polo team. So I did want to bring up a few issues. Yesterday, the superintendent and I had the opportunity to visit Rickards. It's one of my many visits to the school, but we sat down with the faculty. The construction team was there. A lot of our cabinet members were there. The superintendent was there, and we were able to hear from the Rickards faculty, give them an update on the new building. Their biggest concern was safety, that they want that building to be safe. Delays continue to plague the project. It is very frustrating for the faculty, the students, the families. It's very frustrating for me as the district school board member. And they are kind of at their wits' end with that. But they shared some of the concerns around the physical conditions of the temporary campus, and some issues around food service, around trash collection, just the quality and space that they're in right now as there continue to be increased delays. I asked the superintendent to have his team meet with every department at the school to suss out, fix problems that exist at the temporary campus, while we also try to address the delays and concerns about the permanent structure that's being built. He suggested that we do a workshop to kind of just do a historical overview of what's happened, look at what next steps would look like for Rickards. But I'm just eternally grateful to the community and the faculty for always being such huge advocates for that school, always being willing to bring issues and solutions to the table. I don't know if the superintendent, you wanted to comment on the visit to Rickards yesterday.
Yeah, so
great visit, and when I mean great, I'm like having like somebody got something on my leg over here. Okay.
Jeff, cut it out.
Oh, yeah. I don't know, must be a monster on the table. But and what I mean by great is that, you know, the teachers had a discussion with the faculty and staff, and they were able to air out their grievances, and rightfully so. What they've been going through is unacceptable. Unacceptable. The numerous delays. You know, I'm used to, especially with tilt wall construction, that a school, especially middle school, can go up in a year and a half. And so, you know, I've been doing a lot of fact finding, a lot of research, working with the team to find out how do we get to the place that we're in right now. And we have this 8th grade class will be the second group of middle schoolers that have never set foot in a brick and mortar middle school, which is unacceptable. And so we're gonna have a workshop. We're the public, the board, the staff really needs to know how did this issue, how was it initiated? What are all the things that are happening in between, and who needs to be held accountable? And so in the meantime, our staff is going to be working with the leadership team and the teachers out there just to make sure we address what I call hygiene issues on their campus, to make sure it's a comfortable environment, it's an environment that's conducive to the highest quality of learning that our students should experience. And I got there early, I drove around the community and all of that other good stuff, and you know, the community is taking this on their chin without any complaints. And so we have to be the advocates. We have to speak up to let them know that even though they're not complaining about it, we are. We're going to demand excellence for them. We're going to demand that whatever we can do to accelerate the completion of this. One of the biggest concerns for the teachers too in this new building is making sure that it is safe to occupy also, right? Even with the delays, one of their top priorities is making sure that that building is safe to be occupied when it's done, because there are some issues that have been going on for quite some time. So I'm grateful to the staff, I'm grateful to the community as well too. But you know, I don't have the same level of resolve as they do right now, because it's unacceptable.
And to that point as well, I did ask for the superintendent that we meet with them on a monthly basis now. I think that level of communication is necessary. And he talked about, and I talked about with the faculty, the need, and I mean, I feel like a broken record over the last 5 years about the need for accountability. And some comments were made by some of our team about the building and the designs. And I think, you know, hopefully we'll have a workshop on this soon. And we can delve into it some more, but the need for accountability, because the way that this was proposed to the board was that it was going to be faster and more efficient and less expensive, and it has not turned out to be that way, and the people who were involved in selling that to the board need to be held accountable. So I just wanted to update my colleagues on that visit and the things that are going on there. I also, you know, 2 weeks ago when we had the conversation about the OIG, and I went in my meeting with the OIG several weeks ago, it was brought to my attention that, and it's hard to remember, but it was brought to my attention that perhaps the board was wanting the handy lease issue to be referred to the OIG, but that it was not. So I just wanted permission from the board to ask the chief auditor to send that issue to the board. And the language that I have drafted, and I just would like some guidance from my colleagues on this, would be...
Chair, you meant refer to the IG.
Yes.
You said to the board. You meant to the IG.
Yes, sorry.
Thank you, Chair.
So I'm requesting that the chief auditor file a complaint with the OIG regarding the handy lease, specifically that BCPS staff engaged in gross misconduct by negotiating and entering into a $2.5 million lease to house staff while we have excess capacity in our schools, and also considering that leased space would not have adequately accommodated staff, we were looking to relocate there. And the reason I use such strong language is because, as with our conversations with the OIG, it does require, you know, very specific standards for accepting a complaint. So I don't know if my colleagues have comments about that, or if Mr. Magley, you have comments on that, Ms. Hickson, and then Dr. Zeman.
I guess just to Mr. Magley, didn't we as the board, the last time we had this discussion, ask the chief auditor to do that? I believe we asked because
I
we
was not a
all-
party to a discussion about Handy.
Okay, so I'm not sure if Mr. Rhodes did or not because
He
was
did
under-
not. Ms. Brees told me that she had not
Okay.
received a complaint.
Well, this was after we had met with her because
We had referred the referendum supplements, not the handy lease.
Right, no, I know, but when we were here, we had a discussion because we all had the meeting with the IG, and because there was also the discussion on who would be the point person to, and I think we agreed it should be the auditor, and we also, I thought, asked for them to make an official complaint about, I wasn't sure if it was the referendum or Handy, because she hadn't received it yet. So I just want to, I don't know where we
Yeah.
left off with that. I thought we.
So
had
I will
it
be,
already.
I'll be clear. The guidance that I got, I think it was 2 weeks ago, was specifically about the referendum supplements. I immediately referred that to Mr. Rhodes, who filed the complaint. We did not have a conversation about the handy lease.
Okay, perfect. I agree wholeheartedly.
Okay. Dr. Zeman?
I just want the board to kind of make a decision about a related matter to that. And I think it may change, Chair, kind of the description that you use if the board would like to go forward with this. But there's also been shared publicly evidence of being offered a board seat on Handy and accepting that board seat, which is, another dimension to this problem. I have a lot of problems with that, and I was glad to, track that for a long period of time. But government employees are not allowed to accept such things. It has a big impact on your long-term income to be on boards like that. And I feel like, the Handy lease has many dimensions, none of them good. But the one where Handy then offered one of our employees a seat on the board, and that seat was accepted while at the same time negotiating for a lease, I think is an important part to add to that. I would be in favor of adding that to what I would ask the IG to do, subject to the will of the board. But it may change your, in essence, your preamble to the referral, because that's really about self-aggrandizement as a result of your government service.
Okay, I'm happy to add that piece. I would like to. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm happy to add that. So I'm adding, furthermore, an employee engaged in that negotiation was potentially, or it was allegedly offered a seat on the Handy board. And accepted. Ms. Bowman?
Do you, can you read the beginning? I just want to make sure that you capture the if you make a broad allegation, to make sure that you capture the jurisdiction. So my understanding from my notes when I met with the Inspector General was that you have to allege misconduct, systemic waste, fraud, or abuse of authority, or gross mismanagement.
Yeah, so I said that.
So did you put all of that in there?
I put that BCPS staff engaged in gross misconduct by negotiating.
But also systemic waste, fraud, or abuse of authority. Just catch all, and then they can choose their own adventure, whatever. And then is gross mismanagement a third?
I'll add that
one?
too.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Mr. Severa?
Thank you, and thank you to Ms. Bowman. This is why you can never have too many lawyers in the room, right? You can never have too many lawyers in the room. Chair, two things. Would you be so kind as to read the entire statement back, including Dr. Zeman's recent addition?
That's what I'm doing right now. 1 second.
While you're working on that, Chair.
I'm ready.
Okay.
Per board discussion, I'm requesting that you file a complaint with the OIG regarding the Handy lease, specifically that BCPS staff engaged in gross misconduct, systemic waste, fraud, and abuse, and gross mismanagement by negotiating and entering into a $2.5 million lease to house staff while we have excess capacity in our schools, and also considering that the lease space would not have adequately accommodated the staff, we were looking to relocate there. Furthermore, an employee engaged in that negotiation was allegedly offered and accepted a seat on the Handy board.
I'm all in favor of that. While we're on the topic, I've got an inquiry that I don't know if we're going to be able to solve today, but I'd like to know where we stand. Is Wanda Paul still an employee of this district?
Yes.
Is Wanda Paul still receiving a paycheck from this district?
Yes.
How much longer is that going to occur?
I don't know. That's up to the investigators. I have to follow up with them to see where they are and what's their time frame in wrapping up.
When you say investigators, what do you mean, Mr. Superintendent?
That is the school police department and their detectives are investigating this issue.
Okay. I want to make sure that I'm fully versed on exactly what's going on. It's no secret how this all unfolded. I was, and I think I speak for most members up here, if not all, was not pleased with some of the actions that Ms. Paul engaged in. I was very vocal about that. I called for her resignation, and within a matter of days, I believe it was on your desk. That seemed to be like the beginning of this year at this point. We're in March, and this individual is still receiving a paycheck. Other than waiting for this investigation to unfold, which I'm not holding my breath. Mm-hmm. Rather than waiting for this investigation to unfold, what proactive approach can the district take to either terminate, release, whatever verbiage you want to use, to basically remove her from her position and stop paying her as an employee of Broward County Public Schools?
I'll let, no, Ernie's back there. I'll let HR and also General Counsel kind of provide some information on that question.
And just before you do that, I'm not done with the things that I wanted to bring to the table. I'm not trying to interrupt you, but I wanted to just have the floor when you're done with that.
I have no problem with you regaining the floor after we get answers to my inquiries.
Mike Greg.
Go ahead, Mr. Gregory.
Mike Gregory, Chief Safety Security Officer of the district. With regard to the investigation, it is active. It is. There are statements currently being taken. There is a large list of witnesses that need to be contacted, and that is in progress and underway. We are near the end. We're not in the middle, so we do expect some finality as far as the police department investigation to come sooner than later.
And if General Counsel or Dr. Lozano can answer the subsequent question.
Good afternoon, Dr. Lozano, Chief Human Resources Officer.
Look about. I'm going to give you my seat so you can give Ms. Hickson her seat. Here, have my seat. No, it's okay.
So again, Wanda Paul received a reappointment letter for 1 year at her current salary. So at this point, prior to that investigation, there was no cause to do anything to her employment. So I'll turn it over to Kathleen Jock Adams to talk about terminating an SMAB employee who was reappointed on a 1-year contract.
So my understanding is that that particular position is an SMAB position. And so I don't know what the dates of the reappointment are, but
July 1 through June 30th of this year.
Okay, so the natural expiration would be June 30th. And if you are...
She resigned, so there's a resignation date.
No,
he's asking if we can do something
before
right now.
her resignation date.
Okay, so if there is a resignation and there is a particular resignation date and you're wanting to terminate for cause prior to that resignation date, is that...
Correct.
I don't want her to receive another dime from this district. What can we do to take a proactive approach to make sure that happens, short of waiting for an investigation to conclude?
Okay, It would either naturally expire, which is
Well,
not an option.
that would
for
result
you,
in us continuing
or-
to pay her.
Or termination for cause.
Okay. Do we have, well, I'm going to ask it anyway, even though I know what your answer is going to be. Can we terminate her for cause today?
It would depend upon the facts and circumstances, whether or not staff has enough to terminate for cause.
Well, as you sit here today, can we terminate her for cause?
I'm not the one that makes that determination of terminating for cause. It would be the superintendent's staff would need to take a look at the facts and circumstances and be able to state that she's being terminated for cause.
If I had a B item for next Tuesday's meeting on the 10th and bring this to a board vote to terminate her for cause, would that be something that I would have the ability to do as a sitting board member?
You still would need adequate facts and circumstances that rises to level of.
As an employee of the superintendent
and
Okay.
work for the school board.
So the answer is no.
Yeah,
So what is the process?
initially. So the only person that could go ahead and bring an item like that would be the superintendent, because that's within his purview. I should begin with that.
Is it within my purview to direct the superintendent to bring such an item before the board?
So terminating employees are within the purview of the superintendent. I mean, you can state your thoughts on the matter, but whether or not the superintendent brings an item is up to the superintendent, and then the board they would not be able to state anything different unless they had good cause.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is that the 9 of us up here, myself and my colleagues, basically are powerless when it comes to this particular employee. And unless the investigation is concluded by June 30th, which I believe was her resignation date anyway in her letter, right? I don't have the letter in front of me, but I think she said she wanted to stay until sometime in the spring or the summer. So there's nothing we can do at this point. We just have to continue to let her collect a paycheck.
So that's something I would have to turn over to the superintendent to discuss in terms of like what options you may have through him.
I mean, I'm all ears. I mean, the fact that we're still paying this woman is very frustrating to me, knowing what I know now and how long it's been since we received that letter. And when I ask these inquiries, respectfully, I just kind of seem to get the runaround from everybody. I got to wait for this one over here, then this one over here, then we got to come together, and then maybe this shouldn't be this difficult. She needs to be terminated. How do we terminate? How do we stop paying her hundreds of thousands of dollars a year salary?
Through the chair, I would like to refer that question to the superintendent.
So hence the investigation. That's what the investigation is for, to find if there is cause.
Okay. So the only option that we have is to wait for the investigation to play out, find out if there's cause, and if there's cause, then you can make
That's correct.
the decision to terminate. And if it just so happens that this investigation takes months and months and months, we have to pay her in the interim.
Chief Gregory just said it's winding down, so it shouldn't be months and months and months down the line.
Okay. Well, I just want to be clear so that the public understands how this process works. Because I get the calls. I'm sure my colleagues get the calls as to why we're still paying her. So I think it's important that we be transparent and let the public know what's going on with this and why this woman is still employed in the district. So I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. So just to go back to the complaint as I read it, is there any objection to what I'm going to send to Mr. Magley? Miss Nora? Miss Nora. Ms. Rupert.
Most people do call me that. That's funny. I actually had a question with that, which could affect what you're asking. Who's actually doing the investigation? Our team, right?
Oh, you're back on. Were you talking about the IG item, or what are we on now?
Juan DePaul.
Okay. Yes. Our
Broward Schools
Yeah, Broward Schools Police.
Okay.
Yep.
And where was she relocated to?
Our Chief Gregory, where is she relocated to?
She's been reassigned to emergency management.
Is that in the same location as the school police?
No, it's at the SSEP location in Plantation.
School police are at TSSE.
Gotcha. Okay. I wanted to make sure it wasn't that we didn't have the fox seeing who was in the hen house in charge of the investigation. So that was my question for that. And I definitely thumbs up to yes for the to send it to the IG. So.
Any other comments on the language? Mr. Magley, as I read it, was that, as the person who would be filing the complaint and as someone who has worked at the OIG, is that?
Yeah, I would like to sit with it for a bit, but I would say that relative to the actual violations and any kind of personal gains or things like that, there were some things that were mentioned that I don't necessarily know are quantifiable based on what we know here. Obviously, the more that we could provide that would frame out any kind of conflict of interest or potential fraud or actions like that, that would be part of what would be determined as misconduct potentially by the Inspector General. So I don't know what we have with that, or they're in an investigation, what can be shared. I don't know what information has been shared with the board that I'm not familiar with, so I would like to look at that a little bit more, that maybe the more we could provide would make it easier for the IG to make a determination like that.
Okay. I mean, I guess I'm just, when I referred this referendum issue to Mr. Rhodes to refer to the IG, he responded saying that he had what he needed. Do you have what you need in that language that I read out, or?
I have close to what I think would be. I mean, that's still going to be her determination, but the language as it frames up, if, like I was saying, is where we're pointing to, specifically board seats, things like that. Those things would have to be spelled out and clear relative to what I would like to massage that a little bit and maybe get your approval to do that, just to see where it is, unless that's not how the process was intended.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Is there, okay, any other board comment on that issue? I'm sending it today, or I think I just sent it by accident, but yeah. All right. The other issue that I wanted to bring, I have three more. I had a conversation with some individuals from a school, the Pace Center for Girls. They've been waiting on a contract from us for quite some time, and I just wanted to ask Ms. Jack Adams where we are with that.
Thank you, Ms. Leonardi. As you know, our office has quite a bit of open positions, and so I am looking into handling the PACE contract myself, and as soon as I can handle some contracts that are going to go on the school board agenda for the 10th today, I will legally review that PACE agreement myself this week.
Okay, so we can expect it to be on the agenda for the 10th?
No, I am working on certain items I am working on certain items for the March 10th to add them on an emergency basis for our office. And this week, I will legally review the PACE agreement and provide that to staff. I don't know what state the agreement is in, but I will legally review it and provide that to staff to send on to PACE.
Okay, because it's my understanding that they've been waiting on this since July. So I guess I'm wondering if you can explain why it's been held up for so long.
So I can take a look at when it was submitted to our office. I can tell you that it was not submitted to our office in July. It was sometime afterwards, but I can get that date. I just know it was not July of last year.
Okay. And then I had, go ahead, Ms. Hickson.
Just kind of to your same point, and I think we all mentioned this before, so I have a question. You are short-staffed, and I believe last time we talked about sending things out to the cadre attorneys that we have. But when I mentioned that to you, because there's the Boys and Girls Club that now they're not being able to go into schools because the contract's not done. And you mentioned you still have to look at the contract before you send it to the cadre. So can you kind of explain to us, because I would guess the PACE would be one you could also send out to a cadre. They're not, I wouldn't think, complicated because we do them year after year. So can you explain like what that process looks like and how soon you could get a chunk of those that are those yearly annual contracts to cadre attorneys, because you can't do everything. You know, your answer is, I'm going to look at it, but you have a limited amount of time and capacity. How can we help you to move those things along? Because I just see a lot going on, and I know you inherited a lot, but we need to move them out to the cadre attorneys so that we can get these contracts moving. So can you explain that process?
Sure, and thank you very much, Mrs. Hickson. Part of the issue is I need certain contracts in place to be able to give it to cadre, and that is what I'm speaking to in terms of the contracts that are going to the March 10th board. So in order to send certain contracts out, I need a contract to be able to get the cadre to go ahead and do that. So I'm in the process of working through all of the logistics to make that happen. But in the interim, there are two contracts that were referenced. One is PACE, and the other one is the boys and girls. And I would pluck those out and work on those myself while I am working on the logistics of getting a clip of the contracts out to cadre.
I guess that's my question, though. So you have procurement, just to kind of go through the process, right? Procurement, or whoever is the person that starts the contract.
Yes.
Then, and I'm going to use Boys and Girls Club because I'm familiar with that. It went through legal. It went back to Boys and Girls Club. Now it's bounced back to legal. So because you've already done the majority of it, why can't that just go to cadre now? And I'm going to guess PACE is in a similar situation.
I'm not sure, as I sit here, like whether or not it was legally reviewed and it's gone back out. I just can't tell you those facts as I sit here right now, but I can after the board meeting. I'll just look it up and let you know. But in terms of sending it out to cadre, there's a contract that I need in place for cadre to be able to handle.
I see what you're saying.
So I'm working through all of those logistics.
Okay, so they're not just on retainer and you just send something to them. You're saying you need a separate contract to send out the legal issues you want cadres to review. I wasn't catching that the first time.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Not a problem.
Thank you. Two more. Well, I have one easy one. I know a couple months ago we asked for, and this is kind of timely today, we asked for a workshop on the use of AI and use of technology in our schools. When can we expect that to come? Like late summer, early fall? June? June? Okay.
June 16th.
Got it. Thank you.
Can I add to that, Chair?
Yeah. Could we go to the student advisor first?
Go ahead, Dr. Zeman. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Dr.
Or
Zeman.
through the chair, whoever you would like.
There's a amazing donation that's held up in legal as well that is going to prevent our entire staff from having access to about 150 AI tools that were created just for them. To Ms. Jacques Adams, is it possible that review is going to get done in time, like by the end of the week, so we can get to that on March 10th? Again, this is a donation to Broward County Schools to pay for something, and every month our staff and our teachers and our principals don't have it. They're missing out on these canned AI tools that are dramatic efficiency improvements or dramatic improvements in outcomes. The reason this is important partly is the chair's point about AI, but partly about the budget reduction, because if we can find ways to do things with AI, there are some positions we don't need anymore. And so is it possible to get that done this week?
So in answer to your question, Dr. Zeman, as soon as the last attorney that was working on it left, it was immediately from Friday to Monday reassigned to another attorney internally. That attorney worked on it and provided legal comments within a couple of days. So currently, the contract right now is out to staff. So our attorney has already looked at it, worked on it, provided additional legal comments, and then provided it to staff. So it's already done and out to staff.
And what I'm curious about is what's the probability it's going to get done this week?
That depends upon whether the legal comments are addressed.
Okay.
Whatever those legal comments are, they need to be addressed and sent back. And then ultimately, the contract is deemed legally sufficient, and then it's sent out to be signed. So I'm not sure where it is now, but it is out of our office. That was a priority as soon as that attorney had left.
Thank you.
Mr. Spelberg? No? You're good? I had a conversation with Dr. Hepburn yesterday about VPK marketing and customer service, and so I guess I had two questions. One, is there a way, or maybe I'll reframe it, are there barriers for us as a school district to sending out communications to like the zones that neighborhood schools are in that offer VPK, sending out communications to those residents about the VPK offerings that we have?
No, there's no barrier to that. As long as it's an existing parent, either in the charter school or our public schools, district-operated public schools, we can send a message to them.
So what if I'm a new parent, though?
That's the difficulty. If you're a brand new parent, we don't have any contact information for you in our system. So we would have to take different avenues, communicating maybe through the municipalities or whatever Mr. Sullivan's comm team can exercise as far as getting to parents that are outside of our system and brand new to it.
Yeah, so the superintendent's spot on. So if it's a parent, it's easy because we already have their contact information in our systems. The challenge is a parent that we don't have in our system. So the cities might be a good partner in that, or we would have to engage with an entity that can provide us with those list of contacts.
So that is something that I would support. Like, we don't have to capture the parents we already have. We have to capture the new parents.
Yep.
And I mean, I know that Mr. Kushner has done some of like that kind of grassroots or organic marketing in his neighborhoods to help increase enrollment. I would just say and I think Ms. Thompson asked for a workshop on offering more VPK. These are ways to capture families and bring them into our school system that might not otherwise engage. And so I would ask, and I don't know if there's an objection from the board, for us to explore those ways that we can communicate with new families, families who might not be aware of our VPK offerings.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea, and we have the marketing funds.
And we have the BCPS Advantage campaign going on too, which is partially for schools to communicate with families that are not BCPS families too.
Yeah, so text messages, mailers. Ms. Bullman? Ms. Thompson?
I love this. I think if we're not doing it, we're really missing some low-hanging fruit, because this is how you get people into the system from the beginning. So thank you for bringing it up. I would say that the mailers, like a postcard, like a large postcard with kids having fun that doesn't, I don't know if we need BCPS Advantage, but just having fun in preschool would be great. That would capture my eye. Personally, I think we get too many text messages, phone calls, and emails at this point that I'm not even paying attention anymore. But if you get something in your mail that you're picking up and looking at for a minute, I think that would be really effective.
Ms. Thompson?
I think just along those lines, also partnering with pediatrician offices, like making sure they have our material, and then also apartment complexes, because that's where you're going to have high turnover, but high impact, because you can ask them when they have a move-in packet if they can include our offerings.
Yeah, and I mean not just general Broward school stuff. My home school is Bayview Elementary. It's not, but your home school is Bayview Elementary. We're having a tour on X day. Just very specific, localized for different neighborhoods. Ms. Rupert?
Just something I was thinking about pediatrician offices. Every one of the doctors in this Broward County usually have our calendar right up, usually where you're checking out, so you can actually check what day you're going. It would kind of be low-hanging fruit and free if there was something that we could have put there so it's constantly on that big blow-up calendar thing at the doctors, that they have it taped up. If it could be, hey, did you know we have so-and-so and such in this area? Or, you could do it regionally or something, but it's something simple that they're already doing, and we actually have the population taking our stuff and putting it up, and it benefits both people.
If I could put Dr. Fulton on the spot, because we do kindergarten roundup, and not all of our kindergartners are actually in our pre-K schools. So if Dr. Fulton, if you could talk about how we're doing kindergarten roundup. For some schools, it's very successful, and they have large kindergarten roundup nights or events. So we can piggyback off of that too.
Sure, thank you so much. And I will tell you, once we get them in our system in kindergarten, all we have to do is keep them. And the challenge is always getting them into our doors to start in kindergarten. So we started it last year and actually got better this year, where every elementary school is required to do 2 kindergarten roundups. They can call it what they want, but in general, it's a kindergarten roundup. They do a morning session, because we do have some parents who are available in the morning, and they have to do a PM session, because their parents may not be available in the morning, but they're available in the evening. The morning is the best because we use our students to really sell the program. And when parents come in and see kindergartners reading, they do classroom visits. They also have the opportunity to talk to the students, talk to the teachers, and that truly captures that. But it's not over when our parents leave. We now have a database of who attended the tour, or who attended the roundup, and then our job is to follow up, to make sure we have the opportunity for them to ask any questions, but we don't seal the deal until we register a student. So we continue, hey, you came out in January, I noticed little Bobby hasn't registered, are there any questions I can answer, anything else I can do to help you choose Broward County Public Schools? But we also have principals that are asking to do a 3rd or 4th, and we're certainly open to that. But we wanted to make sure all of our kindergarten schools are doing a roundup in January. So we did it last year in January, we did it this year in January. Again, 2 options to make sure we capture working parents and parents that are available at different times. And then coming in the spring through the choice window, we capitalize on that as well too, to make sure that we give another option, another bite of the apple of anybody we missed in January. But it's never over until we register a student. We also have the opportunity for our parents to go online and schedule an individual tour. And we have educated our principals on how to really capture that moment when someone comes to your school, because they can go to any school. So if they come to your school, you want to make sure that they get that great experience. And again, we ask that the principal make it personalized where they are a part of the tour. And if they're not, have someone consistent so there's the same story that a parent is hearing, but when all possible, have students on that tour. Because all you have to do is be quiet and let the students sell a school, and they can do it way better than adults can do it. And again, if we don't register a child then, we follow up to ensure it may not be my school, but let me tell you about the school down the street. Let me tell you what their programs they have. So it's really our job to make sure we capture our incoming kindergartners.
Thank you. I have a comment about that, but Mrs. Alada. So I think we need to go where the community is at, meaning that we should have table events at festivals, farmers markets, and have a present there, because that's where people are going with their children, and they need to see us, and we need to be more proactive.
Great minds think alike. So that's part of the BCPS advantage, some of the principal's task. Armando on Mr. Sullivan's team has actually gotten all the information from all the cities, and they send that document to the principals. And it's a live document, so anytime the city alerts them that they have an upcoming festival, upcoming event, they'll update it so we can have a presence at those places. We've asked the principals to sign up for like a minimum of 2 of those events this spring so we can be live and in living color. Like Dr. Fulton said, many of the parents may not be zoned for that school, but they're learning great things that are going on at BCPS, and that would entice them to actually go talk to their schools and learn more too. So.
Thank you. And I was really pleased, Dr. Fulton, to hear you talk about like parents being able to schedule tours at their schools. I would just ask that
that like the office staff are aware of that opportunity as well. So if a parent calls the school, the office staff is able to figure out a way to schedule that tour. That is everything for me. Are there any other comments from my colleagues? No? Oh, Ms. Bowman?
I just wanted to go back to, well, two things. One, to just jump on what you just said. We should always be willing to give a tour to any potential student, no matter when the day, at the convenience. I think that's the best customer service we can give. So I hope that that's what we're going to be doing moving forward. And then I wanted to follow up on Mr. Cervera's line of questioning before about the investigation. It wasn't I didn't have the floor, but in terms of the timeline for this, no one really said when this is going to be concluded. Soon. So I think, since we went down the line of questioning of what we're able to do, which is really nothing, the only thing that we can do is request that the investigation be wrapped up as quickly as possible. I mean, can we get a date?
I don't know if you can give a specific date. Most of the time in this investigative process, and I don't know if Chief's not in the room, but just from my experience, it grows additional sections of a spider web based on information that's been gathered. So if you're investigating one piece and a witness statement provides additional information, that may cause you to start talking to other people. And so I know he says it's wrapping up soon, because I talk to them just to get updates as frequent as I can. But to put a hard specific date, you might miss something, right? If you say, all right, we're going to stop it at this specific date, and there may be additional information that may be applicable to the investigation and the people that are part of the investigation that we may miss out on if we put a hard date and not let these guys do their work.
Well, I guess I would just say that, I don't know if my colleagues joined me, but that we would like it wrapped up quickly.
Yep, and going off of what he said, I'm assuming it's going to be wrapped up pretty quickly.
Like in the next week or?
I don't know if it's a week or 2 weeks, but
okay. I'm
taking soon as at the most a couple of weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. Just dawned on me, I forgot to ask this when the committees were here. Their comment was made that a campus monitor was pulled from a school so that they could sit in our meetings here today. How many security, like we have a lot of security here already. Why would we be pulling security monitors from schools?
I don't know, but I know campus monitors are sometimes utilized in functions like this. Not the blue shirts, right? You see the gray shirts. The blue shirts are at the schools, but sometimes campus monitors are leveraged.
The blue shirts are the campus monitors.
The blue shirts are the security specialists, and then you have campus monitors.
They used to be campus monitors were blue.
Campus managers.
Campus managers. Yes, I know there's a difference in the shirts.
Yeah, the blue is the campus.
Yeah, but yours is it's the other shirts that are leveraged when they need additional security for events such as this.
Well, I guess my question would be, because we have people who work security here, so how many, well, maybe this isn't the right place. It just seems we have a lot of security, maybe we don't particularly
y'all are very important people.
That much, but I think there are students, so my concern is pulling them out of a school to bring them here when we already have a lot of other security. So we could talk about that later, but it was a concerning statement that they made, and I just wanted to address it. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Hepburn, I know you wanted to make some.
Yes, I'll if it's final, because I'm about.
Does anyone else have anything else they want to share before I go to Dr. Hepburn?
I want to put a bun on a sandwich. We started out with a fairly at the bottom of the bun. It was like good stuff, and then we got into some things, some other things that weren't so good. So I want to put a cap on the sandwich. Before I do that, is there anything else? All right, so just fresh off the presses, literally probably about 4 minutes ago, Broward County Public Schools has been named the Cambridge District of the Year for 25-26 in large size district category. So there's 3 categories: large districts, medium, and small size, and there's only 3 school districts in each category recognized across the nation. So we're one of 3 school districts in the nation recognized as Cambridge District of the Year. Yes.
All right.
There's the bun. All right, we can adjourn the meeting, Chair. Hurry up.
The scheduled order of business for this school board workshop of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no objections, I will now adjourn the school board workshop.